Minister of State in charge of the Interior Ministry. That's Dr. Brian Champon, and the former Agric Minister before the expiration of the Etoile regime, and that's Dr. Brian Champon. And then also, that's the former Asin Central MP, Mr. Kennedy Ohene Ejepon is also one of the contestants. And also Dr. Yao Osei-Duchum, former Education Minister, is also there, and MP for Bosumche as well. And then also you have the former General Secretary of the NPP, Engineer Kwabena Ejepon. Now, check this one out. In 2024, we had 10. So we had Mr. Boache Jako, okay, who's a former energy minister. You had the likes of Kennedy, Kennedy Ejepon, same, former Assistant Central MP. You had the likes of Dr. Osei Efie Akoto, who was a former Greek minister. That's number 3. You had Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bami, who was there at the time. He was a certain vice president. Okay, that makes it number 4. And then you had the likes of Engineer Kwabena Ejepon, former General Secretary of the party. He was also there. That makes it number 5. And then you have the likes of Mr. Joe Garte, who's a former Deputy Attorney General. At some point became the substantive Attorney General. MP for Esikado Ketan. He's also there. That's number 6. And then you also have the likes of Kojopoku, who is an energy expert, and now, a member of the Baumia team that's going around campaigning. And then you also have the likes of Mr. Francis Adainimo, who is a former MP. And then you also have the likes of Dr. Konedu Apreku. So 10 in number. And then you have Alan Cheremanting. Alan Cheremanting was there. But at the end of the day, after the special delegate conference, the numbers were pruned down from 10 to 2, because those were the 2 that had the highest, or polled the highest numbers, and so the election had to go for a while. And at the end of the day, Dr. Mahmoud Bamia polled 61% as against, Ohene Ejepon. And so Michael will get us the figures in terms of the number of delegates that voted in the 2024 NPP elections as against what we're beginning to see, or what we're seeing this year, which is 211,849. Now remember that the numbers have actually had to go up because of the party's own constitutional arrangement, or the constitutional, the constitutional amendments that he had to make in order to rope in some other members like the TESCOM members and so on, who hitherto were not part of this process. And so you can now understand why the number has ballooned to 211,000. So, Michael, what have you found out to be the delegates' numbers in the 2020? Is it 2024?
No, it happened.
Or 2023, right?
Yeah, 2023.
Sorry about that. I keep saying 2024. Okay. It's 2023.
Yes, there's not enough data on delegates list, but we have done our own calculations and permutations, and we have arrived at a certain number. Now, we have had to do the sum of the number of votes attained by the 4 delegates that went into the Superdelegate Congress. You know that Alan Kojoche Martin pulled out of the contest, the final primary, and so they were left with 4 candidates in the presence of Dr. Mahamudu Baumia, Kennedy Ohene Ejepon, Dr. Owusu Efie Akoto, and then Francis Adainimo. Now, at the end of the contest, we had Dr. Baumia emerging as the winner of the MPP presidential primary held on 4th November 2023. And he polled 118,210 votes, 118,210, which at the time represented 61.47%. And then we had Kennedy Ohene Ejepon coming in as the second place candidate. He polled 71,996. 71,996, which represented 37.41%. And then Dr. Owusu Efie Akoto, the then Minister for Agric, polled 1,459 votes. 1,459 votes, representing 0.6%, not even up to 1%. And then Francis Adainimo, who came 4th, in the race was unable to pull up to 1,000 votes. He did 781, representing 0.41%. So if you do the sum of the votes accumulated by the 4 candidates, you get 192,446. 192,496. So the difference between the vote, and these were valid votes cast.
Okay.
This did not include voters that did not turn up. Right. This did not include the spot ballot. These are valid votes cast.
Okay.
192,446.
Okay.
And then if you do the difference between that and the total number of delegates expected to cast their vote in this primary, which is 211,849, then there's a difference of 19,403. Okay. So in the case that we have 100% voter turnout, which is also unlikely, but in the case that we have 100% voter turnout, then there will be an addition of 19,403 votes to the 2023 November 4 primary.
Now, it's also interesting for us to know that for the Special Delegates Conference, there was only 900 delegates that voted to put the numbers down from 10 to 5. What we don't know is how many delegates actually voted to bring for the 5. For the 5 that were pruned down. That's what we need. Those are the numbers that we need to get. But we'll get to the bottom of that shortly. But there's a lot happening at the party headquarters. We will be going there shortly to bring you a live feed from what's happening at the party's headquarters. We'll also be bringing you some reports from some of the centers where the voting is underway, because we need to understand how voting has started so far. We also need to let you know that we'll be joined by some of our guests who will be helping us to analyze, some guests who will be helping us analyze the importance of today's, exercise. That's number one. Number two, who will be the best bet for the MPP going forward, who they would predict. First of all, who do they predict would win? Oh, you have some numbers? You want to?
Yes, from the MPP's Special Delegates Conference results.
Right.
Doctor, you said the total was 900.
900 for the Special Delegates Conference.
For the Special Delegates Conference. Okay. Yes. So Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia came top in that contest with 629 votes.
Right.
629 votes, right, which represented 68.15% at the time.
Okay.
68.15% at the time. And then we had Kennedy Ohene Ejapon. Kennedy Ohene Ejapon polled 132 votes, representing 14.30%. Alan Kojo Chematin came third with 95 votes, representing 10.26%. And then Francis Adai Nimo got 9 votes, same as Boache Ejako. But Dr. Owusu Efiye Akoto came forth with 36 votes. 36 votes. And then for the others, we'll go in no particular order because they did not appear for the final contest. So we also had Jogate getting 4 out of the 900 votes. Kojopoku, whom you mentioned earlier, got 3 votes. And then we had Kwabena Ejapon, who has put himself up for these elections again. He polled 6 votes, representing 0.65%. And then Kofi Kunedu Apreku, Dr. Kofi Kunedu Apreku, did not get a single vote in that contest. And then you had Boache Jakon with 9 votes, and then Francis Adainimo also with 9 votes.
All right, so that's for the Special Delegates Conference, isn't it? Okay, so we'll come back to look at the numbers that voted for the main presidential primaries, so where the five aspirants contested for that. We'll get the numbers for that as well for you shortly. But we understand that my colleague Dominic Ansapra is it's somewhere, the MPP's headquarters or head office, to bring us some updates on how things are playing out there. So, Dominic, good morning. Thanks for joining us. My understanding is that you are embedded somewhere in the MPP's party headquarters. What can you report?
Yeah. Well, Mauro, thank you very much. And also, good morning. This morning as we arrived, yes, voting has already started. Started exactly 7 a.m. as it was predicted and also projected. And if you look behind me, right at the entrance of the party headquarters, you can see that people have flaunted the space, and even in there, there's voting going on right away. What we understand is we have barely 1,000 delegates to vote here at the party headquarters, which also serve as a polling center where voting is underway. We are told that Dr. Baumia will join us here to vote. This is where he cast his vote. And then we're also looking at expecting a couple of big cuts in the MPP, being the party executives, and then also some MPP, members. Here we have some diasporans here as well, as you can see. Some people are trooping in. We are told that Ernesto Usubenpa is already in. We have people from the diaspora, being the United Kingdom and also the United States of America, who are also here to cast their votes and also support their respective candidates. Tomorrow, if you ask, this is what is really going on as of now. Here at the entrance, you can see right there are people gathered there. These are the diasporans going through the processes and the procedure as to allowing them to cast their votes. So that is what it is. We just see the General Secretary who just came here. Hello, General. You're live on Metro News. Talk to us. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well.
Wow, the euphoria here is awesome already. And as you're here, we know that you're here to possibly see to it that things are in position. What can you tell us? You being here today, and what are we supposed to expect?
Well, so far so good. And to some extent, it's not surprising that MPP will conduct elections to achieve very transparent in an orderly manner. That is our strategy. We believe in internal democracy. It's something that we have been doing since 1992. And we understand that internal context is part and parcel of our past, but that is what we are witnessing today. And so far, the reports that have gotten across the length of the country indicates that everything is going on smoothly. And I also want to commend the Electoral Commission in the Ghana. So far, they have conducted themselves very well. They are managing the process very quickly, and that is what we expect. And also, the delegates across the length of the country are also conducting themselves. They understand that they have to follow certain processes before they get to the ballot space. And it's good. I'm proud to be the general secretary of the party. I'm also proud to be a member of the Legislative Party. Because of our conduct, how we understand it, and at the end of the day, after 2 years, the winner will be the elected. It will not be a single individual. The winner will be the new patriotic party. After 2 years, when the electoral committee declares the result, we will no longer have any country. We will not have country as your country. We will have the new patriotic party. And just as our forefathers did in the past, through the kind of ways we will continue to do. And for Monday, to kickstart our journey to capture our success. So thank you very much, and we are good about what we are doing.
Right, General, thank you very much. So we're speaking to General Secretary Morrow. If you can hear me right from the studio, you understand that what the General is saying is exactly right in place. I mean, what is happening here today is something that is an eyesore. Let me put it that way. The General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party has spoken, but we still have more people to engage and also speak to people from the diaspora to also gauge their sentiments and why they are here today and what we are expecting. You are live on Metro News. Talk to us. What is really happening today? You're here. You've heard what the General Secretary said, that the party MPP will win today. All the aspirants on the ballot boxes, all the aspirants contesting today are one people. As the president, the former president also said, that the party is bigger than any individual. Let us understand why you are here today and what you expect and what is to happen today.
Actually, some of us are here to accept that as we do, the party is about to elect the person who's going to lead us. Our main make sure the right candidate, the candidate who has been marketed, the candidate who has experience, the candidate who has the temperament and the emotional ability.
All the candidates have the temperament and capabilities and all that. Which prepared candidates are you talking about? Right.
Some of us we think that what we are doing back outside the country, in the USA, in the diaspora, is what he is planning to do to our country. So, this time, now it is when you are in your home, then you are taking it out, in your home, then you charge, and then you charge.
Was it come up?
Yeah. So some of us here and do for now you think who is the person who can approve the image of the people, who is the person with track record, the track record, the most experience. One look for experience, that's again for 8 years. No aspirants have been there. So some of us, he has learned from the before, the father, he knows their positive and negative. He is the most prepared candidate.
Okay, but people have challenged the fact that in as much as he's a prepared candidate, he also served in an 8-year tenure in government. And then if another chance is supposed to be granted, they believe that he has done more. And if he could have done anything respectfully better, he would have done that in an 8-year period. But there are some people who are also business-minded and qualified for the position at hand, who can do better and better than Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Don't you agree with that?
Yeah, I disagree with that. Because all that apart from all of that, they are part of the person. They are part of the person. When it comes to the United States and other countries, developed countries, when there is a proposal or something goes to parliament, the senators, even his government is in power, they vote against it. So some of us, we believe that the vice president has limited power.
Right.
They almost physically life and have they have to make sure the right thing is done. Because the majority of the projects of the government has to parliament of Ghana. So you can't create people from the vice president of the Republic of Ghana.
Right.
The authority is speaking to the president. Some people are saying he's the head of the economic management.
He was.
Yeah, see, but if you can advise somebody to cabinet, if you advise, you can take or not to take.
Right.
So some of us.
So what shows that now his advice will be granted and taken into action? Should he be elected as a flag bearer?
Yes, as a flag bearer, he's going to lead the party.
Exactly.
He's going to lead the party. And then looking at former president before and then we have seen many similarities. Very humble, very, very calm.
Right.
Yeah, very competent. Looking at currency, the growth exchange program is extending the country. That's his brain idea. He jam about it. Good for oil. That's Dr. Mahmoud from mess behind all this.
Are you aware that he is voting here today?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, and do you know the time that Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia will be here?
I don't know the exact time, but I know he is coming to this.
So how many of you in the diaspora are here?
There's about almost less than 900 people are waiting here.
Right.
Less than USA, about 60 people are
okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
But so far, the people have been restored, have been calm. Everything is going on well. And we think that at the end of the day, majority of the party, some people are saying a certain candidate is very popular. Some of us disagree with that. The person has not been tested. There's no sign, there's no data to prove that. But when I was coming here, I have about 26 subjects under me. I'm the youth organizer.
Okay.
So I met with my youth organizers. Out of 26, I met with 26 at a meeting. 17 told me to take notwithstanding that. When I came here, I've been to Solomon Market, I think people I think there's support. I think it's so many things. I normally take feedback to make sure that citizens want.
How is it like there when you visited, and how is it looking like?
Like majority of them, everybody is calling for Dr. Mabuba. Another serious thing is they are saying that you have to go for somebody who is to be a parent for the country. You have to be a role model.
And it's Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, your prepared candidate, a role model.
Yeah, he's a role model. Because you don't stand up one day and be president. Even if you want to be a chief or something, you have to groom, you have to nurture you. So looking at Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, some of us believe that he has been prepared, he has been groomed to be the next president.
Should he not win today, are you going to accept it?
Actually, what you are saying is impossible, but if what you are saying happens, I believe in red by blue. My blood is red by blue. I'm an NPP person. So any candidate who all of us will campaign for the president. Right. Like I prefer any NDP candidate than any NDC. Right. There have been some prophetic declarations so that the other parties the other candidates on the it's an agenda set. Why is it an agenda set? How can a prophet or man of God going to radio moving around? But some prophesied for your candidate. Actually. He respects everybody. Some of us, we know all of them. Right. We know all of them. Right. Right. So let us understand. When is polls expected to close? 2 p.m. And you're going to be here until counting is done. Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be moving around, but I want to be here to see the next president of the Republic of Ghana and go to the yeah. So we were speaking to one of the president, the youth organizer for the United States for the New Patriotic Party, and also he is on the team or campaign team of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, a candidate on that ballot today, one of the aspirants who's contesting. I mean, he's hopeful that definitely a win-win situation will be for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and that is what some of them are expecting. According to him, should he not win, that is impossible. But definitely, he's hoping to see that the next president of Ghana, that is Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, will be elected for or to lead the MPP party. Voting is still underway. Things are going on in there. They are voting. The diasporans are queued there. I mean, going through the procedures and processes earlier on, as I said, in order to approve them to go and cast their vote. They are here. No, we're still, assessing the place, and as you can see, security is beefed up. The place is serene. Everything is going on perfectly well. Coordination is in place. Maximius will surely be here to, give you the necessary updates as to what goes on. Now, we're still hoping to see Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the former vice president, here. This is his voting center, and then we'll.
This is his voting center, and then we all know what happens at the end of the day or at the close of polls.
Well,
Moro,
Dominic,
if you can hear me.
Yes, I can
Over
hear
to
you.
you in the studio.
Yes, can you also hear me? Dominic, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
That's fine. Now, I
can hear you loud and clear, Moro.
Yeah, so thankfully, we do know that voting has started at one of the voting centers, which is the MPP's head office or headquarters, which is great. Yes. Did you get to find out from the General Secretary whether we can say same for the other 332 voting centers? What he knows, as a matter of fact.
Well, yes, a glimpse of it or a bit of it. He reiterated that. Definitely, that is what is going on. The party is for the party and not for any other candidate. So we are looking at MPP winning at large as polls are closing at 2 p.m. So that also extends to the other borders, ensuring that peace will be in place and all that. That is what he reiterated, I must say, Moro.
Yeah, but what I want to find out from you is whether or not the General Secretary of the party knows, as a matter of fact, that voting actually started in all the 332, because, in fact, the entire voting center number is 333. Now, you are at the NPP's headquarters, which is one of the voting centers, so that leaves us with 332. So I want to find out from you whether you asked the General Secretary, even if it's off record, whether or not voting actually started in the other 332 centers at 7 a.m.
Right, but Moro, at 7 a.m. So when the General Secretary came, if you could see the encounter or the reach. He made mention of voting has already started exactly at 7 a.m.
Okay.
And then he is here to ensure as to whether he has been to all the terrains or the centers where voting is taking place. That we couldn't ask on camera, but also off camera. We are aware that he was engaging some of us when he came earlier on, but then he wasn't in the forecourts of the voting center, citing that, yes, voting started exactly at 7 a.m., even with the headquarters and other places.
Okay. Now, my penultimate question to you before you take leave of us, we know that we'll be rejoining you at some point, is I'm sure that you're aware that the Deputy Director of Elections and IT of the NDC, the biggest, so the ruling party, let me put it that way, is that's a doctor, but Tanko Rashid Computer has said that, and I'm going to read this to you. This is what he posted on his Facebook page, or Facebook wall, and put it that way. As a Deputy National Elections Director, I will be leading a team of election observers to monitor and observe the NPP presidential election tomorrow. We have also set up a collation center for the purpose of collating the results at the end of the polls because we don't trust them. We are doing this in order to protect our democracy. We don't trust this 38.2% group when it comes to internal elections. They accused each other of rigging the last contest. Hence, one of them has formed anti-rigging squad for tomorrow. It is alleged that some ballot papers have been thumbprinted already for one of the candidates are waiting for tomorrow. It will be an interesting contest tomorrow. We need to be sure they don't cook up figures in collaboration with their friends at the Electoral Commission. Hence, our monitoring role for tomorrow, no rigging for tomorrow. And it says, find below already thumb-printed ballot papers, riggers, that we can't independently substantiate. It's an allegation. But what for me is more important is this. Have you seen any election observer team working for and on behalf of the NDC's National Election Directorate?
Well, Moro, so that I have not come across that.
Okay.
And then also, we have not come across that lately.
Okay, that's
what
fine.
I understand is, as you can see, we are in the chamber where the voting is taking place, and as you can see, security is beefed up. But the question you asked, yes, that is supposed to enhance our democracy, as Dr. or Mr. Rashid Tanko cited. Even that was last night on News Night, and also today as you read to me. But for what you were asking, I have not cited any observance from the NDC side here at the forecourts of the voting center. What we can see here is observance of the new patriotic party. As you can see, the General Secretary has taken his leave. He came to inspect. We are told that he is going round to also survey other centers to ensure that everything is in check. So, Moro, with the question you cited, I will not be able to tell you that now, but I believe that as time flies by, I should be able to give you the exact details of what you deserve or what you need.
Okay. All right, Dominic, thank you. Thanks for that report. And as we always do, we will reconnect at some point during the analysis and the discussions. And this is the Ignite Media Group, or Metro TV's live coverage of the NPP's ongoing presidential primary polls, which essentially is to elect one person out of the five who are contesting to bear the NPP's flag for the 2028 elections. So essentially, these are five candidates united by political ideology, but split by individual interests, which is fine, or individual ambitions. And they will be ahead in the polls today for the NPP's flag bearer presidential primary contest. But we still have a few more. We still have some information we want to share with you, and Michael Kofi will do just that. But let me also say that we have some guests here who've joined us. We can't do this alone. We need the experts and people who have very well-informed opinion to share their view on this all-important occasion, because it's a crucial moment for the MPP, because if we think about it this way, that leadership is everything, or leadership is cause and everything else is effect, what this means is that who they elect tomorrow is going to be extremely crucial to the MPP's forward march into the 2028 elections. Never mind whether the timing was right or wrong, opinions will always differ, which is beautiful. In a democratic environment such as ours, people will always have an opinion. But at the end of the day, it is happening today. Whether you disagreed or you agreed, it is happening today. Michael, you were just about to share some information with me, but we had to go and talk to Dominic. What more information do you want to share with the public as far as this?
Yeah, you were asking about the major changes that have taken place.
Okay.
In this election.
So basically, what we're witnessing today, as compared to what happened.
What happened? Yeah.
What have you been finding out? Some of the significant changes or differences?
Yeah, I think that the significant changes will include the structure of the election,
okay,
the timing of the election. But
right,
you have said that we have gone beyond that debate, and so we'll not dwell so much on it. But the structure of the election has changed entirely from the previous one, where we had 900 delegates voting in the superdelegates conference to prune the number down from 10 candidates to 5. Right. This time is a straight contest where that superdelegate conference have been scrapped from the MPP's election process. And then also, still on the structure, this time they've resorted to the up-bottom approach instead of the usual bottom-up approach where we've seen elections start from the very base, the grassroots, with the polling station elections. Then they move to the constituency elections, and then electoral area. Then they come down to the regional, and then to the national, before they get into the presidential and then the parliamentary primaries. But this time, they have started with the presidential primary before they go back to the base to hold elections at the polling station, constituency, electoral area, regional, and then the national levels. Now, again, another change is the decision to scrap the proxy voting process. In the past, proxy voting was allowed in the NPP primaries, but this time it has been scrapped from the entire process. So we will not have proxy voting in this particular elections. And then again, there has been some additions to the voter register for this particular elections. Now, in a statement which was issued on 26th of August 2025 by William Siamwa, who is the secretary to the Presidential Elections Committee of the New Patriotic Party, he announced some additions, and this follows resolutions passed at the Annual Delegate Congress at the University of Ghana Stadium back in 2025. Now, the category or group of members that will be added to the voter register include members from the National Council of Elders, and then also 10 members from the Regional Council of Elders will have the opportunity to vote. 5 Constituency Council of Elders members would also participate in this exercise, and then 5 members from the constituency patrons also get the opportunity to vote. All past national officers of the party will participate in these elections. Former MPs, but that comes with a condition. Former members of parliament who are still card-bearing members of the NPP would have the opportunity to vote in this election. And then there are also ministers, deputy ministers, municipal, that's the MMDCEs. They would also have the Metropolitan Municipal and District Chief Executives would also, but at this particular point, the party is in opposition, and so this one will not come to play because they don't have ministers, they don't have people occupying positions as MMDCs or deputy ministers, so they will not have the opportunity to vote. Now, previous candidates or candidates for members of parliament who did not win, losing parliamentary candidates would also have the opportunity to vote in these elections. And then there's also the TESCON, which for me is a big addition, because TESCON has become a very important wing of the new patriotic party. So given this recognition, I'm sure it will make it more attractive to the Ghanaian student at the tertiary level. So this is another good step taken by the new patriotic party. So basically, these are the additions that have been made to the delegate list. But I do not think that the numbers, yes, you have a number of structures, you have a number of groups and factions within the party included in the voting process, but the numbers may not really be significant, because earlier we put out the total number of people who voted, that's total valid vote cast in the previous primary, which was about 192,446. This excludes invalid votes, it excludes voters who did not turn up. So if you want to do projections, then in the previous elections, you could say that about 200,000 people were eligible to vote in the primaries. Now, with these new additions, the total number of delegates in the voter register for the primary is 211,849.
Right.
211,849. That's about an addition in excess of 11,000. That is less than 10% addition to the total voters register. So it covers a wide range of people, a wide range of groups of people within the NPP party. But in terms of the significance of the numbers, I do not think it is really that significant.
Okay. Now this information you're sharing with us is also very important, because we're being told that the delegates that voted in the 2023 elections essentially are the same.
At the same, except for the additions that have been made.
And you would notice that when the party made the announcement that we're going to be doing the early Congress, or they're going to do the presidential primaries early, one of the issues that came up was that they did it on purpose, that they secure, to give some kind of an advantage to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Whether that is true or not, that's another matter. But persons who raised, those reservations, raised those reservations because they felt that if these were the same delegates that voted for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in the 2023 elections, it's unlikely that would change their minds. And that's why they were for the idea that elect the party executives right from the area ward coordinators to polling up onto the national. But that will give you a true picture of whether indeed the party really wants to maintain Dr. Mahmoud or change him. But at the moment, the delegates who are there essentially or significant, there's almost the same delegates. That's why I'm saying this piece of information is important. But that's not to say that indeed what those persons who are making that argument are saying is true or not. That's for me.
I mean, because you have five very accomplished
the 10,000
individuals, very independent-minded, very confident, and once they did not challenge the process, I do not think that.
But the additional 10,000 or so, as you rightly said, right? Additional 10,000, about 11,000. The delegates that have added to the list. Point is, it won't really make any difference in the significant difference.
That's because that's less than 10%.
That's less than 10%. Okay. So let's just say that. Great stuff there. You will also be bringing us the regional breakdown, isn't it, at some point?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Now, before you do that, let me just, before you give us the regional breakdown, because all of this is important. It puts everything in its perspective. Look, we've seen the polls that have been, done by about 8 polling organizations. Of course, the two, let me put it this way. The most credible at the moment is Musa Dankwa, his post, because he has done it before, and we've seen the results. And so for now, he stands out as the most credible poster at this moment, unless, of course, something else changes in the future. Now, you would notice that the polls that have been conducted, so this is data, this is science, is actually been conflicting with what the prophets are saying. The prophets are saying something else.
I think I'm going into...
So the regional breakdown is important because if you look at Musa Dankwa's post, it says, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will win by 57%, but then he says you win in 14 regions.
14.
2, which is central, and I believe
Central and Volta.
And Volta. Yes, we'll go to Kennedy Japan.
Kennedy
That's what
Japan,
he
which
says.
was the case in the previous.
It was the case in the previous election. So the regional breakdown is important. We need to know how many people are voting in these regions, etc. I'll come back to you on that. But let me just say that our two guests are here to help us analyze all of this that's happening here. So one of them is a lecturer, but at the moment is also a public servant. And I'm talking about Professor Kobi Mensah. Professor Kobi Mensah is, we all know, he's a political marketing guru of what not just local but also international repute. He's joined us this morning. But of course, he's serving Ghana in his capacity as the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Tourism Development Company Limited as well, which is GTDC. And believe you me, he's expected to bring his wealth of knowledge and experience to this pivotal role. And he's done a lot to deserve that. If you've been tracking some of the things in the past, and believe you me, he's been doing a fantastic job since he got that position. And so, congratulations, Prof. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
I hope you're doing very well.
Well, we are actually working hard, for the country, and hopefully, we would make sure that the president achieves the monumental vision that he has for this country, and we are doing it.
Right. I've not had the opportunity to congratulate you since the appointment, and so now that you're here,
I'm grateful.
I'll take the advantage to do
and
that.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you too. Anyway, I hope and pray that 2026 gets better or becomes
absolutely
better. That's our hope and aspiration. Anyway, so let me just say that there's one other person who's with us here. Mr. Philip Lunding used to be a member of the New Patriotic Party, but now he's with a new political organization that's called the UP, which is the United Party. They tell us that UP is actually the real deal, not the New Patriotic Party. And then he hasn't said that, but if you listen to what Professor from Boateng says, is that the MPP today, as he sees it, is fake. It's not the MPP that he joined. Maybe he may want to consider going to the UP, which the UP, we're told, is the original MPP. So anyway, Mr. Philip Lunding, good morning. It's good to see you.
Good morning, Moro.
And how are you?
Very well, thank you, and thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, thank you. It's always a pleasure. He hardly honors invitations, and so we had to do a lot to get him here. And so we're grateful. Yeah, he hardly honors invitations. What he does is that he comes out once in a while, then he will blast, then he runs away. Then you go and hide small, then you come and blast. Anyway, but good to see you. How's the UP doing?
Oh, the UP is doing okay. But
right?
just let me just make some small clarification.
Okay.
This is the first time in a very long time that I've come to Metro TV.
Right.
In my previous life as a member of the New Patriotic Party,
right,
the party actually stopped me from featuring on many stations, including Metro TV.
Really?
Yes.
You were stopped from appearing on on media platforms?
Yes. In those days, just for the good of the party, I would, choose not to say it. But that is the truth.
And what was the party's reason for stopping you from appearing on these platforms?
There were many people in the party who did their best to try and make sure that was not the case. But there were others in the party too who had more authority, who ensured that was the situation.
What do you suspect was the reason?
Oh, well...
What was your crime?
First of all, it started when I started getting certain criticisms for some of the commentary that I made.
Okay. Anti-party commentary.
No, not
you had no business going on media platforms if you're not singing the party's song and chorus.
I was not anti-party. Some were critical.
Okay.
Which had always been the way the party operated. I mean, look, all the leaders from Edubahin, people were critical of them. And it all was part of the party culture. It was not like what is happening today that has become so vile and vindictive and personal. No. People can disagree.
But that may not be entirely true. I mean, Kennedy Japan has had cause to disagree with his party a few times. We've had the Bono regional chairman, Bronya, he's had cause to disagree with his party a few times. I can give a tall list of persons who have disagreed. Professor Frimpong Boateng just recently has disagreed with his party.
He
says his party is fake. He's still there. He hasn't been sacked. He's still in the NPP.
Still appear.
Yes.
Look, there was a situation in the party where people were critical of President Kufuor as president. Members of his government were critical of him. Mm-hmm. They never insulted him. Where they disagreed, on principle. And he accommodated it. He often mentioned that in some cases he wasn't too happy. But he appreciated that, So it made everybody on their toes. And that was the culture at the time.
Absolutely.
Subsequently, if you speak and it is not to the liking, it was a different ballgame entirely. Entirely. And that is what it was. And I had been advised that, this comment you made the last time, we're not happy. But that is the truth. So maybe we should change it so that, then it got to that point.
So your point is you were stopped from making media appearances because you were saying stuff that the party
some people
was not
didn't
happy
like what
with.
I was saying,
And so you're stopped from making the media appearances.
That is true.
I see. That must be harsh.
Oh, well.
Why didn't you engage the party to try and
I
understand?
was advised to see a certain friend of mine.
Okay.
Who is very close to the president, who was very close and still is very close to the then former president. I spoke to him, no problem, everything's been sorted out. Nothing changed. It was Mr. Kwanzaa who said nobody was going to dictate to him his policy as to who should invite to his station. So TV Africa invited me, and I always, there were times when I would be invited to a TV station, and when I go, then phone calls are made to get this man on. Oh, this period happened from towards, I think, 2011 onwards.
I see. That's a long time ago.
Okay, so the party was in
2011.
Yeah, even opposition, yes.
Okay.
I see. All right. Is
that
the reason why you joined the UP? Front of my last question. So, is that the reason you joined the UP, or?
I joined the. Oh no, not because of that. No, not because. I still had my media engagement. Some media houses would invite me.
All right.
Not just in Accra, other places. Some would phone me and all that.
Okay.
But too many things were going on in the party that were not.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Prof, there's something you want to say?
Yeah, I wanted to add to what Philip just said, and he mentioned that those days political parties were very critical of themselves. They were very self-critical. Yeah. Leadership were self-critical, but it didn't, degenerate.
Yeah.
Now, in this present age, when you monitor, people equate criticisms to insults. So they have to insult you as part of criticizing you.
Yeah.
And guess what the sources are? One, people have sort of, metamorphosed, or they've made insult as comical. So they use certain language in their speech to insult and laugh. So it becomes like it's comical.
Yeah.
And it's seeped even into the religious and specifically to the pastoral level. I was shocked when I went to some part in Ghana and there was public broadcast. These pastors that stand in the middle of the street and preaching and insulting. And I asked myself, so if my son is exposed to such an individual, he thinks insult is normalized. Because part of the preaching. And I find it so disturbing that people laugh when they use these insulting words in preaches and they think it's funny. Gradually, it's becoming part of our lifestyle. That people cannot criticize without insulting you. And it's becoming normalized. It's very disturbing.
And the thing is,
I think the pastors have to check the kind of commentaries they make. Because they are impacting on young people. And we see them in political spaces. Young people are criticizing, political actors with insults. And we've normalized it.
Yeah. So we are beginning to witness a situation where we're normalizing indecent language.
Of course. Of course. Everywhere.
Very fine.
Everywhere. And it's in the church.
Insulting.
And it's in the church. Watch social media. The number of pastors who use insults as part of preaching, as part of criticizing.
And for them, it's a joke.
And they laugh. I mean, you see congregations laughing because they're using, I can't say those words, you know. And they will be laughing and they will be clapping.
Some will laugh and some to make you see that they're not laughing.
Exactly. And then it trickles down to the political fray.
Right.
And they've extended it to the chiefs, not only political actors, but they are criticizing chiefs and they're insulting them. And then people are laughing and they're like, oh, yeah, they deserve it.
And
come on.
And interestingly, digital media is jumping to
Of
this.
course. So the young people think that it's normalized.
There's lot of shares for such content than.
I mean, even on campus, you hear, those days it used to be just a banter.
Yeah.
But now you see young people referring to their friends with insults as part of criticism. I don't see it.
See, we've been there before.
Yeah.
In the early 80s, the political environment was like that because the head of state at the time, he would insult his opponents, and it was fierce.
As critique.
And I mean, not, I mean, if you said anything that the government at the time wasn't happy with, fierce. You see, President Kufuor changed it when he came. Well, of course, when multi-party democracy started, Rawlings began to transition, and he became less of that. I remember the first time at a public function, he was speaking and he smiled and laughed. And people said,
it was the first.
You see, so we've been through those transitions. And then, President Kufuor came. And some of the criticisms President Kufuor had to was his style. People thought that he was too gentle with, his opponents and that kind of thing. Even Professor Mills. There were those who thought he was being too gentle with his opposition. You see, so in Ghana we've had that. But Ghanaians fundamentally are not like that.
Right.
We are very, peace-loving.
We're very decent and polite.
Decent people.
And polite people.
Yeah, very polite. That's what we are as Ghanaians.
Right, right.
So we shouldn't let some people make us begin to think we are anything other than that. No.
Right. I agree with you. So let's get some of the more substantive issue, which has to do the big day. Today, the MPP goes to the polls. 211,000 delegates, 5 aspirants, 333 constituencies across 276, constituencies, polling centers, across 276 constituencies. The party is doing this early, as you all know, and they've given us 2 reasons. One being that they need time to heal. They need close to 3 years to heal. 2, but they also want to signal to all of us that they started to basically to reorganize, to reconnect to their grassroots, and also more importantly, they need to also let the world know that it's a new party. So redefining the identity, because that identity they had before has been thrown away by Ghanaians. They can't take the same identity going forward. They've got to change. I'm sure that they may have to consult Professor Kobe Mensah on how they can rebrand.
Absolutely. They should call it Atefi.
Charlie, you know this woman, oh, those days are over. So those are the 2 key reasons why they're doing this. Now, before you even go ahead to tell us about what you've observed so far, so i.e. the campaigning, whether the campaigning has been great, do you like the messages, you don't like them? What do you think have been some of the highs, some of the lows for you? The polls that have come out, what do you make of the polls? Because some people are still questioning the authenticity of the results of some of these polls. It doesn't matter whether it's scientific or not, people have issues. I mean, you've been polling too. You're a researcher too, perhaps maybe more of a social researcher. You've not been polling. And then, for me, the candidates, the quality of the candidates that the MPP is presenting this time around, what you make of that as well. Now, there are 2 schools of thought. There's a school of thought that says that majority of the persons who are aspiring or are contesting these elections are a bunch of those who are with the old regime, which is the Nana Akufo-Addo regime, which many have said did a poor job, and that's why they lost close to 2 million votes. So it wouldn't make sense for the MPP to present any face directly associated with the old regime. And so bring out a new face, if indeed you are serious about rebranding. That's one school of thought. The other school of thought says no. It may not necessarily be or the revulsion or the angst or whatever disquiet or misgivings the public had about the SY regime had to do more with the Nana Addo, which is Nana Akufo-Addo. He is the problem, not anybody else. So if you bring anybody else, whether he's vice or a minister or whoever, it's not going to be a problem. And that it was more of a protest against the Nana Akufo-Addo regime, not necessarily anyway. So that's the name, Nana Akufo-Addo, nobody else. That's it. So if somebody else comes, it won't be a problem. So that's the two schools of thought, and I'd like to pick your thoughts on that.
Okay.
But before we do that, Prof, do you agree with those who say this has been done early? This elections has been done early. They should have done what they used to do, which is either 2 years or a year before. Because if they're in government, it's a year before. If they're in opposition, it's supposed to be at least 2 years before. But now they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, and thanks for Philip sharing the platform with you. I'm honored. He's one of our top, political people. He's been in the game for a long time.
Absolutely.
Especially for those of us who are from that side, Central Western region. We look up to him. Thank you.
Right.
Now, Moro, I think the conversation is not about whether it's early or not.
Prof, I would have to beg you. I would have to beg you. We have deployed reporters to
absolutely.
the ground, so occasionally,
of course,
talk to them. So let's go to the Eastern region. I'm told Samuel Peniel is on phone. He'll tell us about the Eastern region and whether voting has started and if there's anything else that you want to share with us. So, Samuel, good morning. Thanks for joining us. What can you tell us? What can you report as far as the elections in the Eastern region is concerned?
Thank you very much, my brother. So far, I am in the Eastern Regional Capital, Koforidua, currently at the Koforidua Secondary Technical School Polling Center. Here, we have 2 polling centers here in the New Jaben South Municipality. And the total number of delegates expected to vote in the New Jaben South constituency is 1,040. 1,040. Because the exceeds 1,000, leadership have divided the center into 2. So you have polling center A and polling center B. Polling center A has a total voters of 558, and then center B has 516. As at the time we visited in the morning, we came there very early. The start to oppose. Center A, 37 people vote, and then Center B, 30 people. However, the situation is very calm there. And let me give an overview of what we are expecting at the Eastern region. In the Eastern region, the total number of delegates expected to vote in today's presidential primaries is 22,264. 22,264. And we are voting in 36 polling centers. 36 polling centers. If I have time, I'll run you through the various constituencies and the number of delegates expected to vote. But before then, we were in the company of the Eastern Regional Police Commander in the person of DCOP Joseph Owusu Bempa, who came to also inspect proceedings. And so far, in an interview with Metro News, he has affirmed that he's so far happy and satisfied with level proceedings and professionalism being exhibited by his boys, so as far as is the delegates as well. And he's hoping that if things stays as it is now, I wouldn't have any skirmishes in any of the polling centers in the constituency. As we speak, per Center A and B, we have 125 police personnel stationed. 125 police personnel stationed. Out of this 125, we also have 100 police officers who are on standby for any eventuality. Aside each polling center being assigned with 2 special rapid response teams. This is not all. We also have a deployment from the National Police Headquarters to the Eastern region, where we have the critical team from the police head office who are also here. the critical enforcement team, CIT team are also here to also ensure that everything goes on well. Now, before you enter into the polling center, at these centers in the region, you have mounted about 3 barricades you have to go through before you are allowed into the inner perimeter or the voting center to cast your vote. And we've also had an interview with Mr. John Apiaba for the Eastern Regional Director of the Electoral Commission, who also gave us a statistic that he has deployed 180 EC officials for today's exercise in the region. So the EC officials manning today's program proceedings are 180 who have been assigned to undertake such activities, and he has assured that they are men of integrity, and so they are going to ensure that everything goes on smoothly without any hitches. He also urged officials to be fair to all the aspirants for the integrity of the election. As we all know, by 2 p.m., voting will end. When voting ends, the regional collation will be done at the Eastern Regional Electoral Commission office, where we have access to the strong room, and so we'll be bringing you an update to all the results as they trickle in from the region at the strong room of the Electoral Commission's head office here in the Eastern region. We also had an interview with the Eastern Regional Secretary of the MPP, Mr. Osei, who also said that so far everything is smooth. They have been going around inspecting all the various centers, and he can say that there's no cause for alarm. We also met Tim Allen, Tim Ken, who are also here on the grounds. Interestingly, Tim Ken people are wearing white, and when we asked as to why they are in white apparel, they said that it signifies victory, because for them, they are confident that they are winning today's presidential primaries. I have the director, the deputy coordinator for Tim Ken here with me, and we want to engage him shortly. Then we'll move to that of the new regional secretary who have also spotted him here with us. You're welcome to Metro TV.
Thank you. Thank you for granting me this interview. I'm so grateful. So my name is Enoch Obese, and I'm the deputy coordinator for Tim Ken, New Jabin South. Honestly, we have to say emphatically that so far so good. The process has been very fair, and security is on top of their job. I cast my vote. It was around 7:08 when I was casting my vote, and the security checkpoints that you have to go through, the measures you have to go through, I think I was so much pleased with it. If proceedings should go this way, then I think by 2 p.m. when we are closing polls, I think everything will be very okay. Aside that, coming from where I'm speaking from, that is from my camp as the deputy coordinator of the Tim Ken campaign for the New Jabin South, we are sure that we are going to win this election. So coming from home, I mean, I'm already in my white, because the wind of change is blowing everywhere. And we are sure that MPP will become victorious. MPP will become stronger again. This is our vision at the end of the polls. When my boss, Honorable Kennedy Japan, wins the polls, after that MPP will become very strong and will restore power from the NDC that is come 2028.
So thank you very much for your time. Honorable Mr. Moro, there's also some constituency that we are expecting. There seems to be a firm fierce battle in the Eastern region, especially that Honorable Brian Echampon is also coming from the Eastern region. And in view of that, the regional executives seem to be divided on various lines. Some are for Tim Ken, some are for Tim Baumia, some are for Tim Brian, and all others. So as we speak, all of them are, none of them you will see working together, because all of them belong to different camps, and for that matter, they are all observing proceedings. So in the Eastern region, when you get to New Jabin South constituency, New Jabin South, where Nana AJ is the MP for the area, he is supporting Tim Brand. And he also says that they are going to carry the day because they are formidable on the grounds, and based on the work that they have done, signify that they are carrying the day. And so the MP ahead of today's primaries also met the people, energized them, and employed them to vote massively for Tim Bryan. As we speak now, we've been joined by the Eastern Regional
please hang on a
Secretary
minute.
of the
Please,
MPP.
please hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Yes, Samuel, can you hear me? Please hang on a minute. We need to quickly cross over to the party head office. I'm told that my colleague Dominic is talking to the Deputy General Secretary of the MPP. Let's listen.
He came out and then they were bruised all over. But it has never happened to the MPP. We will come out very stronger, more than ever.
Would the party hierarchy, lastly, would the party hierarchy ensure that a peaceful process is done, showed a candidate not win, and then a misunderstanding broke out, like the peace pact they all signed and agreed in consensus that whatever that happened, they will hold that in good faith, as the party hierarchy or the executives of the party hierarchy ready to also uphold that sovereign will of the people if showed any mismatch go on during elections?
I think we have already shown that before. If you look at our current crop of leadership, we have not shown where we belong. We have been neutral throughout in 2023, in 2026. We have been neutral throughout. But if you check even the NDC, all of them were supporting His Excellency John Dramani Mahama when they were going for their conference. But you look at us, we have been very neutral. We set up a presidential elections committee. The presidential election committee has also set up an intra-party committee for them to be able to deliberate and agree, have consensus. And that has been what we have been building. We're hoping that after this, any other issue that comes, the party has structure, the National Council of Elders are there, and other structures of the parties will be dealing at it. We have disciplinary procedures in our party. Those who will cross the line, the disciplinary procedures will come. So there are other interventions that is in our party's constitution to deal with matters that will come up, aside only the peace pact. But for us, in Twi they say kabina min kabi. This is the democracy. People are saying what they want and others are saying what they also don't want. So at the end of the day, we will sit down around the table and judge. It is only the MPP that we need, not the individuals.
Well, 2028 general elections will be a smiling time or moment for the MPP party.
Sure, 2028 we will win. We will win 2028. And after here, the general public will see what the MPP is going to put in going forward to the 2028 general elections.
Well, thank you very much for having me. So we're speaking to the two general secretaries have already spoken. This is the deputy general secretary. Like I said, people, we're still engaging people. More, if you can hear me in the studio, I mean, the euphoria here is high. I mean, every single person here has an expectation. The two generals have spoken. The party should win at all costs. But we still have people in the queue we would like to engage. We have a fine gentleman here. We want to know where he's coming from, whether he's a Ghanaian, not a Ghanaian based in the US or the UK, or maybe Germany or Italy, or even sitting in the house of Trump. We want to know from him what is really happening today. You are in queue. What are you doing?
Well, good morning to you and your viewers. I'm here to vote for progress. I'm not from Trumpland. No. I'm from the UK, and I'm here to vote for progress and what I hope is going to be the new start or the start of something new for the NPP. Time of progress, time of unity, time of uniting to do what is right for Ghana.
Do you have a preferred candidate?
I do have a preferred candidate.
Can you share with the public?
Am I allowed to say who my preferred candidate is?
That's right.
I think my preferred candidate is Dr. Baumia.
People say that his experiences couldn't get Ghana to the peak where he's supposed to get to. So another person is supposed to be given the opportunity to lead. Do you agree with that thought?
If memory serves me right, throughout the Fourth Republic, those who contest the first time, generally speaking, don't get the endorsement of the people. And I don't think that Dr. Baumia is any different in that regard. He has been advertised by the party. The public are getting to know him. There may be some baggage which the NPP has. We're laying all of that to rest. And I think that he should be given the opportunity. We've had a CAN flag bearers for a long time. And I think it's time that we gave the leadership to somebody from the north this time.
People said his calm nature is deceptive. Do you agree with that?
Well, yes, sometimes calm nature can be deceptive. But I think we need to extend our reach as a national party, and I think having someone from the north will be to all our benefit and advantage.
Well, thank you very much for having me. You can see, fine in speech and fine in communication. Oh, he's very calm, like his preferred candidate. And honestly speaking, as I said, Moro, Michael, I mean, the euphoria here is overwhelming. People have high expectations for their preferred candidates and whatever that happened here today. All that we are in expectant for is a chaos-free elections all across the polling centers, and we are hoping that things get right. Let us engage few people. We see another man in suit here. We would like to know from him who is his preferred candidate, what are his expectations, what is he looking at, and then what should the MPP party do?
Actually, I believe that the process that we are using is very perfect, and I believe that the one whom God has chosen is going to win today. So, as I'm standing here, I cannot tell you I'm here or there, but I believe that the one that I'm going to vote for is the one who is going to win. So, that's it.
Oh, so you have a preferred candidate?
Yeah.
Are you allowed to? It's okay.
You know, all the aspirants, they are all good to go.
Honorable Kennedy Japan.
Yeah, he's good to go.
Dr. Baumia.
He's good to go.
Honorable Kwabena Japan.
All of them.
Dr. Brian Champo.
Yes, they are.
Dr. Educhu.
Yes, they are.
Who is your preferred candidate?
Actually, it is in my head. I don't want to disclose it. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. He doesn't want to disclose his preferred candidate. We're still discussing matters, knowing to see what will surely happen when polls are closed. We are hoping to chaos-free elections. People have high expectations. Their preferred candidate to win. If it doesn't go well, a peace pact was signed that everybody is supposed to be in agreement to whatever they signed to. However, it is Metro News. Metro TV will be here to give you up-to-speed updates. We are hoping that former Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia will be casting his vote here. We will be monitoring him to also hear from him. His calm nature, some says is deceptive. Some also says that his nature is calm for presidency. Some has also voted for Kennedy Ejapon, that he's vocal when he's playing. Others are also going for other candidates. Everybody has a choice, and the media also has a choice, and our choice is transparency, and then also accountability and accuracy as to whatever that goes on in all the polling centers. This is Dominic Nana Kwame Nansapra here at the forecourts of the headquarters of the National New Patriotic Party.
Dominic Nana Nansapra, hard-working reporter with the Ignite Media Group, talking to some delegates who had queued to vote in the NPP's presidential primary. So, Prof, I was asking you about
Early or not.
In fact, before you go there, let me just we're doing some digging. I've just found out what the NPP's constitution says, and it's under Article 13, which talks about election of the presidential candidate. And it says the election of the party's presidential candidate shall be held not later than 24 months from the date of the national election. The date and venue for the election shall be decided by the National Council, provided, however, that the National Council may, on appropriate occasion, vary the date. So this is where the party sources, how do you call it, its powers from,
Yeah, of course.
in deciding
Yeah.
to do an
early obviously, early or not depends on the process. And of course,
Upper East? Okay. So, Prof,
Yeah.
I beg you.
No, that's
please indulge me. Let me go to Upper East and speak to our reporter there. Oh, okay. So we're told that we have some videos from Upper East and how the voting is going. So I guess that's it. So let's watch that. Okay, so well, as you can see from up here, it looks like things are orderly. We've seen the police, the security officers there, people like you, people are voting. So far, it's been smooth. It's taken off very smoothly and very orderly. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so Prof, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I was saying that the value for it being early or not could actually be deduced from the process itself.
Okay.
And then, of course, from the outcome. I mean, why are they having it that early? The MPP leadership sought to put an explanation to it. And for their explanation, it is for them to heal if there are some kind of disagreements, after the election. But I thought that is catch-22, though.
Okay.
Or elsewhere, somebody will say false economy. I mean, you have so many other elections to hold. Usually you've made it or you've done it bottom up, all right? Which means that you do the polling stations, you do the constituency, you do the national before you do the presidential or the flag bearer race. Now, you've tilted it upside down. How many problems do you think you can have? If you did it the original, certainly the final or the ultimate battle could, get you some disagreements. And then, of course, it's easy for you to bring the leadership together and to sort of smoothen things. But if you do the top, and we know internal parties, the way they organize it, now whoever wins is supposed to ensure that loyalty plays.
Absolutely.
Now it's going to ensure that the what they call the register is made up of their own people. I mean, they would not let the process go as smooth as possible.
Okay.
We know because we've been in there, we've been doing these things. So you have a loyalty card at play.
Okay.
And the presidential candidate is going to say, I want this person. I don't want this person. I want this person.
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia at least has said he would never, if he wins, interfere with the process.
Moro, we know politicians.
Does that calm you down now?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't. I mean, so at the constituency level, whoever wins is going to ensure that that election tilts to his base because they're going to tell him, I fought for you and I'm contesting this position. You must ensure that I'm there. Do you think that at the constituency level election, whoever becomes would allow maybe Kwabene Japan, or if he doesn't, or Ken, or if he doesn't, or Bawumia if he doesn't, candidate to become a party chair at the constituency level? It's got to be big no.
Really?
I'm telling you.
So you see a payback time?
So the point I'm making is...
Scratch my back, scratch your back.
Yes, so the point I'm making is the very disease or sickness that they seek to, rectify, to cure with this particular process, it's not going to happen. You are going to have it a multiple fold. And that's why I say it's a false economy. It's a catch-22 because if you do it from the ground up, early ground, by the time you get into election, you get to the top, you would have solved the bottom issues. And it's easy to mobilize the top and then to sign a peace pact, etc., rather than the other way around. If you have a multiplicity of disgruntled party members because their photos were taken out of the album, etc., they didn't allow to compete, you're going to have pockets of these problems. How is it, which one is difficult to solve?
Yeah, but Prof, once elections are over, isn't it natural to expect that everybody, all and sundry, each bona fide member of the party, whether you supported the winning candidate or not, is supposed to come on board for as long as you're a party officer?
No, but Moro, this is not the first time we're observing internal party of.
What I'm saying is that
and
your commitment.
No, it doesn't work like that. And
MPP.
we've worked so many times in internal party structures. I mean, Philip knows. We do what we call loyalty, a measurement. You measure who is loyal to who in order to fund them, isn't it? Wow. Party executives are funded by the top people.
Okay.
So say that Philip wins as a top ticket. Now we are coming to constituency level. And I was Philip's campaign manager. I'm contesting for constituency executive. And I go to Philip. You have to ensure that I win. He's going to fund me. And he's going to ensure that I win. If, say that Michael's candidate is winning, do you think I'll be happy? I'm going to say, I made sure that you win. When it got to my point,
You didn't support me.
you didn't support me. And you're going to have disgruntled Kobe. You're going to have disgruntled. So you're going to have so many constituencies, and that's only at constituency level.
And you're saying that these disgruntled party officers
Yes.
will never forgive the candidate
Are they
for
going
stabbing
to?
them in the
Are
back.
they going to?
Till 2028.
We know how this works. So, yes, you flipped it upside down like ISOSP did, you know, and say, oh, let's organize the top level first, so that when there are disgruntled party members, it will be disgruntled top officials, and they are easy to bring them to the table and say, hey, you have a lot to lose. All right? Come to the table. They can. But when you have a disgruntled base, are you able to control that?
That's a tough one.
Catch 22.
Michael, that's a tough one.
What should be the case? As against the reality. The case is that once you subscribe to the political party, your individual preferences, your individual interests must be put aside. It should be the party first. So irrespective of what happens in elections, whether is the base or is at the top, it should be the party. We should be able to put our differences aside.
Theoretically.
Yes, that is what
theoretically.
But in reality.
But the reality
is, it doesn't happen.
Exactly.
Because we have had times where even people at the levels of
at the top
of parliamentary primaries have come out to say that
they're so unforgiving.
They weren't forgiven, that they've been victimized either because they at the presidential primaries they were with candidate
aligned
A
with candidate
or candidate B. We have had some candidates who have said that they lost their parliamentary primaries because they were associated to Alan Kojo Chematin and the party machinery worked against them.
So tomorrow, I would love a disgruntled top than a disgruntled base. It's
because
easier.
one is easier to.
It's easier to solve at the top. They have a lot to lose.
Yes.
Not the base. No. The young people down there are so emotional about the party.
Yeah, but Prof.
And they're so emotional about those they support.
Yeah, but Prof, you cannot disconnect the top from the base, can you?
But you can.
What I'm saying is, this is my point. This is my point. In 2023, when the MPP went to polls, they had the 10 aspirants. Special delegates conference, pruned down to 5. We saw what happened. 2 emerged, 2 top. Alan D couldn't be bothered, even though he was pruned to 5, but he couldn't be bothered. Said, I'm going. I'm not interested anymore. So 4. And out of the 4, 2 top. You had Bamia and Ken. Do you know there are people who actually believe, and here I'm not talking based on evidence, but they have this deep-seated belief that Ken Ejepon, even though he was seen supporting Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, campaigning with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and put it that way, deep down did not wish and pray for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to win. And so may have even influenced persons who had aligned with him not to vote for Bawumia.
But he performed. Performative. Well, he performed. He was seen to be aligned.
Yes, but
the base don't do that.
Prof, seeing the person campaigning, it's not the same as genuinely supporting the cause.
But I'm saying that multiply that by a number of young people, grassroots people who are disgruntled.
And Prof, you see, I think I side with Prof that it is easier dealing with a disgruntled top than a disgruntled base, because now the disgruntled top is easy to identify.
Of course.
Right.
After presidential primaries, after parliamentary primaries, if there's a candidate who is not happy, it is easy to tell that this candidate is not happy. It is easy to deal with that individual. But at the base, how do you identify that this person is not happy? How do you identify that a police station executive who has lost election is not happy and is moving away from...
And it's closer to the election.
And a lot of the time...
And it's closer to the election. And they are the ones to be the machinery.
At the base who are supposed to press these alarm buttons are the people who caused the grievance. And so they would either not care or they even find it difficult dealing with the issues, because sometimes they're even happy that these people are moving away.
Exactly. And they are closer to election by the time.
Once the people are away, there's no future contest for them.
Absolutely.
Now, again, if you deal with a disgruntled top, because of their weight and their influence, they are able to even influence people at the base who are also angry. For instance, if the MPP had been able to deal...
That's Kennedy Ejapong in your shot. He's voting somewhere in Asin Central. Please go ahead.
If after the MPP Superdelegate Congress, when Alan left, he did not leave alone. He left with
Philip London.
That is it.
Yes.
If the MPP
and many others.
If the MPP had been able to deal with Alan alone as an individual and Alan stayed, you are sure that it's a minimum 50,000 people who were staying with the party. People like Mr. London wouldn't have moved from the party by just dealing with Alan alone as an individual.
Okay.
So I side with Prof that dealing with disgruntled top is much easier to manage than dealing with the base.
And I'm saying that it depends.
And it will be closer to the election.
I don't want us to litigate.
And they are the ones that they are the election machines.
Yes. I don't want us to litigate this. But here's the thing. I wanted to cite a very practical scenario.
Okay.
Ken lost in 2023. Party extended, an olive branch to him. We saw him campaigning with Dr. Mahmoud Bamia. Are we saying that's it? So the fact that Ken is seeing the Bamia go around means that his supporters down there would also vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bamia. Is that what we're saying? Is that how simplistic it is?
How well we deal with the issue is also another matter. Was the MPP able to deal with Ken so that wholeheartedly Ken gave in on whatever grievances he had?
You see, the complexities of dealing with people who have lost an election doesn't begin only after the polls or the results are out. These are events in the lead up to the election.
That is it. And you see,
for me, they're even more critical. Because this was an election that was led largely perceived by bias on the side of certain persons. Why did Ken Ejapong say, I'll give you a showdown? Because he had heard things.
Now, Moro, we're analyzing this. We're saying this in context whether the early
or late,
top or late is prudent. And we're saying that we have to put it in the context of what the MPP said are the reasons why they are organizing this.
Okay. No, I got a point.
And the chief reason they said so that they can iron out the differences
in time.
But don't forget, that's not the only differences. You're going to conduct a national election for executives, constituency election for executives, and polling station elections.
Right.
That time you're approaching even the real contest.
Right.
And that's what we're saying. The party base is the machinery that you carry into the election.
Right.
After you've resolved the top and you are now going to conduct these levels of elections for the base, you are approaching the elections. By the time that elections, those constituency, national, whatever is over, you are closer to the election. And you're going to have pockets of disgruntlement.
Which will come about as a result of what exactly?
As a result of those executives losing behind these guys.
They will attribute their loss to what?
They will attribute their loss to a lot of things.
Okay.
Rigging, favoritism.
Okay, so the normal, disgruntlement that comes with
that's right.
Elections.
You're going to deal with that. So my point is that the idea of let's organize the presidential level first so that we can heal early is false economy, because you're going to have a lot of sicknesses down there when you are getting closer to the elections and when you are conducting your base elections.
So your point is it doesn't really solve any problem?
No, they are rather making it worse because it's going to be multiple than you would have at the top. Do you get it?
But Moro, again, why do you take a critical decision on the basis that people will be disgruntled? Because now, you had issues after the elections of 2023. And as a political party, it is expected that they would have conducted research into what led into the grievances and
of which they did
being disgruntled. Now, the outcome of the research, if they believe in, should shape future elections within the party so that they expect that there will be minimal issues or no issues.
Fantastic.
So you take decisions on the basis of positivity.
That's right.
And not negativity that, after the... Because when you... This is not the first time a major political party or the MPP is going into a presidential primary.
Absolutely.
They've done that before. 2023 was not the first time. The things that characterized the 2023 elections, did we see them in past elections?
Okay.
Did people break away from the party in previous elections? If they did not, then we need to go back. And then the party looks at what they did right then and what did it fail to do this time, so that you had a personality like Alan Chemartin moving away from the party to set a new movement. You understand? And if they were guided by the findings of all these research works, then I'm sure it should shape this January 31, 2026 elections, so that there will be minimal expectations of disgruntlement on the back of this election.
I get it. But Prof, if everything you said, Flip, I'll bring you in. So just shortly. If everything you've said is anything to go by, which is that the objective for an early primaries has been defeated by what lies ahead of the party. So then you don't sound like you are sold on the reasons that have been adduced for an early Congress. You think there's more?
Absolutely.
There's more to it.
There's more to it, because all of us globally are thinking about bottom up. You alone says that you have to do top bottom because you want to solve disgruntlement in the party.
What's your suspicion?
My suspicion is exactly what Michael articulated earlier, that, you know, if you look at having a certain setup moved into a new regime, then what is the understanding? The understanding is that you want to establish the status quo.
Right.
Do you get it? But not because you want to solve disgruntlement.
Because it will solve it.
It's going to even multiply. All right? And I feel that there was something that you answered before, Philip, a quick one.
Yes.
You mentioned whether the campaign approach.
Yes, the campaign approach, messaging, and so on.
Look, the performance of this government has shut down every conversation in this country. I wonder how many people have really paid attention to the NPP primaries. I'm telling you. Because tomorrow fuel has gone out, tomorrow CD. People are actually on social media talking more of the Ghanaian city that is actually strengthened against a certain dollar that was arrested than discussing the NPP primary. So, look, it has quieted or muted the NPP's primaries. And that's the fact.
So, Prof, you don't expect that in an internal delegates election, you should be talking about bread and butter issues? Should you?
No. In terms of amplification, as I'm talking about, in terms of no matter what they discuss. I mean, in the previous years, internal party election, especially flag bearer race, has been so popular, you know, has been so visible to the point that you even see them using traditional mass media communicating internal party. This time it's muted. Haven't you observed it?
Right.
It has been so shut down because a certain government is doing magic. So that is, and I haven't seen any innovation, to be very honest with you.
In actual fact, it all rather come down to where people are coming from and what God they worship. That's what the messages has come down to.
Well,
unfortunately.
Yeah, because they haven't said anything dynamic.
Right.
You see, so it's mirroring, you know, because these are two competing parties, MPP, NDC. You know, if the MPP guys were saying something dynamic, probably that could have actually gained some currency and some visibility. But because it's been that kind of, you know, the usual, so people are not paying attention.
Right.
It's more of what Atufosin and the president, you know, are doing for the country more than what the MPP is trying to, because they haven't been amazing. They haven't been dynamic in their candidacy or in their preaching.
Okay.
And so people are really...
So essentially what you're saying is that the goodwill that the government is enjoying by virtue of their good work, the fact that they're performing, they're doing a good job, has sort of like taken a bit of a shine off the MPP primaries in terms of what they're saying.
And I hope that it will rub off the MPP when they are done with these things. Because you see, social impact theory says that, you know, when there are multiplicity of sources that are impacting change, you know, other people within that in the environment also catch the kind of what do you call the impact or it rubs on them. I think the MPP leadership would be taking cues about their own thinking, their own performances, etc. Next time when they come, because right now Ghanaians are completely shut down on them and completely up in ears for the NDC because of what is happening.
I'm okay. I'm happy. I can't really be bothered with what we're doing.
Can
That's the point you're saying.
politics come down to one thing: welfare, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's the reason why they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
And if you feel like your welfare is being taken care of, by the way, I'm not saying that is what we call theoretical closure. I mean, the insatiable nature of the human being is that every day the human being is looking for more. So certainly, it doesn't mean that Ghanaians are satisfied. No, it doesn't mean that Ghanaians are satisfied. But I'm saying that they are feeling a certain performance, a certain delivery that is making the MPP's campaign suffer in publicity.
Finally, before I come to Mr. Philip London, what school of thought do you stand for? Same face, change face?
I can't say.
And is anything like a new face?
I can't say it. Anyway? Well, it depends on them. Whoever they bring, we're here waiting.
Yeah, but you're an analyst.
No, my words go far. They're going to say, oh, Kobe Mensah says this and that. No, they should bring whatever they are. But I know who the NDC want.
Really?
I know, yeah. I know who the NDC want.
As we speak.
I'm telling you.
But the MPP will also be interested because the delegates will be interested. In fact, they're listening to you.
Yeah,
as they're queuing to cast their votes.
I know who the NDC want.
No, but you have to tell them so that they know who told you.
I'm not saying it. But yes.
Let me bring you Mr. Philip.
I would want to
Philip
get into
the
same face or different face.
Different,
but
it's just in fact, whether there's I mean, for me, whether there's anything like a new or old face, or somebody's
contextually there can be.
Oh, but there's really no look. Anyway, we'll get.
No, but you see, I think that
Philip, yeah, sorry.
No, I gave you the A4 sheets for this, so please put it down. Mr. Philip Lande, I mean, you've been listening to us. What are your initial or preliminary remarks? I mean, before we get to some specifics.
Well, first of all,
right.
I'm getting the feeling that the discussion today is only going to be about the MPP.
Okay.
Is that what it is?
Yes, what the MPP, the primaries.
I wish you had told me that before I came.
But you definitely have an interest, UP, as to who leads.
Oh, I mean, look.
Because you're going to come up against them in 2028.
Yes, I mean, look, my situation is one of somebody who had maybe a very dear, somebody who was very dear to your heart. And that person has gone wayward and or gone in a particular way that you cannot, and then you are, when you are commenting about that, it's a bit difficult.
Right.
Yeah. Because I invested so much of my spirit that it's not easy for me, And I went through so much for the New Patriotic Party. And when I look at what is happening, I prefer not to talk about it.
You sound very hurt.
Oh, I'm not hurt. As a politician, you should expect these things. And of course, as politicians, we make our choices. And one of my choices is not. Yeah, of course, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, but are you saying that you don't believe in multi-party democracy? I mean,
please.
Is it that you would have wished? Is it that you'd have wished that it was only the UP that existed in Ghana? I mean,
no.
You want competition.
I want to discuss.
And you must also be interested in what happens in the other political parties because you want all these parties to be, you know what I mean, to be.
Yes, I'm interested.
Yeah, to be strong.
I'm interested.
To give you competition.
I'm interested.
Okay.
Prof, I think one of his last comments was.
Okay.
What people are thinking about today.
Okay.
One of the most topical issues, if you look at people queuing to vote. Around Accra, there are about 1,000 different queues going on. People queuing for transport, queuing for wache, queuing for so many different things.
Like queuing for water.
People are queuing for what? Queuing for all manner of things. Queuing to go and pay their electricity. People are queuing all over. What are the issues that some of those people are thinking about? That was a prophecy. One of the most topical issues right now is why, in spite of all the apparent good things that are happening in the economy, the price of maize has come down. The size of kinky has not improved. The price of kinky has not come down. It is a major issue that should engage the government of Ghana. These are major matters. So Atufo is doing okay. Things are happening. Exchange rate is coming down. The bank reserve rate has come down. Positive signs. But a crucial element like that the government must be working on it. You get what I'm saying? Yes. So we'll talk about MPP. Now, the issue of top-down, like I say, I think Prof has said it. Politics for many practitioners at whatever level is very involving. People are very deep into it. So this process has to be very well managed. And when it comes to election, choosing officials, it can be a very testing situation. Because people have put their hearts in it. They go all out. If they don't win, they know how they feel. They see their own close friends and associates supporting another candidate against them. They have to manage all these situations. At the end of the day, everybody knows that there will only be one victor. But the process is managed in such a way that at the end of the day, the parties should be able to come together and work together for the ultimate objective of winning power. The objective is not for you to become the leader or for you to win that seat or that position or whatever. That is not the ultimate. The ultimate is for the party to win power and provide good governance. When you win power and the people have confidence that you provide good governance, that is when you have prospect of winning the election. So that must be your aim. But if the whole process is about either this man winning or that man winning or this person winning, and everybody is attacking fiercely, nobody is talking about substance. Nobody is talking about issue. Nobody is talking about the plan. Who is even talking about this issue, this KK issue I'm talking about? Who is telling us what they would do to address it? Ideally, the price of KK should be about half what it is today. Why is nobody saying it? So, you see, the whole focus has been lost. Has been lost. And I'm telling you that a majority of the people out there, their attention is not on this one. You see? Because, look, what was saying it? But in the previous campaigns, when MPP is doing, it's a national affair. The candidates are bringing up their issues. It is NDC members are focused on their set TVs and radios, monitoring the process, listening to what the candidates are saying. So the party itself is even going to advise itself. In this process, what have you heard? What have you seen? No. So it does not encourage that attention. In the past, that was not the case. So you got virtual national attention to MPP internal primaries. Today, that is not the case. It's subdued. It is back burner issue. I mean, how?
But what is accounting for this?
What is accounting for it? Who wants to hear people insulting each other? Who wants to hear that? Huh? Who wants to hear people digging things against each other? I mean, how? People want to hear how when you get the chance, you make transportation even more accessible to Ghanaians. That is what the people want to hear. But if all they hear is insults of each other,
but you can talk about those things only when you become a flag bearer. Yeah, the delegates have different expectations. The delegates want to see what you can do to build the party. They are thinking about their welfare as party executives.
Accepted.
Those are the things they want to hear. How many party offices you want to build? How many times you'll be there to give them money for them to go and marry a third wife? How many times you'll be there to make sure that you give them money to buy? Those are the things
that will be the conversation if it was a polling station election.
Okay.
Absolutely. I've been a polling station executive before.
Absolutely.
What were you looking out for at the time that the candidates were coming around looking for?
Because of where I was standing, my message was different. And it resonated with the neighborhood where I was standing. And I won twice. I became a secretary first and a chairman before I decided to go and contest. I was very busy with national campaigns on Alan's campaign. Then I went to contest for parliamentary candidate. And when I was parliamentary candidate, that's a different story.
Yeah, but you don't agree that the messaging for delegates is not the same as a message for the whole of Ghana. You don't agree? The delegates have different expectations.
But you see, at the end of the day, no. Listen, it is an internal.
For them, what you can do for them first, and then when you win, you tell us what you can do for Ghanaians.
But what engages the national attention?
Yes.
You see, and in the internal primaries, in as much as you're talking about what they're doing for delegates, you are also talking about national attention. You see, what would endear the people to you?
Okay.
Because the principle in the party is that, yes, you have delegates, but the delegates have relatives and friends. So if the delegate knows that his relatives and friends are interested in having a particular candidate to lead your party, it might influence the candidate to vote for that person.
I'll ask you something when I come back from this, because I need to go to Okaikwe Central. Okay. I'm told that Kofi Otobekwe is there for us. He has something to share with us. He has a report for us. But I'll ask you about the conservative nature of the MPP. They believe in repeating the same things. They don't like to try new things. If you've gone second time, third time, that's what it should be. That's what the party is used to. The party is used to people of a certain caliber. If you're not there, forget about it. I'll ask you if that's the same MPP that you joined. Kofi Otobekwe, good morning.
They are saying.
Yes, Kofi, what's up? Talk to us. Hello, Kofi, can you hear me? Kofi, has voting started and how is it going?
Hello, Moro.
Yes, has voting started and how is it going?
Hello, Moro.
Yes, I can hear you, Kofi. Yes, Kofi, I can hear you, Kofi.
Delegate, all right. Moro, we are currently at the Okaikwe Central constituency where the MPP delegates are expected to cast their vote. We are expecting about 737 delegates to cast their vote here, and vote commence cast their vote. And so we are expecting about 7 delegates to cast their vote here, and vote is exactly 7 o'clock. So far, about 168 delegates have cast their ballot. We are expecting that by the close of the day, all those who are expected or who have been verified will be able to, queue to vote. In terms of security, I would say that everything is in order here. It starts right from the entrance. The center or the polling center is Harrow Preparatory School at Abeka, and where it has been designated for the voting is ongoing. As you can see, and people are still in the queue to vote. We expect 737 people to vote here, and as at 10, where the security people will check you from the entrance. So when you enter right from the entrance, they check you, but then it is being done in order or in badges. They don't want overcrowded people. So when you enter, you first have to take your seat here, and then when you get your turn to cast your vote, and you pass through here where this security men which have been placed here will just verify you. They just screen you, and then you enter into the main place, which is the place that leads you to where you can be finally, checked before you can cast your vote. So the tents are almost 3. So you right from the entrance, we have an entrance that where you will sit and relax. Because they are doing it in badges, you have to wait. So when it gets your turn, or when the pressure reduces from the inner perimeter side, then they bring in another different badges, about 4 or 5 people, to come and sit under this tent. So when it gets your turn, they will be giving a direction. You'll be going through the security checkpoint before you get opportunity to cast your vote. Here is a point where it has been set up. You'll be anything that can cause any problem, like mobile phones and stuff. You'll be checked here, so they will seize all phones here. They don't want a situation where somebody will go into the ballot box and be using the phone to take a picture of his vote and be posting it on social media. So everything is in order. They are checking that. So as you can see on the table, those are delegates who are in line or in queue to vote. So they've seen their phone, or they've taken their phone. After they are done with the voting, they give them their phone, they direct them right to the entrance, and then you go. So everything is in order here, Moro. You can see we have all the polling agents of the 5 aspirants here. They are all also waiting. They are verifying things. They are checking everything. They are making sure everything is in order, so that this process will be smoothly for everyone, for them to almost, done with the program. So you can see we have people who are grown-ups and elderly people, middle-aged men and women. They are all in queue, where you can see first you go to the album where they check your name. Some of the identification card that they use to check their names are, the Ghana card, the voter's ID card, anything that can verify your picture. Yes, so you can just see, and in your shop, people are being checked from the album. And at the first place, and then after that, if you are verified, or if your name and your picture and everything is intact in the album, then you go to the second table where you'll be, given the indelible ink to check. And then the third table is where you take the ballot paper, and then they will stamp at the back, and then you go into the box to cast your vote, which is the final. And then if you had a phone, or your phone was taken at the security checkpoint, you go for it, and then you leave the premises. No one is allowed to stay after voting. So everything is in line. So far, so good. Some of the dignitaries that we are expecting to cast their vote in this constituency or in this center is the MP, the current MP, Honorable Patrick Yabuama, and some people that are also in the constituency, talking about the chairman, the organizers, and the party executives in this constituency. We are expecting all of them to come and cast their vote here. So far, so good. In the Okankwe Central polling center at the Harrow Preparatory School, where the voting is currently ongoing, we would say that everything is in order. And so far, about 178 people have cast their ballot. 737 delegates are expected to cast their vote here. So that is the situation here at the Okankwe Central.
Right. Okay. I guess that...
More, is there anything you would want to find out?
No, I think that's fine. I think you've covered all grounds, and so that should be fine. Yes, that should be fine. Kofi, thank you very much for that report.
You're welcome. We are still on grounds. If anything, we will just inform our viewers.
Absolutely. That's fine. Great stuff. Great work. Good job. Anyway, Mr. Philip Landing. So, yes, you're watching Metro TV's extensive coverage of the ongoing MPP's presidential primaries, 333 voting centers across 276 constituencies. We're talking about some 211,000 delegates who are casting their votes. 5 aspirants, 1 political ideology, but obviously divided by individual political ambition. But at the end of the day, it's all about the MPP. So we'll see how that goes. The voting started at 7 a.m. It's supposed to end at 2 p.m. The voting, the counting will be done, the collation and everything will be done. I'm sure that latest by 4 o'clock, the final declaration will be made by the Electoral Commission. But I'm sure even before 3, most of the camps would have known whether they're winning or they're losing. Mr. Philip Landing, yes. So you're talking about how things used to be before and how things are now. And I asked about the conservative nature of the MPP, which is the MPP believes in repeating a candidate, because it's happened with Kufuor, and it's happening with Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The only person who was not that lucky was Professor Dubois. Now, the reason was still not clear. Some say it was because he's unwell. Some say he just didn't want to. He just couldn't be bothered. So, how do you juxtapose everything you said, which has to do with how things used to be before? And I'm talking about the delegates listening to sound, and progressive messages in deciding who they want to vote for. And there were also issues about national issues and so on. And I'm saying that there are people who disagree with you, who say the delegates actually want to listen to what you can do for the party first.
Yeah.
And then when you become a flag bearer, what you can do for Ghana. Yeah. You disagree with me, but that's fine.
Yeah. You see, the delegates' view of the candidates, when you talk about the conservatism, it's like, I'm not too sure whether that is a word I would want to use.
This is what we know, and this is what we're going to continue with. That's
Okay,
conservatism.
No problem. You see, the delegates look at candidates from how they relate to them. And the culture has been that relationship doesn't manifest in the first instance or early instance. It should be somehow tried and tested. The delegates must have some relationship with you. You see, well, Professor Dubois, he was the first candidate. You see, he was the first candidate, and the party had just started. There wasn't that much, between him and the delegates at the time. Many of our delegates too were not like today. We had a very small number of delegates. And it continued. President Kufuor had been on the circuit for a while. So the candidates, the delegates had some relationship with him. So it was easier to, identify President Kufuor and give him the mandate. On the touchlines was also Nana Akufo-Addo. He's also, well known. He was in the system, Then there were the quieter people, the Alan Chematins and co, who were movers in the party, but in terms of the public, were not so active. But of course, in the business lines, but in the party, So after President Kufuor, and of course, the period that President Kufuor contested the primaries, the situations are entirely different from what it is, even subsequently, even subsequent after that. So when he became president in 2004, the party decided that President Kufuor was not to be contested. There were those in the party who were not happy with it. They eventually agreed. They were not happy, but they accepted. Because there were some in the party who still sincerely believed that President Kufuor's nature, his coolness and his calmness was such that if we went for an election, he would probably lose.
Okay.
So they had wanted to get a more vibrant candidate to replace President Kufuor. At the end of the day, that didn't go through, and President Kufuor remained the candidate and won 2008. Now, in 2008, 2004. So 2007 coming to 2008, first of all, the delegate system was expanded.
Okay.
It was two per polling station, and it was expanded to 5.
Right.
And that was where Alan had a massive advantage because he had a deep grassroots relationship. So that is how that went. Now, the history of that primary is another matter. Nana Addo emerged a candidate. And subsequently, the party has gone that way. Now, along the line, there has been this conversation of still expanding the delegates, the delegate system. So, at a point, there was a suggestion that, as to how it should be expanded was always now the issue. There was this point where, as at the last time, when it had been expanded to include so many former people, etc. This is the first time the former have been added, former national executive, etc. There was a conversation that we should go OMOV. OMOV being one man, one vote. So if you are a member of the party in good standing, you were entitled to vote for either the parliamentary or presidential, and maybe even other position. But at that time, the conversation was for these two offices. But at that point, that was where the conversation had got to. That next time round, the party is reviewing it, it might go OMOV. Now, a lot happened. Some broke away from the party. Afafanto was formed. UP came out of it. The party is still together. They go to Congress, and then the decision now rather is that it will be top down, maintaining the status quo. Meanwhile, in the 2000 and in the last two previous, at the polling station level, there was a view that was observed that people who were seen to have been supporting a certain line in the party were systematically removed and eliminated, and other people were, put in. So that is how it was. So now all the people were all pro a particular direction. So many of those who had fallen out felt that, look, next time round, I think we also have to fight to make sure that either we come back or it's expanded so we also become part. On the contrary, it has been maintained. So they are still left out. And because there was a growing, then they did this marginal expansion where about another 11,000, 10,000, 11,000 has been added. Mm-hmm. But bottom line is still the same structure.
Right.
And you see, in all these things, it is nice to see people queuing quietly, calmly, and voting, going away and granting interviews, and the police are smiling with everybody, and everybody is smiling with his friend, and all that. That is one side of the election process. The second part is the counting of the votes, the collation of the vote, and the declaration of the vote. It is at that point that the issues come up. That's when the showdowns start being threatened, and there are all kinds of things being wrong. And some people get annoyed and say, you know what, this process is so bogus, and walk away. So these are the things. And to the issue of how, the pain and the insults and things that go. You see, another thing that often also happened was that sometimes somebody goes and supports another candidate against maybe some of the weaker candidates, and is a strong spokesperson and vehemently attacks maybe the candidate who emerges. But the culture in the party was such that the leader, in showing unanimity and leadership, would now reach out to some of those people and bring them on board to show that, look, we're all together. And there was a conscious effort to ensure that, these people too are also don't feel left out. These people too don't feel left out. These people too don't feel left out. So the party, and that was how it was. Then subsequently came the different narration. That kind of thing. You see, so the seeds of, were being sown. You see, so there was always, these people are not so, when people meet, they know that, these people, we don't consider them too close to us, and we are all friends, but they feel that you are, And now it's gone further. Right now, it is personal attacks and vehement, and that has dominated the process. There's no message, there's no plan, there's no progress. And also the issue that I have more money than you have. Many of the delegates sitting there, Master, today is payday for them. They are waiting, they are in the queue because they are waiting their share.
But money is the lifeblood of any political organization.
Of course, that's accepted. Yes. All over the world. Everywhere in the world,
yes.
But all over the world, do they pay their delegates?
Well,
that is a different matter. The money is employed in advertising, in marketing, in consulting. Get brains to advise you, doing research.
Yeah, but here our people are poor. You can't afford to do that.
No, it's not an excuse. No.
You know, people...
there are poor people everywhere.
Yeah, no, but...
everywhere.
Yeah, but there are poor people everywhere. But this is Ghana. This is Africa.
You see that we have built up to this level.
In the conservative primaries, who actually go to food banks? If you go to England, there are people who vote Labour and Conservative.
Go to food banks. That's how poor they are.
Who go to food banks? Yeah. Their poverty is described by that.
Yeah. So our case they are not paid to vote.
No.
So our case is not just about poverty; it's also a mindset.
No, and
I think it's
it is the delegate system.
Because
the delegate system.
Let me elevate you, so you can come and elevate me.
The way Mr. Landon talks about previous elections, he may have witnessed or played a role in maybe 96. I don't know about.
Yes.
But I'm not sure that in those periods, delegates were paid to vote.
You see, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Delegates travel from one place to the other.
With their money?
When they come to the center.
With their money?
Oh, many come with their own money. Some organize themselves and come.
Okay.
They were not facilitated.
Some were facilitated.
Okay.
Somebody is a very prominent person in his village. So the delegates in his village, there are only 15 of them. So he's a prominent man they all look up to. They know that, oh, he's a big man in the party.
I remember back in the day, I witnessed Mr. Kutin, who later became the Central Regional Chairman.
Chairman Robert Kutin.
Yes, Chairman Kutin. Within the same South constituency, he will organize buses for people in Kumasi, Asin, Jakai, neighboring towns, so that he moves them to these centers for voting. So when we talk about the busing of
came
later,
people, but you are talking about the earlier days.
To be fair, you see the point that Philip made about...
Before you comment on that...
Just a quick one.
Okay, I beg you. Vanessa has been waiting for us, one of our reporters. But please note it down. I know you will forget. Professors don't forget. So I'll come back to you. But Vanessa Odotom is somewhere in Okakwe North. Let's find out what she has for us. So Vanessa, what's up?
Salaria 1 and 2 basic school. We have two centers, Center A and Center B. We have a combined total of 1,482 delegates who are expected to vote today. And then Center A has 690 voters, while Center B has 788 voters. Now, I have Sheila Battels, former member of parliament for Ablekuma North. So welcome to Metro TV.
Thank you.
Right. So how has the process been so far?
Well, thank you for coming. And as you can see, currently it's peaceful. It's been peaceful. Right in the beginning, we had a little issue about arrangement, but that's typical of any election. So, so far it's going well. It's well organized. One of our lines is moving quite slowly, but that's the only challenge we seem to have.
Now, which quality mattered most to you when it comes to electing a flag bearer for your party?
I think that this is somebody that
mattered most to you when it comes to electing a flag bearer for your party.
I think that this is somebody that's representing a whole country. It's somebody who is representing the sentiments, the aspirations, the dreams of every single individual in the country. Obviously, you cannot have a perfect human being. But then once people have expressed interest, you are looking for somebody who has the vision, a good vision that covers the whole country, not just a party. You are looking for somebody who looks into the future and is able to come up with the kinds of ideas that will bring development, bring jobs, especially for our environment. Our biggest challenges are, jobs and businesses, capital. You're looking at women issues, you're looking at children issues, you're looking at cultural issues. So somebody who embodies all of this and is able to represent all of us in a very holistic manner. So for us as a constituency, obviously, we have a lot of development challenges, which we are hoping that we are picking a flag bearer who can win power for us, and then somebody who can ensure that the development and the aspirations of our people are met. So it is in that vein that we choose the one that we will support.
Whoever emerged the winner, do you believe that these candidates can unite the party and subsequently helping you win power in 2028?
I know without a shadow of doubt, His Excellency Dr. Bawumia will win. He's my candidate, and I believe he will win. And I know he can unite the party because we have all known Ablekuma North to be a place where, you know, there's a bit of agitation because of Her Excellency Ekuya and myself in previous elections, and it has brought quite a bit of friction between us. Dr. Bawumia is the one who actually brought us together, and it is the reason that today, when you see the people of Ablekuma North looking united and going with one purpose, is because Dr. Bawumia has already done it here. So he is going to repeat it across the country and make sure that all of NPP is united for 2028, for future elections. And we believe that he's also going to bring the kind of development that all the people of Ghana is going to be proud of.
Do you trust the outcome of the primary such that it will reflect the decision of the delegates?
As long as external factors don't have a play. Because we have all heard of various shenanigans from the government of the day, the NDC government, trying to interfere in various forms. But as far as the New Patriotic Party is concerned, we believe in democracy, we believe in peace, we believe in order. And so we believe that as long as there is no external influence and interference, our choice for the day will be elected peacefully and beautifully.
Well, what message do you have for your supporters who are not delegates?
Who are not delegates? I believe that anyone who is not a delegate hopefully is looking at our elections and taking a cue from what New Patriotic Party represents, because here we are looking at us all, you know, coming together to elect somebody we believe can lead the party. We don't pinpoint an individual and force everyone to toe that line. We allow people to make their choice because we believe that everybody has what it takes to make a decision based on what they believe is good for them. So we believe that those outside of delegates who are voting today will see us and appreciate a party that is worth supporting, a party that is worth fighting with, a party that is worth joining, and a party that is worth collaborating with for victory in the future.
Thank you so much, Sheila.
You are very welcome.
Right, so that was Sheila Vattel's former Member of Parliament for Ablekuma North. Yes, and I also have, please come, we are welcome to Metro TV. Right, what is your expectation for today?
Yeah, simply we are hoping that we'll have a very peaceful elections. This is New Patriotic Party and we do it better and we understand democracy. At the end of the day, what we are expecting is that we'll end this election peacefully and then MPP will carry the day.
Right, I am sure you have interacted with some of your delegates. What have they been telling you?
Yes, you know, the delegates form the bigger portion of the electorate so far as this election is concerned, and they will speak for us as constituency officers and other former MPs and past executives. We form just less than 20% of the electoral college. So when they speak, we will follow. But like my former MP rightly said, we believe in one candidate who can bring victory and also capture power back for the New Patriotic Party and help Ghana move forward. And that person is Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia that we believe in.
Have you experienced any challenge this morning?
This morning, so far, everything is okay. So far as I'm aware, we had a meeting with the Electoral Commission and the police. Everything has been calm, and I don't see anything erupting again. Looking at the way things are going, it's just that one line is very slow, but we hope that it will keep moving for everyone to exercise their franchise. And after that, I'm sure we'll all live here peacefully.
Thank you so much. Yes, then we have here an agent for Kennedy Japan. Yeah, welcome to Metro TV. What has the process been for you?
Oh, so far, I can say everything is smooth. Yeah, we're having no issues. All is going well.
I am sure that you've been interacting with your delegates. What have they been telling you?
Team Ken, we are winning. We've already won. Today it's going to be like Independence Day. Did you witness that?
So you believe Kennedy Japan will be winning?
Exactly. You know, now the other opponent, you know what they are saying? Hey, I'm sure it will be runoff, runoff. We are not going for runoff. We are winning straight. It's a straight win for us. Yeah.
I'm sure you have also been interacting with your delegate just like the other agents. What have they been telling you?
Oh, we say so far Ken has done well, and again, they like the way Ken has portrayed himself, the way his campaign message has gone, jobs, 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 jobs. So I think they are okay with the campaign message. So that is why they are going to vote for Ken.
Thank you so much. Yes, Moro. Yes, I think. Oh, please come and join me here. Welcome to Metro TV. Yeah, Mpachobra. Mpachobra. Yes, Mpachobra. Yes, thank you so much. This is Metro TV. How has the process been for you so far, and who are you supporting?
Okay, thank you. I take this opportunity to say a very big thank you to the people voting today throughout Ghana, and especially in Ablekuma North, from where I hail. No size. Today, I am supporting a formidable candidate. A candidate who has the emotional intelligence, a candidate who is already sold, the most prepared candidate, a candidate who doesn't just insult anyone, a candidate who has the unity at heart, and a candidate who has already been sold and has the 41.7% and is continuing his work. And the name is Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. We are supporting Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia on principles. In Ghana, our father, Kufuor, he got the opportunity twice. He went the first one, it didn't work. He went the second one, we got the opportunity. Now, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo also got the opportunity. Number 1, number 2, number 3, and he got the chance for us. Atamils, His Excellency had the same opportunity. And then our present government, the president, also has always been there several times. If I'm not mistaken, 4 times. This is 4th time. Today in Ablekuma North, the people of Ablekuma North are going to speak. They are speaking on the grounds of having a unified, somebody who can bring us together, a unifier. They are going to vote on principles to ensure that Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is elected and also will be elected the 2028 presidential election. So if you ask me whom I'm supporting Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia on many principles.
One would say that Dr. Bawumia, as the former vice president of this country, had the opportunity to turn a lot of things around, which people will say didn't really go well with them. Why should he be given the opportunity to lead your party and subsequently, if Ghanaians decide to win the 2028 election?
So, Kufuor also had the opportunity. He got 38%. Why didn't people ask, why are you giving him another opportunity? Nana Akufo-Addo had the opportunity the first time. He didn't win. Why didn't we say, why are you giving him another opportunity? Mahama contested Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He didn't get. And why didn't NDC say, what are you going to look for there? On principle, we are looking at the caliber, the vision in the person. And so it is not, if someone has had the opportunity to go second and third, why should we abandon him? We should also give him that same chance. And I'm telling you that this election, 31st January, Dr. Mahmoud Bauma will definitely emerge the winner by the grace of God, by the special grace of God.
I am sure you have been, in fact, I saw you in the inner perimeters assisting people, trying to show them where to go, and I'm sure you've been interacting with some of them. What have they been telling you? And what have they told you what their challenges are, what they expect?
We've had lengthy discussion with our people before coming here. So this is not the grounds to ask them their challenges. You speak to them and address the challenges before you come here. So they are here and they know where their votes are going. My sister, you are here. The God of Israel. You see, Baumia is a rock. He is a rock. And a rock that can never be split. We can't split that rock. And so today I am telling you that the people, you see the people voting, they have only one person in mind, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. You have been in social media listening to a lot of people, all the candidates, you've listened to them, they've spoken and you listen to them. What I can tell you is that you yourself, you can separate the good from the bad. Dr. Baumia is a light that nobody can dim it. It is a light that is always shining. It doesn't matter what you think about him, what you are saying about him, he's quiet. Because in our tree we say something, Obanyansafo, Yebunibe, Yankana Semana say, Yesuma anamotinting, Yansuma, Yesuma Obanyansafo, Yansuma anamotinting.
Do you trust the outcome of this election?
I will trust it. The way it's going, I will trust it. We are also monitoring until the last. If nothing happens, if nobody has any mind, any dubious thing to do, we are also alert, watching, and we will count it one by one and ensure that Dr. Mahmoud Baumia will emerge the winner.
Would you say this election is rigged? Should your candidate not emerge the winner?
He will win.
Should he not win?
He will win. I don't need to say. I say he will win. Baumia will win. Oh, Baumia will win this election. My sister, everybody wants where there is peace. Baby, I want to be happy. Do you want where somebody will come and stand on television and just rattle and jump and where there is no peace? There is no unity and there is no progress. But Baumia is where there is peace and there is progress. And that's where we want.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, that was Nanekia Ifri. Please come and join me. Well, Naneke Free, yes. And let me also add that we are currently at the Odoko Salaria 1 and 2 school, and we have 1,482 delegate voters. Center A has 690, Center B has 788. And let me add that priority is given to persons with disability. So if you come to vote and you have any form of disability, they prioritize you. They make you go and vote before any other person votes. Yes, please welcome to Metro TV. Well, what have you seen?
Oh.
See, what time did you come here?
Well, I came here around 5:30. I'm part of the coordinating team of Honorable Kennedy Oine Japan. Right. Here is the case. Today, inshallah, Honorable Kennedy Oine Japan is going to be the flag bearer of the new Patriotic Party. He is making sure that he's going to bring everybody on board. He is not going to discriminate anybody. He said everybody should come on board and make sure is going to unify the country as well. Today is going to start as the Christmas day for we, the new Patriotic Party, because Honorable Kennedy Ohene Ejapon is coming to lead the new Patriotic Party.
Thank you so much. Yes, so Moro, if you can hear me, I'm at the Odoko Salaria 1 and 2 Basic School, and as and when there are other developments, yeah, I'll bring you more on Metro News.
All right, that's Vanessa Odotum. She is a reporter here with the Ignite Media Group, interacting with some of the delegates who have queued to vote in the NPP's presidential primaries that's ongoing in all the 276 constituencies here in Ghana, and also 333 polling centers is what we're looking at. And so, well, we have a few hours, about 3.5 hours, the polls would have ended and the counting will start and the collation and everything else would happen. The Electoral Commission will finally declare who has won the elections, and then we go back to our normal lives. But you can always trust that the Ignite Media Group, Metro TV specifically, and that's what you're watching now, would be giving you that extensive coverage up to the end of the entire process before we wind it all up. So, Professor Kobe Mensah is here. He's an associate professor, University of Ghana Medical University. So you're not a full professor. Thank you. Thanks for that correction. He's a full professor actually. So Professor Kobe Mensah is one of Ghana's foremost political marketing gurus, or political marketing experts. He consults for individuals, organizations, and and some other. He organizes both local and international organizers as far as marketing is concerned. He's here with us, but he's also the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Tourist Development Company Limited. He's with us here. And also, Mr. Philip Landing is a member of the United Party, formerly a leading member of the New Patriotic Party, but is now with the newly formed UP. Also, Michael Kofi, Vice Chair. Oh, I see, of the party. I didn't know. You didn't tell us that when you came. You just said, I'm a member. Now you're Vice Chair. Congratulations. Congratulations. Who's your chairman?
Honorable Sadiq Boniface.
Sadiq, the former Works and Housing Minister, and also former Minister for Employment, Labor and Employment. Yes, and also yes, a former the Chief Executive Officer of the ZDF, Zongo Development Fund, right?
No, he
Minister
Zongo
for
Ministry. Yeah.
Yes, Zongo Ministry and inner something. I've forgotten what the full
inner city
development. Exactly. Thanks for that. Anyway, so there's another gentleman who's joined us. I'll be introducing him shortly. So she could just give us a few minutes. So we want to do right by him. We want to get his full name, his designation, so that we can introduce him properly. Just give us a minute or two. I will bring him shortly. But I was talking to you, Mr. Philip Landing, before we took that break, and you're telling us about the issue of delegates and what they expect. And Michael brought in the issue about cash, money, and whether during your day money was a big deal, as far as your internal elections was concerned. But you've also talked about the fact that things are things are not the same. Times have changed. Yeah. Do you think that giving delegates money in itself for them to vote, do you think that in itself is fatal to any party's internal democracy?
Yeah, I think the issue of money influencing the outcome of elections or primaries in the New Patriotic Party was more to do with the parliamentary elections, where there's a smaller group, and so.
So let me just do this. If camera is taking shots of him, so I think it's only proper, and professionally right that I introduce him. So I'm talking about Mr. Akwesi Ewa Abebio. He's the former director of the Diaspora Affairs, a member of the Baumia campaign team. Prof, thank you very much for joining us. I call you Prof because you're a big man. Yes, not PhD.
When you start calling people, because I don't have a mic, so I think I have to speak as loudly as possible.
Oh, no.
Okay. I've got
you've been mic'd already. You've been mic'd already. So Akwesi Ewa Abebio.
Yes.
That's the name.
Mr. Akwesi Ewa Abebio.
You make do with your mister.
Even though I have the honor of being honored with a doctorate degree.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
But obviously, it's nothing that you can carry about.
By which institution?
One of the institutions from America.
Oh, okay.
But
I'm happy you're not carrying it around.
No.
Because Professor Jinapo
I
is
grew
watching.
up on the university campus,
right.
University of Science and Technology, where I went from primary school to university. I know the essence of these degrees and who should carry it and who should. So when I see some people with the honorary degrees parading themselves as having done the work that others have done, I obviously know that they are fake. Especially if they are in the political front and they are representing political institutions and they have fake degrees. I take it very seriously.
That's fine.
That is very dubious.
Right.
It should be, frowned on.
I mean, ethically, that's how it's supposed to be.
Yes, exactly.
You don't.
So I'm glad to go back.
Yourself something which you're not.
I think the minister too carries
Yes,
some weight.
yes. No, it does. It does. Indeed, it does. Very, very, very much so. Anyway, boss, good to see you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yes, and I'll get your preliminary thoughts soon, because you have to tell us why you still believe this very minute that Dr. Bawumia would win. But for Mr. London, you were on the floor. Delegate, cash, inducement, etc.
Yes. So the inducements were more of an issue.
Okay.
When it came to parliamentary, because it's a smaller college of delegates.
Okay.
And that was what it was.
Okay.
On the national level, yes, there was some degree of money. I think it became an issue in the 2007 primaries.
Okay.
That's when it became an issue.
All right.
And I think the issue also took its rise from when, Mr. Alan Chematin had the nickname Alan Cash before politics. And you see, that was when the Electoral College was expanded from 2 to 5. So, and because he had been a grassroots man, he had a lot of engagement with a larger number of the delegates. And because he was a business, and still is a business promoter, he had helped many of them to do business, and make money. He had encouraged a lot of people to do it, simple business. So, and when people are successful, so that's why I'm called Alan Cash. So, in the campaign, there was reference to Alan Cash. So a lot of people outside the party thought, oh, Alan Chematin was sharing a lot of money, when in actual fact he was not. But then, of course, it was an expanded,
Electoral college.
And there was some level of busing. Where some of the candidates began to bus, all of them. But the two main candidates, Nanado and Alan. You see, so that's where, in the presidential side, the money started becoming an issue. But the main problem was more with the parliamentary primaries.
All right, let me come to you, Michael. I'll come to Prof, but shortly. But Michael, I asked the question, and I'm sure Prof would want to have a bite on that as well, that this is the argument of two schools of thought. Present a new face? No, keep the old face. But the fundamental question is there an old face, is there a new face? Because you're looking at all the five. Does it look like it's an old face? There's a new face?
There is an old face.
Okay.
Because of the 5 aspirants or candidates, Dr. Bawumia's face has appeared on the national ballot before in the 2024 election. So he obviously comes across as an old face. But every election has got its own dynamics. But they say the history is a guide for the future. So there are some important things we need to take note, and the MPP particularly need to take note going into the elections. There are the positives of the new face, and there are the negatives of the new face as well. Same as positives with the old face and negatives with the new face. But there must be projections, and I'm sure there are projections. And I will say that the MPP, maybe after the projections, would want to either go the UGCC way or the CPP way. Back in the 50s election, which the CPP saw the opportunity to wrestle power at that particular time. So their motto was the self-government now. The UGCC was looking at self-government within the shortest possible time. So all of these things will define which of the candidates is voted for. And the MPP has a history. Now, in the first place, it is important that we know no political party in this country has won an election in the first attempt, in the Fourth Republic.
Right.
Now, in 1992, it was the first time for every political party, but also His Excellency, the late Jerry John Rawlings, was already the ruler of the country through the PNDC. So he could be seen at the time as the incumbent candidate. So the MPP made the first attempt in 1992, and then they lost that election. When the MPP won in year 2000, the NDC made an attempt again with Professor John Evans Atamils. They failed in the first attempt after going to opposition. When the NPP lost in the 1998 elections, they made a first attempt as an opposition party in 2012. They lost. So that is something we must take note. And then again, if you go to history, for those that will argue or are arguing for repeating Dr. Bawumia, the same face agenda, I'm sure that they draw a lot of inspiration from what has happened in the past. Now, the MPP repeated His Excellency John Ejekum Kufuor for the 2000 election after the 1998 Superdelegate Congress in Sunyane, and then they won the election in 2000. But the dynamics are maybe quite different.
Exactly.
And again, we must also note that the MPP has only won elections in their third attempt.
Right.
The MPP has only won elections in Ghana in their third attempt. In 1992, the first attempt they lost with Professor Edubuahin.
So 96.
Yes, in 1996 they lost with His Excellency John Ejekum Kufuor, and then they won in the 2000 election with John Ejekum Kufuor. John Ejekum Kufuor won again in 2004. In 1998 was in 2008, yes, with His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who was a first-time candidate, he lost.
Yes.
He lost in 2012.
No, we have the history.
And then in
what's the point?
And then in the third attempt,
yes,
he won.
Right.
Now again, if you go back to the dynamics of President, okay, we understand that one of the candidates. Kwabena Japan is addressing the media at one of the centers, and so we'll take that now and then we'll come back to the studios.
Inti yatete mu kwemu beto tuja DJ Darocha nom ne Moro Salifu nom nyina mabeto inti medamase
inti yenhwe nkapo ma party ma yehwehwe sisi abato ye kire party panifo betimi de amawo.
Oh, definitely. Se wo do party na dodo amamu yeto aba ne wia asem no na asa. So yen ye cool from 92 yeto aba wia.
Damn.
Talk to you. Miss Lenya, Miss Asema. Okay.
Yeah, so far monitoring no saying.
Oh, the man who so far now there yet maintain basa bia bibia santin bia about to the media na mo wan say basa because I dream kire obi am so kokromoti the wo wadwem so obi am osika crowd dey achew e she okoto wo dia enti e no nkire say ana to bia ni pesuru nti obi ze bia bebo ni dia enti
wo de eno ye bia be onabo Kennedy Japan
wo say
onabo Kennedy Japan
ye koto aba ene ye nipa 5 ene ye no ho asem na America ye no ho asem na America.
Oh, thank you very much. So Jaka, over to you, Moro. So he's taking leave of us to go and cast his vote.
Acting with the media, he was speaking Twi. Not many of you understand what he was saying, or some of you may not have understood what he says. But the good thing is that we have a Twi linguist here. He's a very good interpreter of the Twi language, Michael Kofi Odro, who tell us exactly what was Kwabena saying.
Oh, I think you're speaking about the processes. It has been smooth, and people had made up their minds already before So that was not the point. At the polling center or voting center is not the point where you're going to be convincing people and persuading people to vote for you. They had already done the work already, and they believe that voters already had their minds made up.
I think my little Twi that I understand is speak. I heard him say that even if people give you money, just take it, but that shouldn't influence.
Yeah, that shouldn't influence. Yeah, we've been speaking about that a while ago.
So. Well, maybe he heard us when we're talking. So.
Okay, so Moro, back to the dynamics. Now, former President, His Excellency John Ejekum Kufuor, and I'm sure that the MPP will draw a lot of inspiration from that. And we hear some narratives that even when they went for the 1998 Congress in Sunyane, there were attempts to, President Kufuor himself in an interview has said that there were attempts by some caucus to get him not win the primaries in 1998. 1998. But research also at the time showed that the party made a big mistake not repeating Edubuahin for the 1996 elections after marketing him in 1992. Probably one of the major reasons they lost the 1996 election. So the 2,000 delegates that went, the majority,
Remember that
majority of them,
Professor Albert Dubois actually contested the primaries, but he lost.
He lost.
To Kufuor.
Yes, he lost.
Yeah,
to,
so the likes of John Oforiatta,
yes,
Osafo and so on.
Yes. So out of the 2,000 delegates that voted in the 1998 Superdelegates Congress, 1,286 of them, representing 64.6%, thought that they needed Kufuor to appear again on the ballot paper. It worked for them. But again, there may be factors that may have convinced these people, because you look at the results from the 1992 elections where Professor Edubuahin got about 1.2 million, in excess of 1.2 million votes, which represented 30.29% of the total vote cast, as against Kufuor's performance in 1996. Kufuor polled about 2.8 million, now in excess of 2.8 million votes, which represented 39.67%, an improvement of more than 9% in the total valid vote cast. So maybe the thought Kufuor did better than Professor Edubuahin. There was the need to repeat him again. Can we say same for now? Other factors would also be age, health, because moving into this election. Now, if the NPP, I know that they are optimistic on their chances.
Media in English, I'm told. So let's listen to
my
it.
own in-house system, but in today's media landscape, I'm sure by the time they finish counting, people will be sending across the figures. But we'll wait for the official EC figures, and then my agents are supposed to at least take a picture of the pink sheets and then submit it to our campaign headquarters.
You've been there in 2007, 2023, and yeah. When somebody says that the 2026 primaries at the point in time felt very acrimonious,
yes.
That person be right in that.
Yes, yes. I think that some red lines were crossed. I mean, there are 5 of us contesting. At the end of the day, 1 will get elected. 5 cannot go into 1. You understand? So people have to be very decorous, civil, and careful what to say about others. Because at the end of the day, you never know who wins. All of us are hoping and are confident that we can win. When we win, we should be able to represent our party well, to earn the respect and the confidence of the Ghanaian people. If you have lambasted and said things that are unprintable about your colleagues, how do we then go and sell the person? That's the more reason why I think I'm the most viable candidate.
You have not attacked anyone.
That's right. Everybody knows I've conducted the cleanest campaign, the most issue-based campaign. I'm the only one who had a policy day to outline my 6-point plan for Ghana. That shows seriousness. Politics is not about razzmatazz, noise making and sharing money and freebies. No. We need serious-minded, public-spirited individuals leading our country, Ghana. That's what we need.
Talking about money, how are you faring on that part? I mean, this is a delegate election, CNT.
I don't get your question.
How are you faring?
Are you giving delegates from CNT?
Are you giving them the country? I've gone around the country and I do what we normally do, just to help with their transport when you go and visit them. But no, I don't do that. I think it's offensive for people to do that. In any case, if you go and pay someone 1,000, another one 500, he has 1 vote. Who is he going to vote for?
Have you spoken against that?
I've done that several times. Several times. Not that I know of. Unless you want to tell me that they are buying votes.
Talking about the acrimonious nature of the
yes.
You said it before. How does the party after 4 p.m.
I'm hoping that it is me. I'm hoping that it is me, because I haven't said anything vitriolic to anyone. So it will be very easy for me to rally everybody around. But you know that the lines have been crossed. Let's be honest, it will be very difficult to pull back some of the words that have been said. And as I said earlier, some red lines were crossed. And I wasn't happy at all. The conduct of some of my colleagues. You understand? But at the end of the day, the party has to make a choice. And we'll have to deal with it. Say it again. If they are gentlemanly enough, they should.
As a former party leader, what will be the responsibility on the party executive?
Oh, I think they've done well. I said it earlier. I said I'm proud that this template, it was an innovation that I brought in 2015. And there were some attacks on me Why should I leave an internal party battle in the hands of the Electoral Commission? Even those who printed the ballot, I didn't know. I gave it to the Electoral Commission because I wanted the party to distance itself from the conduct of the election. Because quite clear, some senior party figures in our party, especially some of the regional chairmen, shot themselves in the foot, went against the grain of our constitution and our guidelines by being openly identifying with some of the candidates, which is something they are not supposed to do. You can't put together guidelines and then you flout the guidelines yourself. You know, so it was very sad, but it has happened. We've got to move on. Life must move on. So I'm just hoping it will make it easier for our party to unite when KAA is the presidential candidate. With me, it's a straight route.
So this endorsement does not scare you one bit?
There are 212,000 voters. One person's endorsement does not say anything. It's one man, one vote.
We wish you the very best. Thank you very much. So speaking to Kobna Ejapon, as you know, Kobna Ejapon is one of the aspirants that we were speaking to. According to him, there are 200,000 plus delegates who are casting their votes. So if the endorsements for one or two, it does not say or speak anything. According to him, he is quite confident. He just cast his vote and then he's done. Addressed the media by saying that he is the preferred candidate. He is sure that he is winning the polls today. However it is, we are here. We're still hoping to meet Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who is third on the ballot, box to also cast his votes here at the forecourts of the headquarters, the center here. So we're here. We are still assessing and also speaking to party hierarchies and also executives. We are hopeful that Dr. Bawumia will be here exactly by 1 p.m. and then we'll know for sure that we'll engage him as well to know what he's saying or what he also has to say. So Moro, Michael, over to you in the studio.
And thank you very much, Dominic, for that report. Thanks. You've done a good job. Anyway, so let me come back to Michael. Try and wrap up on your point.
I keep it snappy. So okay. I'm saying that the dynamics from the 1996-2000 elections may be different from now.
Right.
Now you're talking about a Jonah Jikum Kufuor who had improved the MPP votes by about 1.6 million, improving the percentage by about 9%.
Okay.
And then you're talking about a Dr. Bawumia that has the MPP vote depreciating. That's between 2020 and then 2024. Again, if you want to go with the third time phenomenon with the MPP that they had always won elections after their third attempt, then you would want to consider age. So you look at the age of these candidates, and then it looks like the front runners for this election, former Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and then Kennedy Ohene Ejapon. Dr. Bawumia is 63, Kennedy Ejapon is 66. So if they don't win in 2028, in 4 years' time, Kennedy Ejapon will be 70, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia will be 67. If they will do the third attempt, then it means you're talking about 69 as against about 70, 69, 72 for the two candidates. So again, that would also come to play their health status, their age, and all of that. So the dynamics are very, very, very different.
Wow, that's interesting. And that's your analysis of whether it should be an old face
or a new face.
A new face.
I don't think that there is a certainty to it that with a new face they stand a better chance with an old face. I feel that I wanted to see. Dr. Bawumia has done so many things. There are so many positives. There are negatives as well. But I am more comfortable hearing his people speak about the things he's done, the things he has to offer, rather than just say that because he's been on the ballot paper before, we should go for him. It doesn't guarantee victory. There's no certainty that once you repeat a candidate, because we had His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who was a sitting president, losing elections. So the fact that you repeat a candidate is no certainty that you're winning the elections. I feel that he has a lot of positive attributes that they can sell, rather than just dwelling on the fact that repeating him.
Maybe marketing gurus would have to explain the nexus between top of mind and the electability of a candidate, whether there's a very strong nexus there. Because you're saying that there is no guarantee that when a product is repeated on the market to be bought, right?
Yeah.
And that you could have a fresh face that can catch on and get people to buy, etc., etc.
No,
Maybe that's what I need to bring across.
I've not made that.
No, so you just say it's possible. You're not saying
no,
that's what it should be.
But I didn't veer too much into
the possibilities.
The new face, the possibilities.
No, because it's very easy for me to infer from that conclusion you made.
No.
You
but
drew. Hold on. You see, there's something called logical deduction.
No, but don't forget that. I also made the point that whether it's a new face or an old face, there are factors that would have to be considered.
Yes.
That the MPP has never won an election in their first or second attempt.
True.
It is possible that they will win in 2028. It is also possible that they will not win in 2028. And I feel that, in all honesty and sincerity, it's extremely difficult for the MPP to win in the 2028 elections.
Okay.
As it stands, we still have about in excess of 2 years to go into the next elections, and a lot of things could change. But judging from the happenings now, it is extremely difficult. So, in making the decision, health, age, and other stuff must come to play.
That's fine. But Prof, this argument keeps coming back all the time, and it's both in the NDC and the NPP. And I'm happy you're here because this is your area. This is your area of expertise. Let's talk about somebody who's been marketed widely. The person is known. So that should be one of the chief reasons why the person must be repeated for an elections. What do you make of this argument?
Okay. Luckily, marketing solves that problem for you.
Okay.
In the marketing theory, there's what we call answer matrix. It's just simply about how you go into the market. So one, you're either going with new product into a new market, existing product into a new market, existing market with a new product, or existing product in existing market.
Right.
So with the MPP election now, you can say that they have two strategies in front of them. If Bawumia wins, is market penetration. Market because the presidential is a national election. And so in this contest, Bawumia had been to the national elections before. So it's a market penetration. That is existing product into existing market. If any of the other contenders win, is actually what we call the diversification, because none of them had been in the contest national elections before.
True.
And so it's diversification. That's new product into new market. Each of them present opportunities and present risks.
Okay.
It depends on the strategy that they are going to actually use. And as you mentioned, top of mind does not necessarily mean electability, because top of mind also comes with the equity attached to the brand, whether positive or negative. So you could think about a brand, immediately the brand comes to mind. But when it comes to mind, what comes to mind? Good values or bad values? You have to go with it. And that's why usually you would have to look for your, the assistant or the vice. When you have a top of mind in a bad way, you want to look for somebody who can balance it off, i.e. do the trade-offs for you. And if the top of mind is a very good way, then you want someone who could reinforce, the good values for you. So for me, each of them wins. I mean, each of the two scenarios, i.e. either that's diversification or market penetration, the strategy is the key.
Okay. Okay.
Are you with me? Because there are strategies for diversifying market.
The approach, it's not in itself an end in sight.
Yeah.
It's only a beginning.
Yeah, it's a very simplistic to say that we've marketed him, we've marketed. So whenever I hear that, I say, my friend, there are brands that have been in the system and they scale back because the name itself actually brings bad memories. Okay. Are you with me? There are brands that have suffered because of people know them. They know that they are inferior goods. They know that they are Me Too. Me Too means they are trying to copycat. All right? People know them that this is matricle. And matricle is a top of mind. Okay. But it does not mean that it's a value.
So let's nuance this interesting analysis you made based on the theories that you've espoused. In 2016, we had a product. The product suffered a major jolt. somehow the product was repeated twice.
It wasn't just repeated.
Yeah, it was repeated in 2020, it was repeated in 2024, and finally, the markets bought the product.
What did the market see? You see, when you're going to the market,
and I'm saying this because those are the counter arguments.
Absolutely, when you're going to the political market, for us political marketers, we always say at least you have 3 of products.
Okay.
All right, your party as an element, your candidate as an element, and your policy as an element. These 3 reinforce each other. All right. Some are drivers, so one of the elements could be the driver, the other could be the endorser, i.e., add up to the driver, and then the other one can be a descriptor, as in try to explain each of these to the people. So you have to currently, as I see the NPP, if they bring Bawumia, it's not only Bawumia, but it's also about the party attitude. Because people have experienced, and I mentioned to you about what we call the social impact theory, all right? The forces or the strength of the sources of change actually come to play. So can they contrast the party's attitude when it was in government with NDC's attitude whilst in government and be able to differentiate them and say, well, the MPP now is better behaving? It's one. So when the leadership come, the leadership is supposed to also identify and prescribe a certain behavioral form that would make Ghanaians contrast the two. Very critical. Again, the policies that they brought is another product. Can people clearly differentiate that of the NDC and that of the MPP and say that the MPP's one is much more compelling? It's another issue. So for me, it is not about whether it's a new face or is a new face, old face. It's about the strategy that comes with the diversification or the penetration. Because most of the time, when products are being used for penetration, that's where you see buy one, get one free. It means the value has actually come down. Do you get it?
Okay.
So arguably, by saying we have marketed him, it does not really make you a strong point.
If you use the horse and the jockey analysis or analogy, if what you're saying is anything to go by, what essentially you're saying is that even if you have a new jockey, but the horse hasn't changed much, more or less. It's still the same horse, a very unattractive horse. It really won't make a difference. That's the point you're making.
Yeah, it depends on how you have treated or the treatment you apply to the horse.
Okay.
Plus the new jockey's strategy.
Okay.
So you couldn't say that, yes, a new jockey, fantastic jockey, and then you still have a lazy horse. He's going to be lazy. So you have to apply treatment to the horse just as you have brought in a new jockey so that you could align. Without the alignment, no matter how the jockey's strategy could be, it's still a lazy horse.
Because in 2016, we had what was perceived to be an almost dead horse, but because of all the things that are happening with the national chairman, the general secretary, and so on.
When he said that I've been there, I've experienced, and now I'm a new person.
Yes, that's true. And I'm talking about the Akufo-Addo at the time, but I'm saying that that's true. That's also a fact.
Exactly.
So it's still the horse jockey, you know. But the point I'm trying to make is this. Who would have imagined in 2016, with all the issues that the MPP had gone through, here I'm talking the horse. It was supposed to be lame because chairman had been sacked, general secretary, I'm using Saki advisedly, had been sacked, Sami Krab, and so on. And the feeling at the time was that the MPP was just too weak to win a 26 elections because of all that happened. We saw the results.
But in contest, there was a competitor. You see, when you're doing the analysis, almost every variable in the environment must come to play.
I agree.
You see? So, whereas there was a treatment being, advanced to the NPP in a manner, all right, what was the competitor also doing? And so when you go into the market and the competitor thinks, oh, I'm in control and etc., without really seeing that there's a threat coming from the other side, then of course the competitor is likely to lose because they think that they have the most compelling, they're not doing anything about it. Before you realize the other one is kicking you out.
That's an interesting point.
But right now, I don't think that NDC had shown any iota of complacency. Never.
Right.
And you heard what I said in Ketia said yesterday. he said that make sure that you give the NPP the stretch. And that's why Tanko said they are monitoring keenly. Do you get it? So it's a completely different context to that day, those days,
right?
When even though people thought that the NPP had a lame machine, could still win because the NDC perhaps lost their guard.
They went to sleep.
But right now, that's not the point. It doesn't look like is the case.
So your point is, it's not enough to analyze or to SWOT the MPP without looking at what's happening in the NDC.
In comparison with, you
yes,
have to do
because even if the NPP does not get its act right, with all the things you said, treatment of the horse, etc., all those things, let's assume we're not even done rightly or we're not done adequately. If the NDC goes to sleep,
the voters will know.
Happening. The voters will know.
Exactly.
And it won't really matter what's happening in the NPP.
And they can give them the kick.
After all, the elections is more a referendum on the ruling party,
exactly.
on the government.
Absolutely.
So then that troubled horse and its jockey may just win.
Yeah.
Not because they've done anything extraordinary.
And you see, the NDC's own performance is a trap for them because people have seen clearly potentials that they can do. Look, I have never witnessed in this country where companies are using price reduction as an advert. Have you ever witnessed that in this country? But now people are using price reduction as an advert, which means that high performance is actually a trap for the NDC itself. So any loose guard, if I should use the slang, any loose guard, the voters will see. And it will be up to the voters to either give them an excuse or punish them for it.
Interesting. Let's go to Alassane Dibaba. Alassane Dibaba hopefully would not be punishing us, he'll be rewarding us. He's our Northern Regional correspondent. Alassane, good morning. Salaam alaikum, my brother. How are you?
Wa alaikum salam.
Wonderful. What's happening?
Well, thank you so much and good morning to our viewers across the world. Yes, the election has started smoothly in the Northern region and things are going on smoothly. I visited a number of polling centers already this morning, and voting started right on time, even though there were some challenges. And some of the challenges encountered were party reps were saying that they have to have 2 representatives at a center per time, which the Electoral Commission says no. According to the rules, it has to be 1 person per time. And that delayed the starting of the process at some polling centers a bit. But in the absence of what I am saying, the whole thing is very smooth, and they are going about casting their votes freely. One unfortunate thing I observed also is the fact that people were still sharing money at the polling centers. When we inquired from them, they said they were not able to get those delegates last night to give them their money. And that is why they are sharing or they are giving them their monies at the polling centers, which some reps of other political, candidates said it was wrong. No one was supposed to do that at a polling center. But as a matter of fact, things are going on smoothly. I have visited Tamale North Center, where the constituency chairman told me that no matter what, he is going to deliver 7 good constituencies for Canada Japan, and he is very much sure that Canada Japan is going to carry the day. Which the Tamale North organizer says no. They have worked tirelessly to ensure that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wins, and they believe that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is going to win. I also secretly spoke to some delegates in line, and many of them were telling me that they are not going for any establishment candidates, which I inquired from them as to what they mean by establishment candidate, and they told me that many or some of the candidates are being the agenda of some of the candidates are being championed by the existing regional and constituency executives, which they say did not perform well, and for that matter, they are not going for those candidates. I also visited Sanaro and other areas, and the information coming from all those areas are not anything that we should be afraid of. Things are going on smoothly, even though I can't say what will happen in the next minute or two. Earlier in Nanton constituency, some delegates, the cars of some delegates were being taken from them, which Brian Champong and Dr. Brian Champong and Canada Japan teams raised concerns about it, and they have to stop it, because according to the information we picked, they were trying to use it as a bargaining chip or to intimidate the local delegates to ensure that they vote for a particular candidate, in this case, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So I can say in the northern region, things are going on smoothly, and even beyond, because the information I gathered from the northeast region is to the effect that it has started smoothly there, even though we are getting some reports from there, which we are trying to confirm, though, that are not really palatable. So we are trying to confirm those informations and see if it is true, then we'll report that appropriately as well. And in terms of security, I can say we have to commend the regional police commander and his team for what they are doing. They are really doing very well, because we have seen enough police officers at every polling center, and they are not aggressive. That is making the whole exercise very lovely. If there's some misunderstanding, the police officers comes in and they are not going to be aggressive. They come to understand the issue and try to help the party folks to ensure that the issue is resolved. So security-wise, things are going on smoothly. And we were told earlier that there were going to be some macho men at some polling or at polling centers. I have visited enough polling stations, and I can tell you that we have not seen such an activity going on. We have not seen any macho person dressed in any suspicious way to any polling station, even though I can't say what will happen in the next minute or two. But so far, things are moving on smoothly in the northern region, and we are monitoring keenly to see what the next minute or two will bring to us.
All right, Al Hassan, thank you very much. That was a good report. Good job. And we may come back to you at some point. Thank you very much. Al Hassan Diba is another regional correspondent. Right, so we're back to the table and or the round table. As you can see, it's a beautiful table, isn't it? It's big. It's the biggest in the whole. Yeah, it's the biggest in the whole of Africa. Yeah, clap for Metro TV. Look at that. It's beautiful. Camera, please. Give us a shot of the table. You've been just putting the cameras on our face, but show us the table too. You know, sorry?
A hexagonal table.
Yes. Camera people, please show the table. Let the world know what we have. Just show our face. Aren't you tired of our face? Anyway. Anyway, so Prof, I don't know, was it Prof I was talking to? Prof. Yeah, so the issue, so I'm saying that political parties, yes, must have an interest in what happens in the camp of the opposition. But I'm saying that if you're in power, focus on delivering, making Ghanaians happy. And it won't really matter who they put up, whether it's X or Y or Z, whatever strategies, whatever messages. You've done a good job, Ghanaians are happy, and they'll renew your mandate. You're saying it's not as simple as that?
No. The market doesn't work like that. The market is not only about, the people or the voters or the consumers. It's not a dyadic one. The market is a multi-layered market. So in as much as you are satisfying the consumer, your one eye is also looking at what else is your competitor doing. You lose track, you're out of the question. Because you see, I'll give you a typical example, Nokia. All right? Good old Nokia. We loved it.
Yeah.
And they were using the Symbian technology. I remember those days when I was in England, I was working with T-Mobile. Industry players were saying, look, be careful of the Symbian technology. They held on to it because it was the most reliable technology you could ever have. The telco giants, they were emerging. They were not giants at the time. When Google and co were coming up with Samsung, they formed a team and they were doing the Android. And they said, this is going to be the future of technology. Nokia said, no. Come on, it's Symbian. Everybody knows that. Everyone, this is what works.
Yes.
People were happy with it. But you know what Henry Ford said? He said, if I had asked the customers what they wanted, they said faster horses, because at the time, people were not exposed to cars. Horses, so they would have said what they wanted fast. So although you want to be market leading or you want to be market led, sometimes you have to also be market leading. So you need to look at what a competitor is offering in respect to what you're offering to the consumer to be able to be sure of that, yes, you are still leading the market. Otherwise, you'll be taken by surprise.
Now, back to the issue about, again, I'll come to you, Mr. Wa. Back to the issue about whether presenting an old face or a new face. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's camp will tell you that I was not the president. I was the vice president. And in fact, in the famous or infamous Aplanke analogy. So, and I wasn't really on the ballot. that was used to cast the votes. 2016, 2020, 2025, I wasn't there. So 2025, I was there. It was Nana Akufo-Addo and the parliamentary aspirants or the parliamentary candidates. So will it be fair to me to see me as, or to blame me or to lay on my doorsteps the blame of what happened?
It's not the old argument. If they had held the argument at that point,
okay,
perhaps people would have actually given them the what do you call the doubts? I mean,
the benefit of the doubt.
benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
But they went on to say that he's the most innovative vice president we've ever had. He's the most working vice president. He's done this, he's done that, he's done that. In context of, I was not a president. How does that fly?
Yeah, but
because it was a flip-flop message.
It's not difficult to understand.
No, it was
today
a
you
flip-flop.
have a deputy.
Yes.
You have a deputy at GTDC.
Yes. Two deputies.
You have two deputies.
Yes.
The fact that it's you are the boss.
Yes.
Does not mean that there aren't certain specific assignments that you've given them to do.
Yes.
They may not have been able to do all the assignments successfully the way you expected.
How do you position the message? See, the political message is a very critical one. I mean, unlike in consumer market, the political market is a very diverse market. In fact, as we speak, we're not only speaking to Ghanaians, we're speaking to the diaspora.
Absolutely.
I mean, you mentioned
people are tuning across the world.
Exactly. So whatever word you say here, even actually transcends the market here.
Okay.
So you have to look at the dynamics of the commercial market and the political market. In the political market, immediately you say that I am the one who did this. I am the one who brought interoperability. I'm the one who did. Having said that they didn't give you opportunity, does not augur well.
It does not gel.
It doesn't gel because you have said that you are the one who brought certain policies. Are you with me?
Yes,
and you are the one who. So how do you then marry? How do you then marry? That's why
I've done some
That's
things.
why some people
I've not done everything, but I've done some
Let me
things.
give you that typically. That's why some people like Alan Chermanten, when he was a trade minister, you didn't see him very much in public because the more outward you show, the more it looks as if you are upstaging the presidential candidate or the president.
Right.
All right. So the nuances of political communication completely different. In marketing, the sales guy could really outshine the CEO because he's the one to bring the market.
Okay.
And it's allowed. In politics, you don't do that.
So you're saying that the Baumia and his science spoke
They were
spoke
flooring.
too much.
Yeah, yes, yeah. It was a flawed
To
argument.
make it impossible for you to now say, absolve me of any wrongdoing.
Yeah.
That's the point you're making.
Exactly. It was a flawed argument. It was a flawed argument.
Is it no, this is because it's important.
I don't think
because it's actually being used against him. In fact, his opponents are using against him. And somebody is probably watching us today, not too sure what to do. And so this is it's a very important discussion.
So there are explanations, and that is what people should be listening to, and not just the one-way thing about, what everybody thinks it is. Yes, even if you did so much, you could still complain that you didn't get a chance to do as much as you want.
Help us understand that.
Depending on how much you wanted to do. Yeah?
Okay.
Baumia was not just looking at doing digitization. Baumia was not just looking at just having one or two things, that is all. The man is full of ideas. The man was full of things that he wanted to do. I'll tell you, here, there was something that he had done whilst we were in Jubilee House that never even got to see the light of the day. And that has a bearing on trying to have a curb on government spending, even as people travel out. I tell you, these are some of the things that you never get to see the light because, seriously, you are not in charge. Yeah? And so many others. So on that basis, you have every right to say, yes, you think your hands were tied. Your hands are tied because of what? Cabinet decisions that has to be adhered to. Because of that group or team thing that you have to agree to. And once it is agreed to, how you have to appear to be playing, going along with it. So these are all reasons why he would now be in a position to state clearly that, yes, I never really had the chance to execute to the best of my ability or to the best that I could have offered.
Okay.
So there are enough grounds for doing that. I also want to quickly come into some of the theories that have been
That's fine. But
here.
before you do that, you see, the challenge again with that is that apart from what Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia himself has said in terms of the things that he's been allowed to do, he's not the only one who's spoken. We've also heard the president. The president himself has said, look, this is the most hardworking, the most innovative.
What would you want the president to say?
I'm saying that when you listen to some of the things that the president has said about Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, it doesn't leave you with any doubt that he was given the room to operate.
No. He was given room to operate, but I'm telling you that the room that he was given was not good enough for him to come out with the maximum of his best. That is what I'm trying to say.
So it was not the engine room, or maybe just a storeroom.
But the counter argument to here is this: that if this economy had done very well under the MPP, well, this argument about what I was allowed to do and what I was not allowed to do, would that have come up?
Yeah. I think this is where I wanted.
Dr. Bawumia,
No. Let me try to address this issue by trying to put everything that has been said here in the context.
Great.
That is very important to take recognition of. Because when the theories are being explained to tell you about market penetration and diversification, etc., it is sort of appears to be looked at in isolation.
Okay.
Not taking what was happening across the world into consideration.
Oh, so you're referring to the diversification and penetration?
Yes,
theory.
everything that has been said so far, I think does not take what was happening across the world into consideration. So, for instance, when we talk about whether, Bawumia or this government the MPP government didn't do well, or now the NDC is doing well as it was being, being the basis of what, he has projected. He forgets about the fact that what was happening across the world was also, something to take into consideration when you have to judge the performance of NPP. Yeah? When you take the fact that across the world, almost all the elections that were conducted, all the sitting parties that, contested had lost, and had lost abysmally, and that the world economic, downturn, with respect to the war, with respect to COVID, etc., was real. Look, in my specific kind of role that I played in government, you couldn't but notice that, for instance, whilst we were trying to do the year of return and everything that had to do with bringing in the, the remittances, etc., we suffered greatly when COVID came.
Is that the only reason why?
No, that's just from my angle of operation.
Yes.
Now I'm telling you, across the economy, across the country, it was even very, very severe.
Are you suggesting that there weren't certain decisions or certain actions or inactions that also cost you? Is it just a
No. Of course, I'm not going to say that certain decisions have not
the reason
caused
why I'm asking this
certain decisions have caused us what we have come to experience.
Absolutely,
now,
yes.
that is a fact.
Yes.
Just as right now, certain decisions are also going to cost the NDC.
Right.
And I want to come to the point that, look, just as he was saying, elections, oppositions don't win elections. Incumbents lose the elections.
True.
And we are about to see, even from first year, where we are going and how it could all be lost. Yeah?
When we sit here and we talk about how haircut had affected a section of the society and people have lost their money that they had worked for it, we tend to forget how numerous cocoa farmers are losing their money today as we speak. They are not being paid, and therefore, it has serious consequences. But because they are not Sofia Kufu or whoever they are to come to ministry and demonstrate, that is being ignored completely. This is something we need to draw attention to. This is something that has got serious consequences if it should go forward for a long time. And now look at where it's going.
They are thinking of even reducing the cocoa price. And you think it's all honky-donkey going forward?
Boss, sorry. Every government faces some
of course
one challenge or the other.
That's what I'm saying.
But the question is whether the challenge that the government faces, the extent to which it can impact on the electoral outcome, is another thing.
Yeah, the extent to which it impacts.
I agree with
I agree with that. Yes. So basically, coming to elections, if it persists that these farmers who have got nobody to represent them to demonstrate at the ministries are suffering this fate, and they are the people who would also be in the country to be voting, we will see what will happen in this country.
That's fine.
No, but it's a matter of decision, isn't it? Haircut is not COVID. Haircut didn't just come. It was a decision. Are you with me? Now, you have to dissect the issues. There were economic pressures, but what was your solution?
Just as
So
right
I'm
now,
saying that there was
there's an
economic pressures, and you
pressure.
brought a solution as haircut. It wasn't COVID, it wasn't natural, right? Again, there was economic pressures, and you decide to clean the financial sector, so to speak. Could there be alternative decisions? So when you position it as if it's a occurrence that came from
No.
somewhere
But when
else,
you fail to
no, it
also
doesn't.
see it as that there is an
It
economic
doesn't.
question
So that
today,
actually,
which is the
that actually
currency, the exchange rate,
that
and the
actually
way you are
questions-
dealing with it is affecting
that
the
actually
farmer.
questions-
That one you don't realize.
That
it.
actually questions the quality of the human resource. You understand?
Today
the point
there's
I'm
an
making?
economic question.
Yeah, so it's not a.
No,
it's not
I'll
a-
bring you in. I'll bring you. So London has been quiet since.
Yeah.
I'll bring you in. I'll bring. Otherwise, next time when we invite him, he won't come. You say
No.
Michael has hijacked the conversation. Mr. London,
Yeah.
should the political parties be interested really in who leads this MPP or who has won? In fact, we've already heard some elements within the MPP who are saying that the NDC is campaigning for Kennedy Japan. Whether that is true or not, but it's a conversation that's out there. It's out there. Yeah. UP, do you have an interest on who wins? I'll ask the Prof the same question, and I'll probably ask Mr. Iwa the same question as well. But do you have an interest in who is going to win today by 4 p.m.? Does it matter to you?
The United Party has knows how it's going to go, and so.
How do you mean you know how it's going to go? You know who would win? Who's that person?
Let me encourage my friend that when he's drinking his champagne tonight, you should remember me.
Okay.
I think I'll go.
So I guess you said it all.
It makes it easier.
You're tipping Bamia to win. That's fine.
No, I'm saying
Yes.
when he's so
you can't be bothered.
No, you know that you can't be bothered. You will be bothered. It must be of interest to you.
Okay.
Interest to the extent that you just want to know that it comes out well. Because at the end of the day, the UP wishes the New Patriotic Party well.
Okay.
The process should go through smoothly. The results should be declared. The candidates should come and it should go smooth. This is what we expect. We expect the same from NDC. That is how it is. Our issue is political parties. Prof said that yes, the apparent successes of NDC, if the NDC makes a mistake of assuming that they're doing so well, fuel price has been coming down, exchange rate is improving, bank rate is coming down. What I told you earlier too was that they have increased the price of cocoa. All these things are positive. That is 31st January 2026. As we go forward, some of these things have their own effects on the economy. In the last few weeks, the president has ordered finance minister, pay these people, pay the military, pay these people. They are paying. So good. Oh well. There are external shocks that can come. They are real. Now, there are other consequences of some of the actions. Take cocoa, as my brother said. As the exchange rate is coming down and the cocoa price has been pegged, the government is committed to the cocoa farmers at the rate at which they have advertised and made them appreciate. Meanwhile, in real CD terms, revenues of cocoa marketing company are coming down.
Because of the exchange rate.
Because of it is a fact and it is real.
True.
So every responsible government, I would expect them to start working on it. Look, when President Kufuor was president, when he came into power, he had to take some very difficult decisions. What did he do? He was humble enough to come and tell people that, look here, some of the things, the way they are going, I have to change this. He took some very difficult and unpopular decisions, but he had the good faith of the people. The people had confidence in him. The people trusted him. So when some of those difficult decisions were taken, I have to increase the price of fuel, I have to increase these taxes, I have to do this. The people said, okay. They accepted it and they worked with him. So at the end of the day, that is how it should work. If you do not, as a government, see to these things, then you are losing it. Because at the end of the day, it's not everything that is all on your energy. Pray there's no COVID. Pray Donald Trump doesn't strike Iran. These are realities. We are reducing fuel price, we are reducing fuel price. One missile to Tehran.
It changes everything.
Changes everything, and that has no.
So I guess that your point is
So
don't take your foot off the pedal.
Don't take your foot off the pedal at
keep
all.
Speeding.
Yes.
So you get to your destination.
Yes. You must be conscious of all the factors. You see, don't always dwell or allow yourself to be carried away with some praises that we are doing. No.
Should the UP and the NDC be worried if Bawumia is elected?
The UP will not be worried at all.
He's widely marketed.
You see, back to what Prof was saying, widely marketed.
Yes, he has experience. He's been vice president before.
You see, that is the other issue. The new Patriotic Party has not been fair to Dr. Bawumia, in my opinion. Yes.
By making vice president for 8 years?
Listen, you make somebody vice president for 8 years, yes. You project him that this is the economic guru, this man is going to change things, this man is going to do everything. He has his lectures, he promises everybody. Ghanaians have very high expectations. Then he gets the power. Today we are being told by he himself that he also been given the opportunity to do
because he doesn't take the final decision.
Mr. London. Look,
he doesn't take the final decision. He's not the president. He's vice president.
Please, let me make my point.
Okay.
He is the vice president.
Yes.
Or he was the vice president. Like every vice president is anywhere in the world. There are limitations to your powers.
So why are you blaming him?
So that's what I'm saying. Please. I say the party has not been fair to him. The party gave the impression that this one man on his own will be able to turn everything around. And the man who led the charge was the president himself at the time. And then the man is quietly suffering because certain economic decisions. Look, how many interviews did Dr. Bawumia go and say, we won't do this, and then the finance minister counters it and do something different? Who is in authority?
Professor Kobe disagrees with that. He says, but the same man who says he wasn't allowed to work is the same man who can give you a litany of things that he says he's done.
But you see, at the end of the day, the bottom line, which people will be looking at, is what was the end result? The crack saying.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you are supposed to be the guru. Oh, Moro, when you put him in charge here, he is fantastic. He would do it with everybody says it. And you are there, and you have one hand tied at your back. But being the kind of man you are, you try to,
execute irrespective.
Execute it irrespective, and also try not to give that impression.
But you know what? This whole talk about Bawumia's limitations and his hands being tied to his back.
These are what we are being told today.
Everybody
this is what we are being told today. This is what we are being told today.
Is tied by the cabinet decision.
I get it. What I'm trying to make is this. As we speak, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia himself hasn't told us anything.
Who said?
Everything we've heard is reported speech.
Who said?
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia himself
you're wrong.
has not told us about his limitations.
You are wrong.
Oh, he hasn't told us. I stand to be corrected. Is there any report?
He has made some reports himself.
Where?
Yeah, he said some of the decisions he didn't agree, and then the old man got angry.
He said it publicly?
Of course, recently. I mean,
he began to, let me tell you
that is why
he distanced himself.
He distanced himself.
When you are part of cabinet and cabinet agrees,
if you listen to what
your hands are tied.
Your hands are tied.
But the president's hands were tied because of IMF. He can also say that. The president can also say that.
And the president
point
will be right.
I'm making is that.
Yes, that's the point.
The point I'm making is that every vice president, Her Excellency Jenana, she's doing her job quietly.
Or she's not doing any job at all.
Are you saying that?
Oh, really?
Are you saying?
No. I'm just saying
words in my mouth.
I'm not saying you are saying that.
Prof,
I'm saying that.
Hold on
I want to make my point.
It is true that every vice president has limitations.
Yes.
But perhaps, And I'm sure that you
the
bear
vice
the answer
president
this.
is never
maybe
the president.
maybe the only reason why people thought people have higher expectations of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, even though we knew that he was going to be a vice president, also because of the things he said in the past.
And also what even the president said about him.
Moro, everybody, including normal work, we have our JD, isn't it? You have a job description. Which of the job descriptions of our presidency have you ever seen that says that the vice president is the lead in doing ABCD? No. So why they claim that he has a limitation, I don't even get it. It is not your JD in the first place.
The party always marketed him
but
as
the
most
president,
hardworking vice president, the most hardworking.
That's the thing.
You see, I'm making.
Where did it come from? Have you ever heard that?
Dr.
In the past?
Bawumia was not treated. This is my opinion.
But you don't know this as a fact.
Philip, I think that if there was any mistreatment or unfairness in terms of treatment, then his team is supposed to be responsible.
It is the party.
Because they went around saying, yes, he is the most,
yes,
he is the most innovative, he is the most, and then you come back to say, I was not given a chance. So what were you actually being the most innovative for?
He was being innovative, for instance, when he's able to execute with 4 million to do something that the NDC was going to do for what, how much million?
No.
Then of course, that is being innovative. No. Innovation is like that.
So the point
you should
is
be able to work out to see how best to execute.
The point is that
is clear.
You should know what your job description is.
This matter.
You should know
it's a fact.
See, the president has said that the president has said at the time, the president has said that economics is not his strong suit. And so he was bringing somebody with the biggest of the suits that could actually speak the economic language for us. And that's why it made the party leadership, including President Kufuor, to say, if this young man can actually do what the candidate then is saying, then let's give him the opportunity.
And when did he say this?
So by association, he was going to do this fantastic economic stuff. Then all of a sudden, you depart and start talk technology. I question that if he felt that technology was a fundamental part of the economic message, then you could have actually disclosed it from the beginning. And if it had been an oversight, then you could have actually organized a press conference and said, guys, I was wrong in the first place. I think that to get the economic message going, digitalization must lead.
Okay.
Who would not agree with you? But you do not deliberately, under some Nicodemus media works, depart from the economic message and go to digitalization. And you think that we have to agree with you?
15 minutes to take a break, because we need to take a break and come back later. There'll be another team. But let me ask you this. Be that as it may, with all the analysis we made, the polls at least have showed that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will win. The challenge here is that he's not going to win as the same margin as he did in 2024. In 2023, isn't it? He's not going to win it to 57 point something percent if the Musa Damkwa poses anything to go by. I have two questions. There are some people who are of the opinion that that draw, if indeed that's the case, if indeed the Musa Damkwa poses anything to go by, should get Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's camp to be worried. Because consistently over time, and traditionally what we've seen is that when candidates are repeated, they do better. He cannot afford not to do better. You cannot afford to decline from 61% to 57%. And so his camp must be very worried. That's one question, whether you agree. The second question to me is this, that the NDC, I've asked him, do they have an interest? He said, yes. Well, they said, no, they really can't be bothered who emerges the winner. I ask you the same question, whether can you be bothered who emerges the winner? Is it Bawumia who's going to be your headache? Is it Ken? Is it Dr. Brian Champo? Is it your Edichum? Which of these, candidates, if the person emerges, would be a big headache for the NDC to deal with? Or for you, it won't really matter. Two questions, but I won't ask you now. Please chew on this. Let me bring in Michael. Michael, it looks like there's something you want to say briefly before I bring in Prof.
Yes, just two quick points to make. But this argument about whether Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia whether he had limitations as to what he could do or not. There are times I've listened to people from his camp and I get very uncomfortable with some of the statements. But I think that today our senior brother, Akwesiwa Abebio, has put it in a better context, that it is not as if he was not given room to
do anything.
Okay. But he feels that with a bigger room, he could have done far more than he did. And obviously, as a team, there are things where you would disagree. And even during in the build-up to the 2024 campaign, Dr. Baumia mentioned that when he's voted into power, one of the immediate things we'll do is to abolish the e-levy.
Right.
And that tells you, he also mentioned the emission tax. That is one of the things he was going to abolish or repeal immediately.
Yeah. And the flat rate.
Yes. You see, it tells that it is something he doesn't support. It is something he doesn't believe in. I mean, because if he believes in it, he will not promise that immediately when he's voted into power, where he has absolute power and control over government, he will overturn those decisions. But when people have conversations and put it that every good thing was done or was engineered by Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, but the bad decisions he had no hand in, then it gets very uncomfortable. That, okay, why does his people want to distance him from every bad thing that happened? A typical example is the betting tax, the e-levy, the haircut we spoke about shortly, but that his followers will make you understand that he never had a hand in it. But they'll tell you that even today, the appreciation of the value in the city, there are members of the MPP that attribute that to works done by Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. So his people make us feel or understand that he's part of every good thing, or he engineered every good thing that happened. But the decisions that did not turn out well, he wasn't part of it. I don't think that it allows for teamwork, it allows for cohesion and all of that. But today I'm happy that our senior brother has put that in a better context. That yes, because even on this table or even at our respective meetings, there are decisions that majority will go for. We as individuals may not be in favor of those decisions, but in the end, it is what the majority decides. And I'm sure we've all held leadership at various fronts, no matter how small it was. You know that I was SRC president back at Africa University, AUCC, and the powers and the interest that at the time I had, you cannot say same for my vice president. There are even times where people who do not hold official positions but are your close allies will be more powerful than people who had been voted into power just by their association or just by the relationship they have with you. So they may have a case, but I do not think it is the ideal thing to do is to put that out there. Again, another point I want to make, we're looking at our political history and deducing from what our senior colleagues have said, that it means that in our elections, it may not necessarily be the kind of candidates we put out there, but the performance of the sitting government to a large extent, how the people feel, people's perception about how well the government is delivering or otherwise shapes the result or the voting pattern. Because we have people that have lost they've lost elections woefully, but have come back to win elections. And those were times where majority of the people, you go back to the 2000 elections. I mentioned earlier, former President John Edekun Kufuor was repeated for the 2000 elections. It was at the time where the country was dealing with a lot of things. People were crying over the high cost of living, insecurity. It was a time you wake up every morning and you hear this person has been murdered, dead bodies all over the place. So there were genuine issues to believe that the government was not delivering on expectations. So we voted the NDC government out and then brought in His Excellency John Edekun Kufuor, who had lost the previous election. We had Professor John Evans Atta Mills winning elections in his third attempt. He lost the first election, he lost the second election, in the third elections he won. We had Ekufuor losing in 1998. He lost by a bigger margin in 2012. In 2016, he came. You ask yourself, what had changed between the period? As a personality, as an individual, is there a lot that had changed? I think that the real determining factor is the performance of the government. And when people are voted as flag bearer, even their attitude, the way they approach things, change. Today, we see a better composed Kennedy Japan. Even Kennedy Japan today is sober in his delivery, but we know the kind of person he is. So, in as much as you want to put, your best candidate, but I think that it has more to do with how the party shapes itself in opposition, and then how the sitting government is able to deliver to the expectations of their populace.
So I think your point is, yes, every vice president has limitations, right?
Yeah.
But and that's why the whole attempt to exculpate or to absolve Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia from some of the blames because he wasn't given supposedly enough room to operate is not really a good thing to do. Because it's either you're taking all the credits and taking all the debits.
Yeah,
you don't pick and choose. That's
you don't pick.
You don't think it's a good idea.
I think that
it's not a good idea. So that's fine.
It must be responsible
that's fine.
for
That's
everything.
fine.
The good and then the bad.
I get that. So let me come to Prof now. Prof, question to you now. We don't have a lot of time because we've been talking for almost 3 hours. Maybe let's do another 15 minutes. Should the NDC be interested in who wins? That's number one. That's number one. Now, is that interest simply based on who I can beat much easily? And, when I listen to some of the analysis you've made so far, you've pointed several things that are going against Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia if it's going into any elections. If that is the case, then it should be safe for me to assume that the NDC would want Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to come, right? Now, you have persons in the NDC, some of them who are very influential, who appear to be subtly supporting a Ken victory. What could possibly be happening? Do you get the point I'm making? I get it. Some people feel something doesn't add. In fact, the MPP himself have said that it appears, not the MPP as a political organization, but some elements within, in fact, the Bawumia camp have said that it is for them a bit weird, but it's also understandable. I don't really get it. It's weird, but it's also understandable that somehow some elements within the NDC, big wigs, are campaigning for Ken indirectly, right? And that if you claim Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is the weakest link amongst all the five, then you should not be hoping and praying. In fact, campaign for Bawumia to come. But that's not what we're seeing. So put all of this in perspective.
Let me speak to you from a strategy perspective.
Okay.
As a marketing strategist, a political marketing strategist, no market leader, active market leader, i.e. a company that has its research active, has the resources to do adverts, etc., as a market leader, is afraid of a competitor who is penetrating into the market, existing product with existing market. No market leader, unless the market leader is not active. And so, for me, a market leader will be a lot more concerned about a diversified competitor who is coming to the market new and with new product or new technology. I will be concerned. Why? Because they don't have track record. In the context of the market, you don't know how they're going to behave. You don't know what arsenals they have. And you don't know how the customer, the market, is going to respond to that. So if I give you a typical example of our market, at the time when Millicom Ghana was in there, Westel was there, I don't think Millicom Ghana was ever afraid of Westel. But when Scancom came, boom, new product, new market, smartphones. Hey, what is this? I took one to Nigeria. I used to work at C2MNJ. I was the marketing manager there. When I went to Nigeria with a StarTAC, Motorola StarTAC, you remember? The Nigerian people were like, wow,
hello,
Ghana.
Hello, Moto.
Hello, Moto, exactly. Ghana, what is this? Because those days they used to use Melcom Ghana. Mejina Bontina make us say, Putti. And at that time, caller ID was first.
Yes.
Yeah. Millicom Ghana was like, what is this? Yeah. They were shut down completely. Yeah. SIM cards were all over. Those days, you have to go and queue for SIM card.
And
fight.
Sometimes you move from Accra to Kufuria.
Man,
regional
people
just to get a SIM.
In Takra, the Takwa gold miners, they bring money to Scancom to buy the SIM cards. So it was a shock to Millicom. That is Tigo now.
Yes.
They've never recovered.
But with all due respect, with all these marketing sort of strategies and everything, I just want you to relate it to the people that we are
But no, what I'm saying.
Everybody knows your biggest in the market.
I'm giving you strategy analysis.
We know Baumia, we know Ben, we know this one.
He's building a point.
I'm saying that.
He's using the theory.
I'm saying that Baumia is a market penetration. He had been saying economics, this, and Pakwesi Emisata of blessed memory positively advised him that it's not the book alone, but it's also the practice. All right? So we know what he can say. All right? It's exactly the market he's been there before.
I agree with the theory.
But we can't tell what.
But you know,
the other ones.
That's why I disagree.
So that's what I'm saying. That
everybody knows Ken in this sort of game.
What I'm saying is that no matter
candidate, not as presidential candidate,
no matter who wins,
only matrix.
Please, what I'm saying is that no matter who wins, NDC faces two realities.
Okay.
One diversification, one market penetration.
Okay.
All right. Now, they would know how to respond to the market penetration. They can't tell how the diversification would be. And so they would be very much concerned about who other than Baumia wins. Do you get it? But as for Baumia winning, I am telling you, the NDC would know exactly how to approach him and how to deal with him. Of course, he can come with surprises. I mean, existing companies have come with surprises. But I'm saying that in the nutshell, before the competition has ended and we've known, I am sure that NDC strategists are clearly in tune of a Baumia strategy, more than of a diversified candidate, any of these.
You think in essence, you think that NDC should be welcoming a Baumia candidate?
I have said informally, I don't know, but I have said informally, majority of the NDC followers would welcome Baumia candidacy. For those who are against Baumia candidates on one thing, and most of the time, when you listen to them, it's because they felt that the banter was emotional between him and President Mahama now in 2016. People felt, and even in 2020, people felt a certain level of disrespect, and I'm not saying that he was.
So
they would want for a matter of banter, you know, because he says that somebody who beaten twice or somebody who beat, you know.
So
people emotionally were affected by that, so they would want to see a Baumia nailed, and then use it for a banter. But on a election strategy perspective, I'm telling you, a lot of NDCs would prefer a Baumia candidacy.
I see.
I think my problem is that when you use these theories to explain the scenarios that we could be going into, and then you get it camouflaged with your with your certain role as an operant of the NDC, then it makes it a little bit skewed. Because you fail to, for instance, look at the other sort of alternative, which is possibly the fact that when DC will prefer somebody that they can do a lot of debt on, a lot of throwing things out there that can quickly
that is fair. That is fair. That is fair. That is fair. But I said that. Yes. That is a fair assessment.
So let me do this. But that's but that's true. But to the extent that we're assuming that there are only three candidates.
No. Of course. There are one or two candidates because of the research and everything.
I gave you diversification, and I said that apart from Baumia, all of them are diversified products.
Yeah.
And so, but if you are narrowing on Bawumia, as I mentioned, that they would prefer, and then, but if you are narrowing on Ken, as you mentioned, well, sorry to say, perhaps
I wanted to point out to you that I know majority of NDC people who are looking for that outcome in order to play that game.
No, it's
whether fair or not.
It's fair, but
the
point is that
don't want to disregard
what do you make of what Prof said, which is he thinks that on a more personal, sentimental level, there are persons who want Bawumia to fail so that they can laugh at him, like we say it in our local.
I didn't get him to say that.
No, he said that. So they can laugh at him.
They will laugh at him at the presidential. At the presidential, not at the primary.
No, at the primary.
At the president. Of course. No. That one he's entitled to that. We will come to that. We will come to that when we come to the bridge. We will cross it. But first and foremost, today, what we are trying to get around is how he can become our leader for the. So. Let him, tickle himself with that. Okay. That one we can. There's not much we can do about it. Right. But we know that what we are about to present, which is the basis of what I've been saying here, that we know that it is not just a case of the presidential candidate that we represented, but we know about the abysmal nature where the economy is going to go, and that is why we will be ready to pounce on it. Because what I've told you, I can tell you, look, people don't look at it that way at all. People overestimate it. People underestimate it. That a few people have lost so much. And I want to emphasize the point that they lost so much by haircut. These are the aristocrats in the society, the people who have got the money to spend and can put it somewhere, and when it's affected in one way, they lose it. But the farmers who are at the blunt of it right now as we speak, nobody is talking for them. Nobody is demonstrating for them. Nobody is coming to finance to demonstrate for them. And yet they are they are facing the blunt of it. Okay. This massaged economy whereby we are trying to...
it's not massage. No. Everybody's feeling...
Let me explain my point. Let me explain. Massage in the sense of that exchange rate, adjustment.
Is it massage?
Of course it is.
Wow.
If it's not, why would it not even respond in this this thing when it has not been sustained? Even you take your foot off the...
If an exchange rate can be massaged, then why didn't you massage it? Then why didn't you massage it?
Look, it's a point. Why didn't we massage it? Everybody has got their priorities. So we wanted to...
Absolutely.
We didn't massage it because we were providing things for...
it's because you want the power, right?
You said exchange rate.
We were paying the farmers first. We were doing so many things.
Exchange rate.
The drivers are happy.
Which drivers?
Look, the taxi drivers are
the taxi drivers. Listen, let me tell you, the taxi drivers in Accra here are happy. Why would they be beating people?
Have you seen the social media where they are beating some drivers and their mates?
For reducing fares?
Yes, of course.
But
you can
but the point I'm trying to make is that hold on, sorry.
You agree that I'm glad that you point out that the taxi drivers are fair. I would also be glad that you should point out that the farmers are not happy.
No, I'm not contesting that.
Exactly.
No, I'm not contesting. But I'm just saying that you talked about massaging economic data or the economic numbers, and I'm saying that
I didn't say the data, massaging the data. No, I think those two things are different.
Okay, what
I'm saying, you're massaging the economy. The economy management is such that you are trying to make sure that the exchange rate is reduced, which is fair. They've done that. They've reduced it. But at what cost?
No, that's what I mean.
At the environmental cost, at everything, the cost that we are...
No, we're saying the same thing. Exactly. The massaging the economy is massaging the data.
That's what the point I'm making. No. It's the same thing. No. I would never say the same thing. I'm a data information analyst. No. When you massage data, let me tell you, when you massage data, what you do. When you massage data, even if the data is this,
you say that, okay, I get it.
Yes, so massaging data is completely different.
You're right. So the economy is being massaged, but as some of our colleagues have said, to what end? The end is that a section of the Ghanaian public
are enjoying.
Are happy.
Yes.
Okay. So back to the
section. Really,
he says
yes.
He's just telling you
the entire country.
It will be easier for the NDC. As Prof is saying, and I want to respond to this, that it will be easier for the NDC to throw missiles at Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia if he's elected, as compared to the other candidates. How do you respond to that?
This is what I want to admit, that of course I don't expect him to say anything other than that, because obviously he is trying to put up a position where they want to coerce us into a certain position to get us to, do what they want to do to us. It is quite clear, as I've said it, not just on this show, but on other shows or given every opportunity, that the extent to which they are panicking about Dr. Bawumia is reflected in how, even if they had the opportunity, they will make sure that Mahama can go ahead.
But you said the same in 2024. I want us to end with this.
Yeah.
Do you believe in Musa Dankwa's polls?
Look, Musa Dankwa is...
No, do you believe in it?
No. The other day, I was here when Musa presented his polls, and I made a comment on it.
Right.
Musa's poll, is something that you shouldn't ignore.
Okay.
Yeah? That doesn't mean you believe in it outright and everything.
Okay.
But at the same time, I also pointed out the fact that if there was ever any poll, Musa's poll was never as many people as we voted for the last primaries. That number is a pool in itself. That can be extracted. You can make all predictions based on that.
Right.
So I'm basing my whole belief on the last time the party had a chance to vote. And the numbers are there, the figures are there. You can play with it to say, drop it by, or take it up by this number or this number. Incidentally, that number, or whatever that data is, if you sample data with, just as Musa has done, it coincides with in some places, and therefore that is what, on the basis of what
does
I would say,
need, what percentage do you think Bawumia needs to be able to say that he has an emphatic control over the party?
I'm glad you used the word emphatic, and we are not dealing with a situation where, as was in the case of, say, NDC, when everything is done to basically present somebody like they did with Atamils, or in the case of what Mahama, when they basically coerce everybody to say yes, give us 90 something. No, we are a very democratic party with new entrants in this game, which has got its own dynamics. Of course, Brian is there as a force to reckon with. Kwabre Japon is coming with that rich background of having been in touch with the party, so the numbers are going to certainly be adjusted here and there. So on that basis, what I'm expecting from Bawumia, of course, is not a second round thing. I'm expecting a one-time victory, which should be good enough and well above the 50 mark to enable us to say that yes, the party is in agreement that we are presenting these people. And for us not to disgrace or to humiliate the competitors who have also volunteered to be part of this so that they can come along going forward. And that will be the best result.
So in 2007, there were 17.
Yeah.
And Nanado polled 47%. In 2010, there
No, 17. Go on to when we reduce it to.
I'm saying that in 2007, there were 17 aspirants.
Yeah.
Right? And at the end of the day, Nanado had 47%.
Yeah.
In 2010.
No. I want you to complete that time when you chose to, illustrate your point. Okay. There was a second round. And then, so talk about the second round too.
No, I'm not talking about presidential. I'm talking about the internal MPP primary.
The internal, there was a second round.
Oh, you mean 2007?
Yes.
So
there was a second round.
There was a special delegates conference that pruned it.
Yeah, pruned it down.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think he got 49%, isn't it?
First time. That's why they went.
It was 47 and 49.
Exactly.
Yes,
right.
But they didn't go a second round.
They didn't go second round.
No.
Good. So remind me because I forgot.
And that is precisely.
They should have gone a second round.
But they didn't.
And Alan pulled out
because Nanado should have got
50
50 plus one vote
yes.
at least.
Yes.
But Alan came out and said,
Nanado
should go.
I wanted us to dwell on that point.
No, that's fine. But whatever it is, it's 47%.
Alan didn't just come up based on an agreement.
Yes, no problem. 47%.
An agreement signed by you.
No, hold on.
Well, these are things that people say. Agreement. No. You can joke with it and say these things, but. No, seriously, not to your knowledge. Not as far as not as far as you know that there was an agreement. You can say these things.
I'll bring you in. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
In 2010, a second attempt at that position, the flag bearer position, he polled 78%.
Yes.
And at the time, the discussion was that really and truly, Nanado has a commanding control over the party. So that the majority of the party people were behind him. 5 people.
Yeah.
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is also contesting 4 other people.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm asking you whether percentages matter to you.
The percentages matter to me, but I've always insisted on the context in which things happen.
Exactly.
That is the point
And
that
what
you have
matters
to
is you
take
get
into
50 plus.
consideration.
That's all.
You can't just ignore everything and just say, these are the figures, bam, 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 bam. No. That is why I drew you back to what happened before Danado even had the chance to contest Alan the next time, which is 2012.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
After that, the incidents, the issues that occurred would all have a bearing on what the future was going to be. Now, I've given you a scenario that I think I would be happy with. That Bawumia wins, we don't go a second round. Yeah? And not only that, those who have decided to get these people respectable votes will get the chance to give those respectable votes to them. And that means that no second round, everybody is happy. We are a big party, we go forward together.
So Nana, for you, the most important thing is that you should win.
You should win, yes.
Okay. Michael, is that
yeah, Moro, I think
just
so,
win because he needs a commanding.
No, the dynamics differ. You look at even the strength of the other candidate also has an impact on the outcome of the elections. Now, if you go to 2007 elections, there were 17 candidates. Obviously, Honorable Kojo Alanche Martin and Akufo-Addo were the front runners in that election, but there were some other strong candidates. His Excellency Ali Muhammad of blessed memory was vice president at the time. He was a key part of government machinery. In terms of resources, he was very well resourced. You talk of other party stalwarts like Dan Boche, who was also in the Papa Owusu and Koma. Hackman Owusu Adman, one of my favorite.
Kwabena Japan was there.
Yeah. Yes.
So
I mean, these were
and this boy was also part of it. The American guy. Dr. What do you call it? Arthur Kennedy was there.
He was there. Yes.
In fact, to run through.
No, he was there. He was there.
To run through the list, Nana Akufo-Addo was there. He polled 1,090. The total delegates were 2,285, and His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo polled 1,096 votes, which represented 47.9%. Alan Chemartin did 738. 32.5%. There was Ali Muhammad who came third, 146 votes, 6.3%. Yao Osafumafo was also in a strong government figure there. He got 63 votes, 2.8%. There was Dan Boche, Papa Owusu Ankoma, Hackman Owusu Ajiman, Dr. Adokofo, Mike Okwe, Jake Otanka Obechebi Lamte, the Honorable Kofi Kunodu Apreku.
Kumar and Tomatoes.
Yes, and there was Dr. Frimpong Boateng. There was also Ejakwam.
Did you say Dr. Frimpong Boateng?
Professor Frimpong.
He was there?
Yes.
I see.
Yes,
so he was one of the failed candidates.
Yes.
I see.
He was there. And then I see Ejako. Yeah, I want to believe that is Boache Ejako. And then there was Owusu Ejepon. Yes. Then the Kwabena Japan was also in the contest. J. Bewa was there, and then Arthur Kennedy, who polled just 1 vote at the time. So now in the 2010 contest, there were five
was
candidates.
Was Tamaklo in there?
No, he wasn't. Okay. There were 5 candidates. Of the 5 candidates, you could say that there were just 2 strong candidates. I mean, the 5 candidates included Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng, Isaac Osei, Reverend Kwame Kodua, Mr. Alan.
Sorry, but we're talking about this. I think for the purposes of this.
Why are you walking us through this data? What's like? Help us.
No, because I
wanted to use this data that he's giving us to further explain some of the points I was making.
Yeah.
Okay.
As to whether certain numbers are important, etc., and the cycle in the party.
Yeah.
Prior to 2007, like I said, this thing was opened up.
Okay.
From 2 to 5 polling stations. So it increased by about 60%.
Right.
Now, in those days, because Alan had this engagement with the grassroots as a business, because the problem we're having was that many of our people were always going after our people demanding money. And many of our leaders were not in very strong financial situations. So those of them who were like the Young Executive Forum, they were the ones bearing the brunt. So he took an initiative to empower some of them to do business, to earn for themselves. That's how come there. So when yes, so when the elections went, Alan was out there. So at that point, I want you to defeat the argument that you need to go down 3 times. Because for many people outside the New Patriotic Party, Alan was a stranger. But for those in the party, they knew he was a stalwart financier and the backbone of the party. So that his first entrance into the primaries was such earth-shaking, And, it was like he was going to win. But the process was disrupted. There was a lot of tension. He came out and said, look, you know something? Nana, do you go?
Yeah.
I will. Now, in the subsequent one, just as it had been said, that look, let us all contest President Kufuor. I said, okay, Nana, just continue, So he...
you mean in the rerun, in the second round?
In the second round, yes. So it was like, let me just maintain my position in the race for everybody to know I'm still, but we know that Nanado is going to. I was on his campaign, we knew what it was, and Nanado won. So, and that was how it was going. So if you go by the statistics and say that, oh, the last time you got so much percent, last time you got so much percent, it is of no consequence.
I see, because the electoral college...
The election, every particular election has its own dynamics.
But for a certain psychological effect.
Psychological effect for people who are doing academic analysis. Without,
Because if you speak to the persons who are working for Dr. Mahmoud,
it is a mood of the party that
most of them.
It's a mood of the party.
Let me give you the context of why people are concerned about percentage. And that's, again, Baumia's own followers. You remember last time when, President Mahama got a certain 90-something%.
Yes.
Baumia's followers kept saying, hey, Baumia will get. They were propounding these percentages to show that indeed the party is strongly behind it. And now you are saying, no, the percentages doesn't matter. You go and check last election, the primaries, what they were saying.
No.
The same thing that they were saying about his economic credential. Oh, he's the. When they now face the reality, then they start backing down. The percentage was so crucial to them that time that they will show how Baumia has absolute control over the party. And then they were dwindled, they were subdued in the election.
Yeah.
And then they started propounding other theories. So now they are not talking percentages anymore. Now they say they want 50 plus 1.
So, Prof, for a marketing person, do percentages matter?
Of course, as a marketer, the market share is always important. You have a certain membership base. I mean, why is it that we talk about MTN being the significant player? You understand the point? Whenever you are in the market, the percentages matter to you. One, they indicate, it's a signifier.
So how do you expect to see, for instance, when I see Edim Ketia's pitch against all those people, the percentage? Today you are saying this, you will be marked against that very thing that you are saying.
No, I'm saying that as a marketer, all right, percentages matter to you. How much of the market do you control? Are you with me? It indicates to you that there's a section of the people who, even if you don't go to that constituency, they will come and back you up. But it does not mean that it is Agbena, no. Because at the end of the day, if the percentages has come up as a signifier, you can also reduce it by not doing nothing, all right? Or you can push it up. So you get the percentage to say, okay, now we are at 57 or we have to. It means that there's a strong base for you. You have to reinforce it. Or it means that you have a lot of work to do.
But he's just telling you that the entrance into the market can have a direct impact on your market share. It can.
Of course.
What is important is the work you do after getting into the market.
So yes, you may be having sometime back, once upon a time, 90%. I mean, today, I'm not sure that, I don't want to mention brands. But there are some companies today who have shrunk in terms of market share because the rest are doing very well.
I mentioned brands. My apologies.
But I'm saying, so is it, no, do you just have to lead or
no, you don't
you
have
want
to
lead commandingly?
You want to lead commandingly.
Comfortably.
Of course.
That is the ideal situation. But in an election, the important thing is to win.
And you have basically trampled upon people's things, stamped on people's rights to get that leadership.
Now that's tough.
As in the sort of kind of thing that is organized to give somebody.
Okay. That's what we call mandate. You see, we call mandate. You see, the word mandate, the word mandate
to get respectable results, and you lead. And you can bring them all on board. So
you know, the word mandate. The word mandate is 50+1, but a commanding mandate, and that's why everybody says that. President Mahama had been given a commanding mandate, which means a commanding mandate means higher expectation, higher confidence. That's why we do midterm polls to say, the voters are still, having confidence. So the percentages matter. Currently, Bawumia cannot, in fact, his followers cannot, outwardly talk about percentages because it is very tough for him.
Yeah.
It is very tough for him. So the percentages matter, but it's not all in all.
Yeah.
It gives you an indication.
Okay. Moro, I mean, politics is a numbers game.
Right.
So everyone is excited when they have the large numbers
of course.
With them. But the contest, the sort of contest you go into also defines your reaction immediately after the contest. Whether you're looking for the simple way out or you want an emphatic way out. Now, and I see that our senior brother Baby is not too comfortable if you want to pitch the last primaries against this one. And that is because things have changed over the period. Now, in the last election, undoubtedly, the one that was expected to give Dr. Bawumia the fiercest contest was Alan Kojoche Martin. He pulled out after the Superdelegates Congress. Kennedy Japan got in excess of 30% in the actual primaries. And there were people who commended him. There were people whose reaction showed that they never expected him to get that. He exceeded expectations.
Right.
So what he meant at the time was that we all knew it was going to be a cool run for Dr. Bawumia. Now let's situate that against what is happening now. This, in fact, the build-up shows that it's going to be a keenly contested primary. I mean, some polls have showed otherwise, but Kennedy Japan has now had more room. Let's look at the time he had to campaign and prepare, strategize for the previous primary. Now he's had more room. I'm sure he took the decision to run for this particular elections soon after losing the previous one. So he's worked so hard. We had a third force coming in Dr. Brian Echampong, who is also endeared himself to a number of the delegates. He's very well resourced. He played a key role in governance under the Akufo-Addo administration and also has got some base. Now, if you check the previous primary results, you see that one of the regions Dr. Bawumia did very well is the eastern region. I'm trying to see if I get the figures from...
Which of is it the Musa Damka polls?
No, not the polls. I'm talking about the actual...
The
2023 election. Now, in the eastern region, Kennedy Japan got 6,794 votes. 6,794 votes. As against Dr. Bawumia's 13,387. You're talking about a difference of almost 7,000 votes, which is far more than, that difference alone is far more than the total number of delegates in about 6 of the regions, which is good. Now he has a candidate, a strong candidate coming from that particular region.
That chips that away.
Yes, it has a way of affecting his vote in the eastern region. So at this point, you are sure that they would, the first and foremost thing is for them to win the election. They may not be too concerned about whether they are matching the 67% in the previous elections or not. The most important thing is win and good for whoever emerges as winner from these primaries. They have good enough time to build their popularity, to endear themselves to the delegates, because we're doing about almost 3 years to the next election, about 2 years, 11 months to the next election. So I do not think that the numbers will necessarily tell. If Dr. Bawumia wins and is not able to make the 67% he did in the previous election, it will necessarily reflect that his popularity... Oh, as for that, that is.
Oh yeah,
that is
that's
normal.
why we
Yes,
That is definitely some propaganda value.
But I don't think
there's some propaganda
that
value.
will be. I don't think that will be the measure of his popularity.
You can't wait,
No. I'll be glad to hear NDC's comment on that. Now social media is there to make reference to everything that everybody says. So we will soon know that when Babylonia's results have been given, and we are all excited and making the jokes about it, we will be in expectation looking for the NDC primaries that will be coming and be making the same jokes about who.
Sure. So see, Moro. Looks like at this point, I think any of the candidates will gladly welcome whatever results. Once it puts them ahead of the others and makes one of them the flag bearer of the new patriotic party. After they have time to bring everybody on board, those that voted for them and those that did not.
I think, and the other thing that we need to end with is that is also about the reputations that persons who have either predicted through opinion polls or whatever research, and also those who have prophesied.
Yes, but
people's reputations are really.
I call it the science and the spirituality of the NPP primary.
Thank you.
And there are people, and I don't know, but you see, there are people whose reputations are on the line in this election. We are not just going to have candidates lose this election, but we're going to have ministers of the word lose in this election.
Oh, it happened several times, but they don't.
I'm glad you bring that in.
You see, the difference is that now these people have entrenched themselves in their position.
And in fact, they actually go ahead to say, I am putting my so number of years.
I'm saying that they have been proven wrong several times, but they don't care.
Don't go to the extent of saying, I'm putting my integrity on the line.
Don't
just say it.
Go back and check.
And they'll usually say
several times.
No, they'll usually say it on the 31st night.
This time, you look at, sometimes it is even difficult to tell whether these people are sharing outcome or the outcome or their findings from research work, or they are campaigning for candidates. It's difficult to tell whether ministers of God are revealing are telling us what God has revealed to them, or they are campaigning for particular.
But what we know is there's a campaign.
For me, it is about how entrenched these people have been in their prophecies and in the outcomes of the polls they have conducted. That is what is going to give them up if it doesn't go the way they have predicted.
And I just to say that some of these people, I know when they go knocking on some doors and they don't get the necessary reception that they want. They go out and
I agree with you. I agree with you.
When you do what they want,
it makes you wonder.
The prophecy has changed. Now you win.
It makes you wonder whether God is that temperamental to be
chopping and changing.
Chopping and changing.
Anyway, I want to thank you very much for your time. It's been wonderful having all of you here. This is actually ends the first part of our extensive coverage of this post. It's been very interesting. I didn't know, I've always known him to be a sports guy, but
he's from AUCC, so you should understand.
Oh, okay, I hear you.
Have you forgotten?
The man knows the policies when I do the sport, so we have to rebrand
the communication school.
So see, Prof, you rebrand you.
Sure.
I make you a political commentator, a political analyst. How about that? Anyway, thanks, Michael. It's been nice having you. And also, Prof, well, he doesn't like the Prof, so I drop it. So that's Mr. Akwesi, former director of diaspora affairs, and also he's been about
the presidency.
Yes, at the presidency. Yes. And also a big thanks to Mr. Philip London.
So KOD's position.
He's been really
I was the director.
Yeah, he was the director.
I need you.
I know what you are doing.
No, you need each other.
And in fact, last week when we shared the platform, there were lots of commendations for him.
Okay.
People highlighted the number of innovations he brought on board with all these programs, with these diaspora programs, year of return, beyond the return, and all of that, and the key role he played in it. And
my only problem, were you the one who introduced Dirty December? Because I don't know
how it's been there. It's been there.
Dirty December has always been there. Dirty December, seriously, Dirty December, it started from Nigeria.
But how did we embrace it?
It's not the traffic that is coming down. It's also coming to Ghana.
Apparently it affected us.
It's a slang.
It's a slang.
Let us be
fair.
I know, because it's DETTY instead of DIRTY.
There was never anybody's campaign.
Yeah, but I think there's something wrong with
It's December in Ghana.
December in Ghana.
But Dirty December is one of the programs.
I am happy to see
Okay.
collaboration or prospective collaboration
between
the current
and then
the past,
and the
which
former.
is great.
Yeah, because this sector, this is one of the things that has really damaged it.
I agree.
If you look
I
at
think-
those
I think-
days,
you mean the-
from even Rollins time,
Yeah.
disruptions.
Yeah,
but Philip, you see, tourism itself had been demonized by our own people.
Yeah.
I mean, see the number of people who question if you say, oh, today I want to go and eat at the restaurant. They say, hey, when you're home, papa. And if you're a woman, you're coming from a hotel, hey, who call you there?
Yeah.
Our tradition, I don't call it tradition, but our society has demonized the space. So we have to de-demonize
I agree.
hospitality, especially.
I will KO this credit. As soon as he got his position, he went through a third party to invite me to sit down. We started,
Now he's a fantastic guy.
So
and he's really,
I've been advising him.
I suppose he's continued from where he left.
And I have always maintained that government is
continuous.
So when I came and the diaspora engagement policy was to be effected, I basically was picking a document that had been worked on previously to push it forward to make sure that it saw the light of the day.
That's good.
So
That's good.
For me, that's what
the diaspora engagement is from Panafest days. Don't forget when we had a plane land down, people kissed the ground, and it's been long coming.
See, that is where I try to also make corrections. That's not just Panafest days.
No, I'm
when
saying
Buzia won his elections in Ghana, the first thing was he brought Spersi and all those people.
Please,
we were
No. I didn't say so I'm saying it from a context of where I started.
You might give your age out.
Because me, man is from Generalis.
Oh, that's as far back.
That's when I became,
to witness Panafest.
To witness the world.
No, but Panafest started in Nigeria.
There's this appeal I've always wanted to put across. So since we have we have Prof who is from the tourism sector here. Yes, we're still on. It has to do with the children's park.
Okay.
I don't know, but
this is Sutherland's park.
If we're Sutherland's park, the last time I made some inquiries, I was told that it's under the Ministry of Children, Gender and Social Protection. But I want to see now the Ministry of Sports. There's a recreation bit of it. President Mahama has replaced the youth wing with
sports and recreation.
So we would want to see a collaboration between the tourism sector, the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, that's the recreational wing of the ministry, and then the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection.
And in fact, to some extent,
when I was growing up, anytime there was the opportunity to go to the children's, it was one of the most exciting days in our lives.
But the point is that almost every sector is multidisciplinary.
Yeah. Okay.
Almost every sector involved in this,
including tourism. It's a multidisciplinary. It's an
so
environment issue.
It's
a sports issue.
True.
So you're absolutely right.
In fact, there's even youth development.
Of course.
Jojo Parado's ministry is a
it's a multidisciplinary.
I agree. Okay, so gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for your time. It's been wonderful having you. But before we leave you, we've been talking to some delegates. We've been talking to some MPs, of course, some of whom are delegates, and they've been sharing their opinions and some expectations and so on. But that's how we end the first part of our live and extensive coverage of the 2026 MPP's presidential primaries. My name is Aldo Moore. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
I've spoken to about 5 of our constituencies as well as our officials, and they said so far so good.
One of the key points of this election is peace after the election and the unity of the party. Do you think that after everything, the MPP will come as united to fight for the 2028?
It goes without saying, if they don't come together, there's no way we can win. And we, as a you form a political party to win power, so that ideas that you have will be implemented. So if they don't come together, how would we win the power? That means these are people who don't win the party well. Those who win the party well, after only one person can win. The 4 are obliged, and that's why we had an undertaking signed by all of them and a commitment made by all of them. And we will not allow them to sabotage in any way. And I believe that the people themselves, the contestants, will not do anything that will be injurious to our unity. At the end of the day, we all belong to the same stables, as I say, and so I think we should be able to do it.
From the previous, like 2023, we had someone like Alan who was also part of the process, who signed this peace pact, but then at the end of the day, he opted out. Do you think this will work as?
It should work in all situations. There are deviants, and he was a deviant. He just left the place and he's doing better. I expected that you can't get 100% commitment to all the things that he's doing. So it was quite disturbing, but we have done the best that we can for Alan, and if he did not appreciate it, then that's his own. So I don't think we shall repeat the same thing again. I don't think so.
What would be your last advice to the general populace or in the MPP, especially the delegates and those involved?
I think that all of us have to, after voting, have to come together and begin to reorganize ourselves from all levels, from the polling station level all the way up. And then, as I said, we are the same people, belong to the same club. I don't see why people should be creating problems. So I think at the end of the day, we are there. We have groups of elders and senior people who are making sure that if there's a complaint, we would address them. It's a human institution, so we cannot say that we are perfect. But whatever it is, when I came here, the vice chairman here on the left, I asked him, and he gave me the brief. I think so far so good.
You see MPP winning the 2028 election. What is going on in the party?
God is our guide, and the battle is the Lord's. We would see what we can do. As I said, if you have a political party and you don't win elections, then there's no need in having a political party. So our target is to make sure that the seat that we've lost, we claw back. In 1996, I was a candidate also for my constituency. I was in parliament for 16 years. And people thought that we got 61. Only 61 out of 130 something. By the next election, we are gone over. So nothing is impossible. With God, nothing is impossible. And I thank you very much also for covering us and letting the population know what's happening.
Presidential committee no party this is to appointment. It's say me Wamuma yet Yasiano. Sashi say no one my baby. We buy a Rosie Fona and election electoral commission for Newa. Iti party Nibia Munim, Tiama Bibia Epona Pamu, and our faces woman send me a mappe. Why, Nipano, Equatuapano, Yepe. You'll be and POB, and one said, one of on my idea.
Now, Mammy, we shall delegates no, this is in a back coming out and then another party in Nina.
But dear party and my back and no, and a year my party. Sansa, young, you couldn't dear. Every the lowest level, polling station, electoral area. Constituency, region, national, presidential, Nini Nara, Yatuaba, Yan Subano, Ya Domofo, Ya democracy, yet NSA, as Biara, Yabayano, Yama Nipa and Trenagi. Ain't he? Biara Niwa, Ebe Mama Jane said, Dear Babano. Amafo yintu Debbie dia wo pese wo kanu e kwan a yahyehyɛ no e ma won kwan won bia naba eto ba bia ope.
Oh, I think it's gone smooth. As usual, it's just an orderly queue. People are voting. We all know ourselves. At the end of the day, we all know ourselves. I think it will be peaceful. I really am impressed about the police turnout. Their numbers, the orderliness they are bringing, I'm sure nothing untoward will happen. By 2 o'clock, we'll come around and see. There'll be orderly counting and declaration of the results. And they may the best person win. I do certainly know that the best person is my candidate.
So what then be your message to the team party members around?
I think it's become a ritual for MPP. We love elections more than anything sometimes what we have to organize. So I would say that after this, there will be general peace and calm in the party. The party will prepare itself for the second round of internal elections. And it will go on until we finish the internal elections and have a leadership of our party set. And then confront the government of the day with the discovery. May God bless you now. May God bless you now.
Has always been peaceful. It is Bibia a came some time ago, never grew a movie. We are no people had a near 4. A woman say 5 now, yes, so abandoning Obia, I want a dog for near the woman there. And saying now, Mabia, so come on. Please, for us who have a more boy at home. Yeah, because I am penny so executives, coordinators, singing, yeah, share my education. I cost come on. Now, one more air can I say a form, one from across the country, one from Nania form now air can I say, Yera, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, or no, and I want more to banana. Ghana for ebe manaba be president of Ghana. Enti woma sheme bo ahye nyina ye bo se womo nye bibi fufuro bia enti ye bo mpa ye se erade ensa be wo at the end of the day ye kan abana yera mamudra omia obewini owini a MPP ena wini e hade ye nhihemu nim ye nyina ye nipa baako and them say Busia, 5 no more calling in a Busia, Nemo, and Mary, a woman to see a Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Emery, Evia, as she near Brasiemo, Sana, my constance, and Nigeria, and yet Gidi, and them say, Yenina, a president, a presidential candidate. If you candidate now, Yenina, you have a carbon, Amaya Yejuma, Amana president. May God bless you now. May God bless you now. I also always say, has always been peaceful. It is Bibia a came some time ago, never grew a movie. We are no people had a near 4. A woman say 5 now, yes, so abandoning Obia, I want a dog for near the woman there. And saying now, Mabia, so come on. Please, for us who have a more boy at home. Yeah, because I am penny so. Executives, coordinators, singing, yeah, share my education. I cost come on. Now, one more air can I say a form, one from across the country, one from Nania form now air can I say, Yera, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, or no, and I want more to banana Ghana for ebe manaba be president of Ghana. Enti woma sheme bo ahye nyina ye bo se womo nye bibi fufuro bia enti ye bo mpa ye se erade ensa be wo at the end of the day ye kan abana yera mamudra omia obewini owini a MPP ena wini e hade ye nhihemu nim ye nyina ye nipa baako and them say Busia, 5 no more calling in a Busia, Nemo, and Mary, a woman to see a Dr. Mahmoud Baumia.
It took me less than a minute to cast my vote. So my observation is that it's been smooth. And as I talk to people, I realize that practically all of them have already voted this early hour. So it's not, I don't see any problems, and I see good conduct as I expect of people in our party. I hope that by the close of the vote, this good conduct would continue, and it will continue through the counting and the declaration of results, because that's when tensions tend to rise. My appeal to everybody is that there is no need for tensions. Let the people speak their voice, speak and hear their voices, and let us gain some respectability and love from the way we conduct ourselves. Well, so long as I haven't seen any, security has not been tested. I see policemen around, which is a good signal. But because the processes are orderly, security has not been tested, and therefore I cannot say yes or no. But so far, so good.
Honorable, what camp are you
MPP. No other camp, MPP.
What advice to followers for after the declaration of the
We are one people, one party, believing in the same thing, with the same aspirations of taking power in 2028. That should be our focus. And that is what should bind us together into good conduct and give our massive support to whoever wins, as we have supported our individual aspirants or contestants. After the voice of the people is heard today, that should end any contestation so that we can move forward together in 2028.
My final question, do you think that the freedom for regional executive is going to be?
It is illegal. Our constitution and our regulations does not allow it. But things have gone awry a little bit. We'll correct those.
It mean me or 60 years, but me to cancel because of my mental. And your personality, and then you have and then you have Brazil. And I'm Brazil and Lawrence Grant, any president. You have paid your bet to me, I do man. Not obey your bonnet or back on him. Not in an embassy from. Say, me, Mrs. Say near Pono. Sir, and I have a the emperor that you. Katasumu Masubia Favul is better to be a brand once so that Nakuma Nipaduum and before that is Ghana for Crano. I'm not doing deep. Me are here. Yabatu Yantinamawa. Yababa to my Dr. Mamu Bonia. And then they no change. Yes, son. Or in the or Shepard of my party. I was Shepard of my mind. You need the acrophobic agent. Yes, I was party in the mind. The doctor and I baby.
Maybe because Namamua or Nanakufa Dubuy and I said, who crack can, who may answer MPP for Bessie Summer and Vimpy.
Sagana, I cannot crash one. I might be a no wire to myself for I might be a no. And now, Vice President to be a Magana Hanomua. 1 year, I heard you, my day to settle Kamamu Bonia. Omuya Jumadin, Nanipa home. Odi adwuma be mo bi na mo bi so bi okra obi osi obi ho ahi ti prame to aba sanity doctor obon ho modi na ye ni pe woni mu ani ti di na chi no ye ni mi so obese so my Ghana and me fa uba me wa me dem na me request uba e no be fa me odi me abai first unya ne sa it's doctor na ba beto aba na man
who about to with there so wa woni simple and very clear obiara di adanse sɛ Ken na ɔmo di la anim no ɔmo kakɔto aba ama sɛ unim sɛ DMB ni ɔmo amaka no deɛ ɔmo ayɛ fail.
Elections before starting the polling station, the electoral area and constituency, including the region and national, is what I see as novel. You can see anytime there's a political position struggling, the people are juggling, sending messages. So you can imagine what is happening at the top now if you had allowed that to start from the bottom. By the time we reach this level, we wouldn't have had a battle. And so for me, it's novel that we are doing the presidential elections first, then we are stabilized, and then we can allow the system to choose the executives that we think can do the work for us going towards 2023. So I think that is something that we should applaud the people who thought about it and the people who made us. Elections before starting the polling station. Elections before starting the polling station, the electoral area and constituency, including the region and national, is what
we've heard that there is some money sharing ongoing.
Yes.
We've heard about allegations of money sharing ongoing. Have you received your money and how much?
Yes, I received money from Baumia as a transportation.
How much?
Received money from.
How much did you receive from Baumia?
I received 500 from Baumia as a transportation. I also received 500 from Ken as a transportation, and also I received 700 from Dr. Brian. But unfortunately, I can see that not because I supported Baumia as a party. The organizers for Baumia did very well to collect your money. It was a smooth thing that they did. It was well planned. You don't struggle to get your money. Halfway through, there was some lapses, but for now they have finished paying everybody. As for Brian, I'm disappointed in the way the organizers paid the money to them because there was no proper organization. As I speak, a lot of people have not received their money yet, and they said the money is finished. And people are also angry that if that's the case, it means it's like they want to pocket the money or they want to keep the money to themselves. Which something is a worry. We are just talking to our people that they should not consider the money, but rather think of the party and cast their vote. No matter how they receive their money or not, they should go and cast their vote.
Finally, I just saw you putting some envelope in your bag. Which camp is it coming? Was it coming from?
Yes, that's for Dr. Baumia. That's what I'm saying. That Baumia, the way manner they organize themselves, they put their money in envelope. So when you get there, you just mention your name, they go to their account, they take your money. So as a coordinator, I'm well known in the constituency. So there's no need for me to go to their account. So the constituency secretary just told me as my brother my session to just give my money.
We've heard about some money sharing. Have you received yours? How much? If yes, how much?
I received 500 from the party office. That's my transport.
Your transport. Did they tell you where it's coming from? Any of the camp? Did they tell you it's coming from any of the camp? That's parents.
It's from the party office.
The party office. Oh, so you're unable to tell us whether it's from Dr. Baumia's camp or. Aside that, have you received any money again?
No.
But where are you coming from?
I come from Keshim.
Oh, okay. In Marrakesh, I get Skaja Kwete, no? On nation, of an Indian owner. That's you. What go that? But in English, Skaja, may come about me alone in Camp FM, Niji Pipalo, Metri Namakanamo. Oh, then I know Oshiki na. No more vote. Can I go and get the method? No more vote. She didn't know choose. No more vote about me alone. Yeah, this is Kadiji be a course. Unsaka there. Unsaka saying. But I can't be as for the company.
But every
candidate be discover say yen chema obia ye fo bi bushe e na dito omo so mo bra cha pontino aha no bra ni to bu chest kan mo obia ya ye wa na no obia nya wa ti ye tu na ya wa na obia nya wa ti eti na to bra cha po e ko bo be ka ka say scanner of the bank tells you someone channel. I'm going to be our city. I'm going to class come here to my brand. I'm going to go to my it is a brown for Hanoma. I'm going to make a ticket. I'm a liar. I'm going to brown catcher the say. You think I'm about to look for a class of opinion. You know, opinion. Sabia Betty is shout to the opinion. Moment to branch out for say, yeah, Tika. You know, I have to be for any discovery. I got to branch out for say, shout to the Tika, yeah, vote in the Abbey vote. Brian, when you said Brian, I'm the Kennedy and I'm the war about me. Yes, you come with the Amazon from Brian. You can not from Brian. Brian, Sikai and Sanka. And you can Saka, Scabia about Brian, your mamma. And it's idea why you know. So about me, I'm calling you a bribe back to fear class. I said, way about your back kind of them. It is almost once a moment for a second Brian. I said, I have to alcohol. Manuato.
Because the stack is about ready and second Cochiamano. Now, why yes, I know. Now, the for now, doing the femme. It is the kind of baby
I'm very glad and appreciate when I came here. I saw the good number of police people at the Aswasi constituency, the voting center. You can see all of the police officers and the delegates. As at now, when I went there, I have so many delegates cast their vote. So we are hope everything will be perfect and then we will peace because it's an internal election. It's about MPP and Ghana. So we don't expect any violence. We expected violence free. But I was thinking that my party today, we are not campaigning. Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia will main victorious in Aswasi constituency and then all the constituency in Ghana. So I appreciate everything.
A peace. As you young one, was some who grounds no. Don't say the echo. The beard no be see everybody. Was yes, a better one. If we are near as some kind to me. And to me, who said so far, Obied in whom you are seeing. But the person we near Bomia and the infancy and the Medicia any or no one in the Medica. But Emmy, that's all besides us. One say, yeah, 12 bar, Nanny Beaver. By the same, and the Biaba about to me and the Bibisa. Hope I shall be by the because Kennedy Campua, Bomia Campua, Brand Campua. Comrade upon Campo, and 20 minutes. It is how no Monday say they come. A BCB. Vienna Memeka say, Emra, a bear do we need be a near Yaki, Huapo, and on Quani here. For the Bia Mijano, Semi Nano before now, the Unya and Macako support. But Madame Amia said, made the Biami Penum in Sanka and the Bomian.
I'm very glad and appreciate when I came here. I saw the good number of police people at the Aswasi constituency.
The delegates are comporting themselves. There is peace at various centers. As you can see around, we've deployed massively here. We have a lot of policemen on the ground. Those you see in uniform, they are not the only ones. We also have those in plain clothes. So we have deployed massively and we are determined to make this exercise very peaceful. Thank you.
Okay, Commander.
I'm extremely positive. First of all, thanks to God. Secondly, to the Presidential Elections Committee. They put up a very good show. Largely,
peaceful, credible elections process. I always had confidence in Joe Owusu's led committee. I think they've done a fantastic job. I also see the security, as promised by the IGP, is going well. And I'm talking generally across the country. I also see that the Electoral Commission is up to their game as they've always been. It's largely peaceful elections from the elections organization standpoint. There are a few challenges that have to do with the party people, and that is really also not affecting the elections. But all in all, I think that it's been a very, very peaceful, credible, and satisfying process. In terms of how I feel, going around the country, I've always felt the energy of the party people. I remain optimistic. I believe in the delegates. I know that they want something totally.
Are you a headmaster, headmistress, parent, teacher, or an educator looking for high-quality textbooks for preschool, primary, and junior high school students? Look no further than Advocate Publishing Company. Advocate Publishing Company is a leading publisher of educational materials in Ghana that publishes very engaging, interactive, and comprehensive textbooks that meet the needs of students, teachers, and parents. Our textbooks are thoroughly published to make learning fun and easy. They are also designed to stimulate critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity in students. Make Advocate Publishing your preferred choice for all your educational needs. Explore our range of textbooks and educational resources. Visit us at the old GNTC yard near Kingsway, Accra. You can contact us on 0503 786 776 or 02408 06354, also 0531 600 and connect with us on Instagram, X, and Facebook at Advo Publishing. Don't settle for less. Choose the best. Advocate Publishing Company, empowering young minds one textbook at a time. Thinking publishing, think Advocate Publishing.
Chechi woni nara mi din e de baby da pa me di ade sonko kra na ebremo nya ode to aduane mo ama waduane e de pa na me de bremo eno any some spices dey emu gwa wo bebre o various flavors ubenya eya akoko ubenya nantwie ye de ku jollof mu ma emu ye de ubenya ye de ku nkwan ye de ku froye mu ho na kope bito na ema waduane enye de unyimi nia ye nkon ye konko tie nyankofo eka
Octavo ye communication to ni all enjoy uduba that Samu spices.
One in the essence no time. I think it Dariaga. Samu spices in a sabi daddy so say. Samu spices. Mun Samu.
Samu spices. Nyaba chicken.
Samu spices.
Nsaka in Kitwa, mixture 10 grams. Your chicken, spaghetti, garlic and ginger, stew, can jollof, and the flavors of bebre.
Samu spices, yes, Saka.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ampedu.
Good afternoon, Mr. Asari.
How is business doing?
My business is collapsing.
Why is your business collapsing?
I sold my products and services to my clients on credit, and my debtors are not paying their debts.
Have you heard of Rosic Consult Limited, a debt recovery company operating in all the 16 regions of Ghana?
Not at all.
Mr. Ampedu, all you need to do is to contact them on their customer service line. I recommend Rosic Consult Limited, a debt recovery company to financial institutions, businessmen and businesswomen, other companies, and also individuals. Rosic Consult has 98.4% debt recovery rate. We have professional debt recovery managers. You are assured of swift debt recovery. No recovery, no commission. For Rosic Consult Limited, no more write-offs. And we pre-finance the recovery ourselves.
The festive season is here again, and your most preferred estate partner is giving you 25% discount on land sale. Yes, for our Bronya Asase promo, Estate Masters is offering this massive discount for outright purchases. This includes free indenture, free site plan, and a free site visit. So what are you waiting for? Rush now and secure a plot of land while it is still hot. Reach out to us using the numbers below or visit our website at www.estatemastersgh.com. Estate Masters, your most preferred estate partner.
Oh, we are the number one.
The 15th Gold Bond RTP Awards 2025 is here. The prestigious award is slated for Saturday, 7th February 2026 at the Accra International Conference Center. Red carpet starts at 6 p.m. The event will also award the top 10 most performed public company CEOs of 2025 with lots of artists performing on the night. The 15th Gold Bond RTP Awards is powered by Big Events Ghana and sponsored by Gold Bond, Visa Kin, RTP Media Training Institute, RTP Skills Development Institute, RTP Mall, Agrifet Ghana, CocoFit, Knee Fashion, Coco Trade Ghana, Ride Along, A to Z Auto Services, and Specialized Mineral Water.
For Michael Kofi Odro to win the Best TV Sports Show Host of the Year award, dial star 920 star 111 hash and enter nominee code 107 to vote.
Right, welcome back. This is Metro TV, your election central, and we're still here on this day that we've all been looking forward to. We've been working all through the past weeks towards this particular day for the New Patriotic Party as they get to go to the polls to elect one of the 5 aspirants to be the flag bearer of the party ahead of the 2028 general elections. Thank you so much for staying with us all through the morning. And my colleague Moro Awudu and also Michael Kufudro were here earlier and began the whole conversation and also getting in touch with our reporters on the ground to tell us what was happening on there. Well, it's 8 minutes after 1, and we would have about 52 minutes more to the close of polls. And so from now to then, we'll be having conversations about how the process has been so far across the country. And joining me in studio, I would introduce to you our guest. But let me just remind you that we're also live on 94.1 FM on radio, so you can join us live on there. And also on our Facebook feed, Metro TV Ghana, we're live on there, and DSTV channel 277. My name is Desmond Okreku Danso. Joining me in the next half as we still here for the NPP's presidential primaries is Dr. Jonathan Asante-Okyere. He is the executive director for the African Institute of Strategic Studies and also a senior lecturer at the University of Cape Coast. He's joined us in here, and we'll get right into the conversation as and when we reach our correspondents, our reporters on the ground and across the country. We will get to them and speak to them to know how the process has been so far, wherever that they are. Doc, welcome to the program. Of course, we've been having discussions the past weeks regarding today, big day for the NPP, with the observation so far, looking at how it has been right from 7 a.m. when the polls began, What will be your assessment so far?
Well, let me say good afternoon to your good self and to your viewers. I think that I will start by saying that security has been quite tight. The discipline is at its highest level. The delegates themselves, the leadership, they've all conducted themselves very well up to this point. If you look at what happened in 2020 elections, the EU observers made us understand that the processes of our elections have been very good. The problem with our elections has always been what? Collation. So collation is where the real test is. So I believe that the way and manner they have conducted themselves is all well and good. And we hope that they will be able to acquit themselves creditably when it comes to the collation. And I also expect that the Ghana police, will have to be on top of their brief to ensure that the processes so far that have been good will equally be good when it comes to the collation.
The time for the collation. Yes. And what about this particular process of the expanded delegate system? A lot of people are for it, but of course, some people have concerns about this particular delegate system. On my way, I was reading a few things where the issue of giving, something for TNT, all of those things, some are pushing that towards this expanded delegate system, that it's now very big, lots of votes coming in, so you have to find ways and means to get the delegates to vote for you. Your thoughts on that also?
I will create a reverse question here.
Right.
Or by declaring that any delegate that cannot afford his or her transportation is not only bribable, but equally corruptible. You understand? It's not only bribable, but equally corruptible. The party knows very well that there are some delegates that are impoverished, no two ways about that. But why would you become a delegate when you cannot yourself afford a transport? Is it the case that in general elections, the party gives money to these so-called delegates to go to their various polling stations to vote? You see, I listened to one of the delegates, I think in Busumtri, where Dr. Duchum is. And he, among other things, said that he was given transportation by all the five
candidates.
By all the five aspirants, presidential aspirants. What kind of transportation is that? I'm of the view that for the party to nip things of that nature in the bud, that kind of money should be given to the party to share, so that it comes as a lump sum. No matter how you look at it, if you allow, the presidential aspirants to give these kinds of quote-unquote transportation, then it will still go back to the one with deeper pocket. You understand? So at the end of the day, if you cannot rival your contestant with equal motivation, you're out. So you see, when people do polling, the delegates themselves know whom they intend to vote for.
Yes.
But they are ready to collect all the resources that come their way.
And then vote for the actual person
vote for the actual person that they have in mind. So sometimes if you do delegate polling, you could get it wrong, you could get it right. Because their mind could even change on the very day, the very hour, the very minute the person is about to go and vote. Based upon the motivation that will be given.
That will come to them.
You see the point? So people find it difficult to receive about 2,000, 3,000 from an individual, and you think that for a whole period that you will not have that kind of money. You think in his conscience he will want to vote against that person. It will be extremely difficult. If you look at the motivation that has come his way, when an anonymous circumstance is not going to have access to that kind of money, Probably in some months, he will not get that in totality. Then in a twinkling of an eye, he gets, something of that sort. Obviously, if not someone who has conscience to the effect that, well, I'm thinking of what the generality of Ghanaians are also thinking, so that we'll give Ghanaians, right, the candidate that, in general terms, will be is winnable or will be appealing to the generality of Ghanaians. Other than that, they will go for the highest bidder.
Talking about the party as a whole and the NPP, looking at where they had come from, especially from the 2024 elections, with that defeat to the NDC and getting kicked out of government, what does this election mean to the NPP?
Yeah. So the question is, the other aspect of that same question is, what is their strategy? What strategy are they taking into the 2028 elections? The strategy should be based upon the candidate that they elect.
It's going to be based on the candidates that they elect.
It's going to be based on the candidate they elect. And if you are electing Dr. Bawumia, then it should be based upon two things. On his strength, is already a marketed candidate. Two, he has experience at the presidency.
Right.
And sometimes now he is touting that, right, as one of his strengths. He's forgotten that he had to tell President Mahama in a reverse response when he said that you have not been anywhere close to the presidency and you think it is that simple because you are blabbing. They turned it against him like somebody who was arrogant. Now, contesting against your peers who have not been vice president or president before, you are using that same thing against them, that you have experience. They don't have, because they've not been anywhere.
They've not been there. Yeah,
so you see, when it suits you, you use it. So what is the strategy? Going with Bawumia. One,
that is if he wins.
If he wins. That is, if the delegate decide to go with him, they must have a strategy. And they must assess the pros and the cons before they decide. It's not about just monetary consideration.
Right.
Of course, that will play a role. They themselves are confessing, isn't it? So we have those things on tape. But a strength is, they are saying he's already marketed. They are not going to pick a new person. That will be an albatross starting all over. Then he's also experienced. What about the other side? The other side are factors that are dependent upon the NDC.
Dependent on the NDC, yes. In what way?
The performance.
Right.
How they run the economy. Right? And two, how the transition is done from Mr. Mahama.
Whoever takes over.
Whoever takes over. That is, if the party does not implode. Because the MPP has seen it all. And when you find yourself in government, yours could even be worse. Because you are in government, resources are abound, right? And people can level all manner of accusation. And you see, most often than not, the party gets destroyed from the inside more than the outside. The outside, you can rubbish it, but from the inside, sometimes very difficult. So these are the two things. If you look at the trajectory of the economy, in terms of governance, no scandals, no big scandals here and there, right? Corruption issues. The president, the economic indicators are by far better than what they inherited. So if you are going with Bawumia, then you are praying that the NDC will misperform. That the performance...
So you can get a message out of that.
You can get a message out of that. That is the main reason you will go for Bawumia.
Right.
And the second is a transition. If you are going for Mr. Kennedy, that's a different thing altogether. And that is where the dilemma of the delegates is. Dr. Bawumia, because they know he has a lot of baggage, but he is equally presidential. And they hope that you'll be able to prosecute an agenda that will not to the benefit of the party. But Kennedy, what are you going to tag him with? Unguarded pronouncement. That is where they fear.
Someone who makes what his campaign team says He's someone who makes bold statements. And so it will be better for you to have someone like that who, when anything happens wrong in the party, he's able to speak against it. It's better to have someone like that who is bold and speaks against ills rather than having someone who, is nonchalant about some of these things. He may not really talk about it and then say other things also. Is that not a good point that the campaign
Well, the delegate will have to be, they are the final arbiters.
You don't think they'll buy into that?
They won't. You see, Mr. Kennedy, I like his style.
Right.
His revolutionary appeal is good for this country, no two ways about that. But you need to look at the value system of the very people that you'll be asking for their mandate. What do they really like? Ghanaians like someone who is humble. That is something that they like.
Where the
humility
means what?
It means a lot to them. It means a lot to them. Two, they don't want someone who will be rubbishing, who will be rubbing his wealth on their faces.
Ken has been doing that?
I'm just saying something.
Okay, right.
Of course, Mr. Kennedy will do good to you in the bargain, and you come and sit on TV and say it. Right? And that in itself is not right. It's not right. So, you see, poor people, what they want is not just about you giving them money. It's about appreciating their value. Every human being, whether poor or rich, has a value. And so if you cannot appreciate such a quality, it is something that you will not get their vote. And it is something that Dr. Bawumia has those qualities. But he has his own historical problems. And maybe when we get to assessing everybody else, you will see.
And the message that Kennedy Japon is preaching in terms of agricultural...
He has a superior message.
Is that not a superior one than looking at his persona?
Well, you can't divorce the messenger from the message. It is the messenger that will carry the message and implement the message.
Okay.
So, one way or the other, you cannot divorce the two. But I have said time without number that, look, Mr. Kennedy's desire to be the presidential candidate of the NPP, for me, is an afterthought. He just wanted, in Ghanaian parlance, for shaggy reasons, to let some people within the party know that they don't own the party.
But for someone who's contested before...
That was the previous one.
Right.
The 2023 November one.
Right.
He just wanted to show the likes of Wuntumi and co, who were virtually throwing their weight about as if they owned the party. So he wanted them to know that he is on the ground, firmly on the ground, as a solid grassroots politician. And he polled that 37 or 38%. That was quite huge. So there is a certain branch of the party that believe that Dr. Bawumia is an alien in their midst. And so it's like the soul of the party is elsewhere. They want to bring it back. And that is the more reason why Dr. Bawumia has such a solid opposition within the party.
Right. Doc, talking about Dr. Bawumia, well, there you have him on the screen. He's arrived at the NPP headquarters, and you see the shots on there. That's live from the NPP headquarters. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is candidate number 3 on the ballot sheet, has arrived there to cast his vote. And so he is coming in there. And those are live pictures from there. He seems to have a huge following still after everything that happened in the general elections.
Well, I have said that, yes, he is not the best of the candidates. But the delegate do not have a better alternative for now.
He's not the best of the candidates?
No. But they are scared about the alternative as well.
Right. So my colleague Dominic Sapra is there at the NPP headquarters. We cross over to him now.
As you can see, he is overwhelmed by the crowd. So we'll surely get him to interact with the media. Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia and the wife, Samira Bawumia, is here at the MPP headquarters to cast this vote. So as you can see in your shots, he's going through the necessary process and procedure in order to cast this vote. We are told that once after he's done casting his vote, he will address the media. At least to understand and also engage him to know his expectations for what has been said about him, whether negative or positive, how he is able to respond to that or also maintain his posture. Very calm, as people have described him. Very competent, as people have described him. Also, some people in the party have described him as incompetent. He just arrived exactly 25 minutes past 1, and he just lifted up. As you can see, he is in short casting his vote. His ballot is done. Having some cheers from the party faithfuls. Still exchanging pleasantries with party faithfuls, lovelies. He is done casting his vote. We are told that he will engage some executives, party executives, before he addressed the media. So he has now entered the party office. As to what he is going to do, we are told that he is going to have interactions with the party executives, leadership of the party, before he comes and then address the media. As you can see the euphoria here, every single person, every media person is in position to get him to speak to. Because out of the 5 presidential candidates, he has emerged as the most endorsed and most loved. So has Kennedy Japan. These two has been on the lips of the party delegates. So as it stands now, we will hear from him. We will know what he is about, how he feels, and what he has to tell the media. So Moro, Michael. So over to you in the studio. This is what is happening now. Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia is here. He just entered the party office. Want to engage party executives and leaderships before he addresses.
So my colleague Dominic Ansapra there giving us a live reportage from the headquarters of the New Patriotic Party as Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, who is number 3 on the ballot, has arrived at the NPP headquarters, and he has actually cast his ballot there, and in a bit he will be addressing the media there. My colleague mentioned something, Doc, and I want to come to you. The most endorsed candidate, Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia. That shows that the delegates, you know, looks like he's on top in terms of that.
Oh. I know he's more likely to win.
He's more likely to win.
Yeah. But if he doesn't win one touch, then he's going to lose in the runoff. That's my position.
Okay. If he does not win one touch,
then he will lose in the runoff.
Then he will lose if there's a runoff.
Yes. Because if you have 4 other candidates contesting you, it means that they are all opposed to your views and your political philosophy and the fact that they are opposed to your leadership. So they are contesting. They are a better alternative than you are. So if you add their percentages, right, to whoever came second, then you are going out. It means you did not get the 50+1.
Okay. Yesterday, I had a conversation with Nana Kumia, who's the head of the communications directorate for the Baumia campaign. I asked them the question that a lot of people do ask, that what really is the message of Dr. Mahamudu Baumia? And he mentioned that Dr. Baumia is focusing 70% of his message on internal issues of the party, talking about uniting every front of the party, coming from on the back of the 2024 election. And so to just make sure that there are no cracks, there's unity in the party, everybody is on board with him. And then after he is elected through today's election, then he will now bring out his ideas and message about on the national level. You agree with that?
Well, it means that virtually the campaign is targeted. It's group targeted. So as far as the delegates are concerned, their demands may be different from the generality of the populace. So you may not want to use national political subject matter to address the delegates.
Right.
Delegates are supposed to be, internal resource, human resource material of the party. So how do you address their concerns and how do you ensure their welfare? Probably that is why he said that he would take 10 from every constituency and give them jobs. Well, that in itself has not gone down well with other people who are equally Ghanaians. So they are just waiting for him to get elected, and then they will use that particular issue against him. But it makes a lot of sense that if you are going for a delegate, election, you should target their needs, their problems, their deficiencies, and try to address them through the campaign. But I'm of the view that Mr. Kennedy Japan has had a superior message than Dr. Baumia. You see, Dr. Baumia has his hand tied behind him. You know why? Because of the things that he said in the past, which he was not able to do, to actualize those things. So now he is caught up in a situation, a web where he doesn't know the kinds of things to promise that people will believe. So the problem is the believability of his message.
Okay. So I think that's why it's more about the internal issues.
Yes, that's why, yes, he's toning down on things of that nature. Mr. Kennedy has nothing to lose, right? We cannot say he's a true what's it called, agent of government, but he's been a business person, he's been in parliament over the years. And so he is focusing on jobs. And his trump card is the fact that as a businessman, he's created a lot of jobs, right? And an out-and-out politician like Dr. Baumia, he has little to say in that area, especially when your government left over 14.3% unemployment rate in this country. So what are you going to say about employment? If you bring any employment issue, you are going to struggle. That's why I told you that he is not the best of the candidate. It is just that the delegates are not ready for the alternative. So it's like some kind of, well, we've sent him there, let's take him, let's try another thing. Let's try him again. And that's the more reason why they may want to vote for him. Okay. It is not that he's a better candidate.
So we have talked about Kennedy Japan, we've talked about Dr. Baumia. Number 2 on the sheet is Dr. Brian Champong. What will it mean for the NPP if he wins?
So the point is, what is the NPP strategy?
Okay, so, Doc, sorry, I need to cut in. Dr. Baumia is addressing the media. We're crossing over to the NPP headquarters now.
The process here at the headquarters was also very smooth. So I would like to thank God for this good process so far. I'd like to thank everybody who's been involved, the EC, the National Party itself, the media. So far, I think it's good for democracy and it's good for Ghana. Whenever we see something like this, it raises the image of Ghana across the world. And I think this is good for all of us. So far, so good.
You're a data man. What are your agents on the ground telling you?
I think that we will wait very soon and we will all know. The real data will be presented in just a few hours' time. So let's be patient. We are happy with the process, and this is not a time for prophecies or predictions. This is just the time to wait for counting when it's all done. So we will wait.
What will be the major challenges for the election?
Well, I think that when you enter a contest, you always are optimistic about winning. Otherwise, what is the point? So I believe that there is reason for optimism, that ultimately the voters decide. And today is their day, and today is not essentially for me to make predictions, because we are just a few hours away, and let's all be patient. It will all be out soon.
Colleagues, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Dr. Mamadou Baumia and NMB and Komono. What you're saying for delegates in our assessment of here. Now,
Right, so there you had Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, number 3 on the ballot for the NPP presidential election, speaking to the media thereafter he casted his vote. And, well, he said that the process has been smooth. He thanked the party executives, the Electoral Commission, and all those involved. And he says that for now he's focusing on the counting. He cannot tell of any data, anything that his team has put together for now, but he is waiting for the counting to begin, and then that's where he is going to win. Dr. Bawumia, seems very calm, just calm, collected for the day.
Well, that has been his general characteristics, and so it is just that occasionally he has a subtle way of giving punchlines, right, without saying in plain terms, you know, you are this or you are that. He has a very fine way of giving punchlines. You know, he brought the term incompetence that he tagged Mr. Mahama with. Little did we know that he was even going to be more incompetent than Mr. Mahama. But that is just by the by.
Doc, is that what you're saying?
But that is the economic indicators.
That is what your thoughts are on his...
Oh, that is a reality. You took an economy, right, in which the rating was somewhere B-. You ended up giving us, what, a junk status. You ended up giving us the inflation that you took from 2016 was 15%. Yours, you ended it 23.8%. You even went as far as 54.1. Your debt to GDP, right, you ended somewhere 61. Now, the NDC in their first term, they've done 45. Just 1 year. And what the interest rate. So these are factual economic indicators that he will have to grapple with when he's won the elections. Because that is why I said that if you vote for Dr. Bawumia, what is the strategy? I am of the view that if it is Mr. Ken that is voted for, though just one slip, right, can create a problem for the party, but he will definitely create problems for the NDC because of his unconventional style. And he can easily, you know, hoodwink in terms of the emotions of those who are poor to follow him. And you know, the poor people are always in the mass. They are in the majority. And so that is his style. Now, you asked me of Dr. Brian.
Yes, I was coming to that.
Yeah. I think that's why I said, what's the strategy of the MPP? You are going with Dr. Bawumia. If he loses 2028, would you send him again? If that is the case, then they have every reason to stick to Dr. Bawumia. Dr. Brian is launching his campaign and his future ambition for something else. My problem with him is the fact that the way and manner you supported wholeheartedly Dr. Bawumia, right, to the point that you even incurred the flack of the entire nation for 2 weeks, where he said that you were not going to hand over to who, I don't know. Do you remember that episode? And he even brought this, it is possible, it is possible, it is possible. So what did you see? that suddenly it is no longer possible
but if he
that you want to be a president.
If he supported Dr. Baumia then, and it didn't go well, and he believes that he now has that that message that the NPP needs and Ghanaians in general need, why not?
Then it means he's very unstrategic. Very, very unstrategic. It was either you stayed in the shadows of Dr. Baumia to decide whether he could use you as his running mate.
You thought that was what he was.
That is possible. That he could use you as his running mate. So it means that potentially, right, you will be in the limelight and possibly take over from him. Now that you have just given some justification, well, he said he was going to deliver Zongo vote, he didn't do that. He said he was going to deliver this kind of vote, he couldn't do it. So that is why you are contesting him.
His message has been hinged on discipline. That the party lacks discipline. Some of the happenings in there are not good for the image of the party, and he believes that he will be able to instill that discipline in the party, where even the things about the military conversation came in and all of that. That's what he wants to do for the party. So he believes now that he can do that, and so I am stepping forward and asking for the people to put me there.
The highest of indiscipline is from him suggesting to all of us that they were not going to hand over, even when the NDC wins the elections. So he is not an epitome of discipline. Though he may have a military background. But that, for me, was, what term do we even use? It was a treasonable statement that he made. A hijack of our democracy. If the people decide that this is the party they want, who are you? But we saw what happened. He was quiet throughout. And when the NDC won emphatically, he was still quiet.
You think
so he cannot preach indiscipline or wanting discipline to be installed in the party. When you yourself, you behaved in an indisciplined manner. Don't forget about Ayawaso West Wagon by-election. His name was prevalent there. That is a mark of indiscipline.
You think he would win?
This one?
What about the champion?
Doesn't stand a chance.
Okay. Let's move on to candidate number 4.
He has resources. He's gone around, competed, against the other 2 leading candidates in a very favorable manner. But you see, deep within the delegate, what they will be asking themselves is, yes, we like you, Brian, but we want maybe Dr. Baumia to lose. So we would rather want to vote for Kennedy so that we do not spoil our vote. You see that matter? When Alan left the party, he had some large following, right?
Yes.
But the elector will ask themselves, yes, Alan, we like you, but when we vote for you, we know you can't win. So why will I waste that particular ballot? I'd rather give to the other side. And then that is it.
Let's do Dr. Osei Aduchu.
For me, he comes to me as the best of the candidate for now.
The best of the candidates for now.
Yes, because of the less baggage that he has. And I've been very consistent with that. But the delegates are not ready for him. Certainly not for now. Because let's face it, he was not even able to go around the entire country.
They said they were doing that low-key.
Oh.
Well, that's what his rep mentioned yesterday.
So the others were doing it on a high key? Politics is for the optics. So when the optics do not in any way exude confidence, you won't win.
The final one, Engineer Kwabna Ejeyi Ejapong.
I've always said this is a man I really like. And this is once again a missed opportunity.
For the party?
Yes. The way he preaches reforms, right? Now the party has made some amendment with respect to their constitution to the effect that the chairman of the party will become the leader of the party, both in government or in opposition.
Okay.
And you are someone who is a die-in-the-wool party faithful. He was the one I expected. Two persons. I always expected that if MPP will have to get its loins and go for what it used to be, like in the period of the JH Menses, the Daruches and co, the Sechiyus, the Alajetes period, if they are supposed to go back for those ethos, it will have to take two individuals, all of them contesting for the chairmanship. And that is Kobne J. Japan and Boache Jakun. Unfortunately for Kobne J. Japan, he still wants his name to be part of the presidential aspirants. And that is quite unfortunate. That's quite unfortunate.
Okay. So any one of them that is voted today to lead the party into the general election, it will be based on the strategy, as you mentioned, that the party wants to use, and also, devise all of that for 2020. If you just tune in, this is a coverage of the NPP's presidential primaries across the country, and it's 1:45 p.m., and so that means there's 15 minutes more before the voting ends across all the various centers, and so very soon we'll be crossing over to our reporters on the ground to find out how things are as the elections approach its end, and we'll do that. We are live on Facebook at Metro TV Ghana, also on DSTV channel 277, and right on radio it is 94.1 FM, and of course with our sister stations, Original 91.9 FM and Original TV. Doc, Joseph Osewusu, the chairman for the Presidential Elections Committee, spoke to us yesterday, and he's talked about the bits of that peace pact where questions, came of it, that no matter the outcome, all aspirants are supposed to accept. I posed that question to him, and he said, well, as the process is ongoing, if you see anything, you can raise that concern as soon as possible, so that it can be sorted before the elections, and if only it's going to be, it's going to have an impact on the overall results, right? Hearing this and seeing that in the peace pact, I remember I asked lawyer Kwesi Kwati also, and he said, well, they're going to be vigilant on the field so that nothing would happen. But just in case something happens, it means that you can't talk much about it. You have to accept because you've signed a peace pact.
Well, peace pacts most often than not are arm twisting processes. They are looking at the supreme interest of the party rather than the individual interest. You understand? The supreme interest of the party rather than the individual interest. And I will want to say that, you see, Mr. Joe Wise, Joseph Osewusu, is someone that years back I tipped as a presidential material for the MPP. Right? Until he made his unguarded pronouncement on the 8 people that were shot to death at Techiman South. If you check that, you will see that it was a remark that was very unpresidential. You cannot be in a democracy and be killing people in an extrajudicial manner. And as a lawyer, I expected him to either be a bit indifferent, right? Though because your party was in government, you could decide to be a bit indifferent. But this is someone that, I like his disciplinary level, I like his demeanor, his disposition on issues and so on and so forth. He speaks his mind in a very convincing manner. So if he feels that the general secretaryship is not beneath him, I think that if they really want the party to come back to life, those are the people who should take up the helm of affairs of the party. So if you have such a person taking over the general secretaryship of the party, I think the party will have this quality, right, of some gravitas brought back to the party, because you will have people with clout. Imagine you have him and Boache Jaku as a chairman and Joe Wise as the general secretary. That is a beautiful combination, right? One, a no-nonsense person. The other one is mild-mannered, but a disciplinarian. and he's always fair.
Okay.
And probably they can consider a national organizer, maybe at another, period, but not the kind of people that we see today.
Right.
And so Joe Wise, for me, is done tremendously well supervising this particular process. And if you listen to both sides, that is the Baumia and the Kennedy camp, right? They have spoken highly of him, of his fairness and firmness. And that, for me, is probably one of the reasons why they may have that smooth, internal elections today.
Right. So we've got Rashid Tanko computer on. You must have heard yesterday, as he said, they are monitoring. Yes, everything. I think it's a very good strategy.
Well, they must be interested in what happens. That is the only thing they can do, to monitor. Okay. But they cannot interfere.
Definitely, definitely. Let's go on to Zoom now and speak to Rashid Tanko, Sofo Computer. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for your time here. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Are you on? Okay, so we're trying to connect to Sofo Rashid Tanko Computer, the Acting Director of Elections and IT for the NDC and also the CEO for GIFEC. He's joined us via Zoom. But, Doc, as we wrap up on this, let me have your final word. But can you hold on? Let me connect with Sofo Rashid Tanko Computer. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, great.
Hello?
Great, I can hear you now, loud and clear.
Yes. I'm the Deputy Director of Elections and IT for the NDC.
Right. Thank you very much for joining us. And your brothers and sisters are at the post today. How has the monitoring been so far?
Yes, we've deployed our team of monitors across all the 277 centers. As I sit here, I'm receiving reports. We are monitoring closely, and we've also set up a collation center. We want to collect their results because we don't trust these people. When they started the whole process, there were accusations of rigging and vote buying, and even one of the candidates indicated the last primaries they rigged some of the figures, and that was not a true reflection, the outcome. And he went further to even set up anti-rigging squad. So as a political party, we are interested in knowing these things so that if we fold our arms and don't monitor them, and they perfect this, their rigging, internal rigging mechanism, what will happen to national election? So we are interested in it. We want to see the outcome today, how perfect it will be, and then the true reflection of their delegates' mind. We want to see it. So that's why we are collating the results ourselves to be sure that they don't come out with any crooked results, because we don't trust them, and we don't even trust the electoral commission that is supervising the election today. We've been having challenge with the current electoral commission as it is set up since 2024. We have that challenge with them till we got MPP out from power, and so it's important for us to want to know what is going on in the NPP camp today.
So if you are having yours, the NPP can do same?
Why not? Political parties are public entities. And we might be interested in what they are doing. And if we allow them and say they are doing their internal election, we should fold our arms. And they go and rig the election for one candidate. Then general election, they will perfect that rigging mechanism and go and rig national election. That will not be the true reflection of Ghanaian people. And that is what we might be interested in, and make sure that the right things are done.
What for you as NDC, what would be a successful election for the NPP to you?
Successful election is straightforward. Let the delegates come and cast their ballot, and they should be properly counted and collated. That is what we are looking at. But not people who cast their ballot. The last one of the candidates was saying he got 104 votes in one polling station, but they entered 14 votes for him. So how can you describe such an election a legitimate election? That is what we are talking about. What will come out from the ballot box should be counted and should be recorded appropriately. Then everybody will say that this is free, fair, transparent election. Not what is in the ballot box, what the people have voted, you come and record different results. You know, we have problem with them over Panda, and of course they use technicalities to run away from being held accountable. One polling station, they recorded 1,400 votes, another 1,200. That's how they got themselves elected. So these people, if you don't monitor them closely, you end up this, after 2 o'clock, they will start coming out with figures and you'll be shocked.
Okay. Rashid Tango Computer, kindly hold on for me. Let me speak to Doc and take his thoughts on the NDC's monitoring of the election, and then we'll say goodbye to him as he leaves us. Doc, you've heard from the Deputy Director for Election and IT from the NDC.
Yeah, that is an interesting twist to our internal politics. To the extent that the NDC will have to incur cost of deploying, observers throughout the 276. I don't know, that must be very costly. An enterprise that maybe they will have to assess its usefulness at the end of the day. But as he's saying, if people are engaging in all manner of things that will inure to the benefit or disadvantage of somebody else, the NDC may be in the know by communicating that to all and sundry. So as a way, it will unsettle the MPP. But I just hope that the NDC is not incurring any cost in that particular, assignment that they have decided to do. But it is a new twist. It's a new twist to internal elections.
Look, as you go, of the 5 candidates who is winning, who do you think would win and stands a better chance for the NPP to contest against the NDC in the 2020 election?
Well, that decision is for the delegate.
Okay.
That decision is for the delegate, and it should be part of their strategy, political strategy, as they slug it out with the NDC. But the architecture favors Dr. Bawumia, because if the 2023 delegates register is what you are using to conduct 2026, presidential primaries, adding about 10,000, a little more over 10,000, which about 70% of them are from the establishment. Then from the word go, it stands at an advantage.
Right. Thank you very much for your time here. Join us here. Dr. Jonathan Asante-Ocho is Executive Director for the African Institute of Strategic Studies and also a Senior Lecturer at the University of Cape Coast. And let's get back onto Zoom and also let you know that you can share your comments with us on our social media handles at Metro TV Ghana. Rashid, amongst the 5 candidates, who are you rooting for? Who do you think should win this? That come in the 2028 election will be a good one for the NDC.
Before I get there, this process that we are engaged in today, we are not spending a peswa. It doesn't come at a cost. We have election directory in all the 276 constituencies. We have our directors there. They are in the constituency, so they are not going anywhere. It doesn't come at a cost. They are the one coordinating everything for us.
Okay.
The straightforward thing. We just want to be sure that the democratic credentials of this country is kept proper. Well, we see, we don't have interest in whoever they want to vote. But like Dr. Ochri rightly put, look, it's straightforward. I've been saying it. They designed this strategy chiefly for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Otherwise, why would you, after losing this massive defeat that they got in the 2024 election, instead of them to go and do a reorganization of the party before thinking of getting a presidential candidate, their interest is rather to get presidential candidate before they reorganize the party. So the establishment will definitely go for Bawumia. It's the same group, the group that helped him to get the 38.2%. The same group are the people who are voting today. So what has changed? You think they'll go and vote against him? As if he was the only one who got that low votes. So the establishment will vote for him. And so that one, yeah, we are not expecting any surprises at all. We are not. We know that they have planned this thing and they are just executing it.
So you mean Dr. Bawumia is going to win today, but the delegates are the ones who decide that, though.
Well, I'm saying that the same delegates who voted for him in 2023 are the same delegates who are voting today. So what has changed? Nothing. Nothing has changed. The 10,000 they've added are all former these appointees of government and other things. Then there are his people. So you see the quotas. If you go, just take time. We have visited some few of the voting centers, and you'll see that the former appointees, they are all coercing the delegates to vote for Bawumia. They are standing all over the place. We've seen it. Our team are sending me messages and all that. And so we've seen that the establishment will go for Bawumia. That's what they want to do.
Right, but Rashida, I just wanted to make a correction about the percentage again from the 2024 election. The NPP polled 41.75%, so it's not 38.
Well, we also collated our results.
So the 38 is
Don't forget, the NDC also collated its own results.
So that is the NDC.
I said we also collated our results. At the time they got the 38.2. They hadn't gotten some other constituencies were not added. Is that not true? And then that was the time we collated the results and got our results by 11 p.m. on that fateful day. We had gotten all the results. So the EC had no option. The following morning, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had to concede because it was too glaring. So why are they running away from this 38.2?
Okay, I just had to read what came from the Electoral Commission as at that is 10th January 2025. That's what I read out to you. So let's get back to the processes today. The issue about transportation and all of that. I mean, we've seen also across many of the elections. How do we draw the line between inducing, the votes, getting delegates to vote based on what you give them, and genuine monies to aid them to get to the voting centers? And this is not just with the NPP, just about our election process.
Look, we in NDC, I can tell you, anytime we are doing our congress or conferences, what we do is that we provide transportation to the constituency executives. We provide transportation to the constituency executives, and the money will go to the accounts of each of the constituency executives. And then they will go and draw the money to transport the delegates to the center. It's different from you putting money in envelopes and putting pictures of candidates in the envelope and indicating that it cannot be transport. This is vote buying. And that is what they are doing today. There's nothing like transportation. They are out there. Whoever has the deep pocket, that was going to carry the day. And of course, all the former appointees and other things, they are supporting Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And the envelopes are flying all over the place. Go to social media, you see, if you go to the place, they are even accusing each other. On live camera. They are accusing each other. Live camera of vote buying. And so I am not here to pontificate about it, but I can tell you, it has nothing to do with transportation. They shouldn't call any transportation here. Transportation, you give it to the executive, and then they will make sure that they transport them. The national will calculate that it is not candidates who give transportation. Don't forget, the election is being organized by the national executive. They have this election committee headed by Joe Wise. He is the chairman of the committee.
Yes, he is.
And so they are in charge. That's what they were collecting. When they were collecting huge money from the candidates, what were they going to use the money for?
That could only be allegations.
Was it not to organize this election?
Those would be only allegations.
I'm saying that when they were collecting the money from the candidates, no, they asked them to pay. It's not allegation. After they paid the filing fee, we were told that each person was asked to also pay 4 million additional money for organization and all that. What was it meant for? Is it not to organize the processes and all that? That is it. So the movement of the delegates is the responsibility of the national executives. They have to look for the resources and send down to the constituency for them to move the delegates to the voting center to vote. Candidates have no business of saying that we are moving the delegates. That's not. If a candidate is involved with that, is amount to vote buying. That one is simple, monocracy, monetizing the process.
Right.
That is what you can only describe it.
Is there anything from the beginning of this particular process, right from the filing of the nominations all through the campaign till now, that the NDC would learn from the NPP?
Clearly, we're not going to learn anything from this part, their process. We don't want to learn anything from it. Our system, our processes have been perfect, far better than what they are doing. We have our way of doing things. You see that we've just rolled out, the General Secretary read a presser about a few days ago, indicating the timetable for the reorganization of the party. And we've done it severally. It has helped us. We've never had any difficulties whatsoever. And we will not adopt anything from this, because this kind of system they are using is just meant to rig the election for one candidate. And we will not do that in our party.
Okay. So, so far, you say that you have your people in the various centers who are giving you the information about the votes. And so it's, what was it? It's past 2 p.m., so the voting has ended. So I'm sure they'll be sending the counted votes to you, and then we're doing all the collation.
Yes, of course. I'm just moving to our system. I'm very close to our collations center. From this interview, I'm just moving into the room. We have 17 workstation. Each station is for a particular region. The 17th one is for their national headquarters. And so we are just moving. The results will start trickling in, and then we want to monitor it and make sure that these people don't come out with any crooked results. We want the true reflection of our delegates to be shown, so that we can all speak to it. Otherwise, if you fold your arms, they will give you their own results.
Right. So just before you go, I've got a final question for you, and then we'll go. Once again, someone said to me basically that, so what really is the interest of the NDC in this election?
Well, to show that we just want to make sure that we have credible process, free, fair, transparent, no rigging, so that nobody will perfect rigging here and go and bring it for the national election. Because they are accusing each other of rigging. Internal election, you want to rig. If you don't stop them and make sure that keep an eye on it, and they become masters of rigging their own internal election, they will transport that one to the national election.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
That is just our issue.
Thank you very much, Rashid.
I'm grateful.
Computer. We'll come back to you to know the figures you have by evening. Right?
Very well.
Right. So Rashid Tanko Computer is the Deputy Director of Elections and IT for the NDC and the CEO of GIFEC, telling us why the NDC is monitoring this election and doing all the collation also for this one for the NPP. My colleague Eko Sechisaki is at Lejokuku. It's past 2 p.m., so voting should have ended at all voting centers. Eko joins us, and counting has actually begun at the NPP headquarters, at the office there. So we'll get to that in a bit. But Eko Sechisaki is at Lejokuku. Eko, confirm to us if voting has ended, and what can you tell us? Hello, Eko Sechisaki. Okay. So we're trying to connect to my colleague Eko Sechisaki, who is at Lejokuku, to tell us the situation on the ground. And also Dominic Ansapra is at the NPP's head office. And we understand counting has begun there. Voting has ended and counting has begun. So he'll share that with us also. And so you can also share with us on our social media handles at Metro TV Ghana on Facebook, also on Radio 94.1 FM. On Multi TV, we are on there, and also we are on DSTV channel 277. My name is Desmond Okurekudaso, and this is your Election Central on Original TV, also on Original 91.9 FM. And yeah, we'll wait and see how things are in terms of the process. So we're going to Crowell, where there's some allegations of votes buying and all of that. And so we're crossing over to Crowell and share that with you right here.
You know, people have sent false text messages. If I open my phone to you, I've received about 6 different text messages. One is claiming that Baumia is giving 2,500 plus rice and oil. But they are fake messages. Another one is claiming that Brian is giving an amount. All those things are fake messages. And so the real amount that came is what has been given. Anybody who tells you that there is 2,000 and the executives are slashed it to 500 is a probable lie.
And so what is the real amount?
The real amount is that they are giving 500 for lorry fare. Everybody who came, people who came from far and near, you are giving 500 for lorry fare. And that is what has been given so far. There is no 2,000. They are all fake messages.
From where is the money coming from? Which of the camps?
All the aspirants have the obligation to give lorry fare to people who come and vote. You can see from my hand, I have voted already. So I've been giving my lorry fare, and that is normal.
From all the 5 camps or some of the aspirants?
From who?
Is the money coming from all the 5 aspirants or some of them?
No, some of the aspirants, not all the 5 aspirants.
How many are them?
Oh, so far I think about 3 or so.
3 or so.
Yes. I'm just saying this thing to clear the air.
Which camps? Which of the camps? Which of the camps?
Oh, I don't know whether it is fair to mention their names.
But you have received your
yes.
Your money.
I won't tell a lie. This is something they give to us, and then
where did the money come from? Which of the camps? Is it Baumia, Kennedy?
That is why I'm saying I'll be unfair. It will be unfair to mention specific names. But at least you should be fortunate. I've told you that monies have been given, and this is slow news. The whole Ghana, everybody will affirm to it. But all that I'm trying to do is to give to cancel that that notion that the text message that was sent around is false. It is never true.
Yes, sir. Are you a constituency executive?
Yes, I'm a constituency executive.
Which position?
I'm a secretary.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. So please play this one. Don't play the fake one the woman gave. The woman doesn't know her left from her right.
So, right, that's a constituency executive speaking to my colleague Sechi Saki about some issues regarding vote buying. And so, Eko joins us now, and let's get to him. He's Alejo Kuku now. Eko, good afternoon, and confirm to us that voting has ended, and what is happening now?
Yeah, good afternoon, Desmond. I can confirm that post here at the Nungwapi Circle Academy School in the Lejukuku constituency has come to an end where sorting is currently underway. Let me turn my camera a little bit toward where the sorting is currently ongoing. So in a short, as the sorting, so EC officials are currently sorting out the ballot. I can tell you that security is beefed up here. I spoke to the divisional commander who is in charge of this particular police station, where he told me that a little over 750 police officers were deployed to this police station to ensure law and order. Within the inner perimeter where the sorting is currently underway, I can count quite a number of the police officers, and outside are anxious delegates who are looking on what is happening at the moment. They are very vigilant. Delegates from various camps, and they are anxiously waiting that the counting goes on very well. And I don't know. Let me get closer and see if I can speak to quite a few of the delegates here. So you are live on Metro Television. Let me engage you briefly. What is your name? Mention your name. Michael Esiama. What time did you cast your ballot today, and how will you say the process is?
Okay, I was here around 9 o'clock, so probably by 9 o'clock I've casted my vote. And subsequently, yes, now on the process will not be watched by any incident, and we know that everything is going to be fine. The MPP is going to emerge.
Yeah, I can see that you are very vigilant. The way you are looking at the police officers doing the sorting. What do you expect at the end of the day? What are expectations?
In the end of the day, everybody, it's just for the process should be calm and everything should, go on smoothly. We will finish counting and everybody will accept it in good faith.
Which of the candidates did you vote for?
Oh, honestly, I voted for the former Vice President, His Excellency Alaji Dr. Baumia.
Finally, there were allegations of money sharing.
Did you receive yours and how much?
Money sharing. Well, if someone gives you 50 Ghana cedi for TNT to come and vote, I don't think that to be money sharing.
Okay, all right. So Desmond, you just heard one of the delegates or a delegate who claimed that he voted for the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, and that was the direction that he casted his ballot to. Let me quickly run you through some information that I picked earlier. With this particular polling station, there are two polling centers. That is Nungwa Preseko Academy Polling Center 1 and Polling Center 2. With regards to the Polling Center 1, the number of delegates that are expected to cast their ballots at Polling Center 1 is 595 delegates. A short while ago, before polls ended, a total number of 547 delegates have casted their ballots successfully. And Polling Center 2, a total number of, the center was expecting 648 delegates, but at the end of polls, not the exact figure, but I collected this information some few minutes to close of polls. That is around 140 thereabouts, where the EC officer in charge of that particular polling station told me that 575 voters casted their ballots. So in all, it clearly tells you that voter turnout here was very good, very encouraging. A lot more voters casted their ballots here. And the mood here is a little bit charged. When you look on the faces, when you look at the face of this delegate, it clearly tells you that they are poised and they are very vigilant.
Okay.
They don't want to miss a single action.
Okay, right.
They just don't want to miss a. Hello, Desi.
Yes, I call. I can hear you. I thought you were wrapping up.
Yeah, so the unfortunate situation is that the media men are not allowed to enter into the inner perimeter because we've been barred from entering the inner perimeter. The police officers said because of security reasons, they don't want any media personnel. They don't want any media personnel to enter into the inner perimeter. So that is the current situation here. Delegates are very paused. The atmosphere here is a little bit tense with every delegate anxiously waiting for their preferred candidate to be declared winner at this particular polling station.
Okay.
Aside that, I can say for a fact that polls have been very smooth and successful. I've not seen any since I came to this particular polling station. I've not seen any issue of violence being witnessed here, and I must say that it has been a very smooth one, except that there were some few allegations of money sharing, which for them they feel that it is a normal thing to do. I spoke to the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, lawyer Atukwe Otu, who casted his ballot here a short while ago with regards to the issue of vote buying, and he mentioned that there is a need for some electoral reforms in order to ensure that some of this excessive is being curtailed.
Okay, Eko, thank you very much for bringing us the updates there. So you had my colleague Eko from Lejo Kuku, where he says that voting has ended and counting has begun there. We're crossing over to Okaikwe North, where Kofi Otuo Bekwin KOB is presently, and he joins us via phone, and he's been sharing some of the updates with us. KOB.
Hello, Desi.
Yes, has voting ended, and what more can you tell us?
Okay, so Desi, I'm live from the Okaikwe North constituency here in the Greater Accra region, and voting ended exactly at 2 p.m. as it was scheduled by the MPP Presidential Committee and also the Electoral Commission. And we were expecting about 866 delegates, registered delegates, to cast their vote in the Okaikwe North constituency. But at the end of the day, we had at least 807 delegates who were able to cast their vote here at the Okaikwe constituency. As you can see from your shot, sorting is underway, and the atmosphere here is very calm, and everything is in order. We've had a smooth election period here from the Ablekuma North constituency, where everybody was, able to, maintain peace and order here. The security men and everything was in order. So as you can see, everything has ended, and then sorting is underway. We had about 807 delegates who were able to cast their vote before voting ended, and then also about little 62 or 63 people were not being able to vote. We don't know as why they were not here to vote, but then that is the exact number that they were given to us here. So voting has ended here. Everything is in order. Sorting is underway as we are waiting for the counting for who will be winning this constituency. We've had some prominent people who have come to cast their vote, like the former MPP parliamentary candidate Nana Madoku Siama, and then former Deputy Maslog Mami Koto, who was also 2023 MPP parliamentary aspirant for the Okaikwe North. They were all here. They were a little bit intense, where supporters were chanting for these two individuals, so on. But then the police stepped in to maintain law and order for them to leave the inner perimeter, and then the voting center. The voting center is currently at the Achimota Basic School. That is where they were given, or it was designated for the voting and for the Okaikwe North. So that's is the situation so far. Voting has ended here. We're expecting 866 delegates, but at the end of the day, we had 807 delegates who were able to vote.
Right. Across some of the centers, we've had some issues of money sharing, votes buying, all of that. Has that been same at where you've been?
Not really. If you know the Achimota school, you see it is a big yard. So even before you enter, they make sure that they screen you. So if there is any share of money, it's supposed to be done outside the school, which is behind the walls of the school. So for the inner perimeter and the yard of where the voting is taking place, no one is allowed to engage anyone, especially if the person is in queue. So if there's any source of that, it should be outside of the premises of the place, but not inside. But from what I've observed so far, there hasn't been anything like that. But then what I do observe was when Mamefia Koto came in to vote, and then at the same time, Nana Madoku, who was the NPP parliamentary candidate, also came in, and there were supporters chanting who is winning, who is to become their next parliamentary candidate, and all that. That raised a little bit of tension here. But the police stepped in and they maintain law in order for them to leave the place so that the process can go on smoothly.
Right, KOB, thank you very much for bringing us the updates there. Kofi Otobe Queen, KOB is our man on the ground at Okaikwe North, and he says that it's been calm so far. Voting has ended, sorting is underway for counting to begin there. So those are some of the updates we have for you as voting has ended for the NPP's presidential primaries. And so who becomes the next flag bearer for the New Patriotic Party? So there you see on your screen sorting happening, and then soon counting is going to take place as the EC officials are just going through all of that process. So there you see on the screen some of the visuals there where the EC officials are sorting out the ballots so that voting or counting, I beg your pardon, can begin at Okaikwe North. And I'm connecting with my colleague Vanessa Adotom Boateng. She's been moving, to get some of the updates for us. So Vanessa Adotom Boateng is joining via phone. Vanessa, where are you presently?
Yes, I'm currently at the Odoko Police School.
Right. So has voting ended?
Odoko Police Division Command, Blakema Central. Now we have 1,572 delegates who are expected to vote, and they have two centers here. Center A has 785 delegates expected to vote there, and the Center B has 789. Now, as I speak with you, there are still delegates in queue waiting to vote. In fact, earlier I had a conversation with some of the delegates in queue, and they complained bitterly about the slow pace of the process. They said they were here since 5:30, but voting started around 6:30, getting to 7, and it was a back and forth. I mean, delegates were actually agitating about the slow process, and so it had to take the police to come, bring their barricades to maintain order for the, confrontation between delegates to stop. And so as we speak, yes, there are still delegates in line waiting to vote. I'm not sure voting will end anytime soon.
So you are telling us that it's past 2 p.m. and voting is still ongoing?
Yes, voting is still ongoing, and there are lots of delegates still in queue.
Wow. So is that at that only at that particular, because you mentioned there are two centers where the voting is happening, so it's at that particular place?
Center A and Center B are the same premises, right? Just that some people are designated to vote at Center A and others designated to vote at Center B. Yeah, so far the two centers, the process is slow.
And the voting, the voting is still ongoing at these two centers, A and B.
Yes, it's expected that voting should end at 2, but as we speak, there are lots of delegates still in queue waiting to vote. And they are complaining about the slow process.
What has caused that slow process?
It's also among to the fact that the voting process didn't start early. While delegates were here around 5:30. The voting process, the queues, they've been divided into just 2 queues. And so it's like it's taking a lot of time for them to complete the process. And so when they get to the voting center, the voting table, it's taking, like, instead of the queue to move very fast, it's taking just a slow pace. And delegates are still yet to vote. I tried having a conversation with the agents, the electoral commissioners, what the issue is, and they said they will speak to me later.
Right. So we are not clear when exactly voting began.
Voting began around 6:30, around 7. Okay, with interactions I had with the delegate, they said voting began around 7. Yes.
Voting began at 7, which was actually the designated time for the voting to start, and as of now, it hasn't ended. So we're not sure when they will.
So when we were here, the police had to come, bring in their barricades. So I think it's how do I put it? Because initially there were no barricaded areas and there were no clear path for delegates to go through. So now that the police is here, I think about an hour ago, the police came with their barricades to indicate the place where the delegates have to go through, like just to restore calm, and also give a clear direction on what the delegates to do, where to pass, and the processes. So it's whilst it's moving a bit faster than before, it is still slow.
So we've not been told when they will end that?
No, we've not been told.
Right.
So there are still people in the queue waiting to vote.
Right. Vanessa, thank you very much for bringing us the update. So Vanessa Edutumbuatin tells us that at the Odoko Police Academy, where there are 2 centers on that compound, you have voting still ongoing because it's been slow, although it started at exactly 7, as was the designated time for voting to begin. They haven't been able to do that. So we'll get some more updates later. For now, we're crossing over to the NPP's headquarters, where Dominic Ansapra is sorting and counting has begun at the headquarters. So let's cross over to Dominic Ansapra. Hi, yes, Dominic. Yes. Right, take us away. Tell us what's happening.
Right. 53, 54, 55, 56, 57.
Valid broadcast for Dr. Muhammad Bawumia.
Earlier on, Padme Japan had 7 votes. And then Dr. Yawebichi also had 3 votes. So the count ongoing is for Baumia. I said earlier on that Kopne Japan already had 7 votes, which has been counted already. A total valid vote cast at the MPP headquarters, and also Yawebichi had 3 votes. The count ongoing now is for Dr. Mahamadou Baumia, which is still counting, and then we are hoping to know what the count will arrive at or to. Right from there, we will do Kennedy Japan, and then we can do Brian Champon to complete what has transpired here today. So if you can hear me loud and clear, the voting, the counting is still going on.
So we're just going to have the visuals on and follow the process.
Right. So 308 for Dr. Mahamadou Baumia. Vote count for Dr. Mahamadou Baumia at the NPP headquarters is 308. Earlier on, Kwabna Educhum had 7 votes. Now, Kwabna Japan had 7 votes, sorry. And then Yao Educhum had 3 votes. Dr. Mahamadou Baumia had 308 votes cast at the MPP headquarters. Now, Kennedy Japan's vote is being counted. So if viewers can hear us, let's follow the process and then we'll arrive at a conclusion.
So Dr. Baumia has been counted 308. 308.
Yes.
Dr. Yaose Educhum 3. And
yes.
Engineer Kwabna Ejapong 7.
Yes.
So currently ongoing is that of Kennedy Japong.
Kennedy Japan.
Right. And do we know the number of total valid votes?
We don't know yet, but earlier on in my reportage, it was stated that about below 900 or approximately 900 delegates are supposed to vote.
Right.
So as of now, looking at what we are seeing, we will surely arrive at that number or maybe less, and then we will know what to say or report.
Right, so we're just going to have that on the screen as the counting continues. There, my colleague Dominic Asapra is at the NPP's headquarters. So let's follow through what's happening at the headquarters as counting is ongoing.
On had 3 votes, equal to what Chum also had. Three votes for Brian Echampo.
Okay, so as we have now from the NPP's headquarters, Dominic tells us that less than 1,000 were expected to cast their votes. So far, Dr. Baumia has 308 from the NPP's headquarters, 308. Dr. Yaose Educhum has 3. Kwabna Eje Ejapong, engineer, has 7. Dr. Brian Champon has 3. So the next will be that of Kennedy Ohene Ejapong at the NPP's headquarters. 308 for Dr. Baumia, 3 for Dr. Yaweduchum, 7 for Engineer Kwabna Eje Ejapong, and 3 again for Brian Echampong. So it's left with that of Kennedy Ohene Ejapong as counting is underway at the NPP's headquarters. So we can go back to Dominic for that.
So counting is ongoing for Kennedy Ohene Ejapong, and I should believe that it will be wrapping up soon. As of now, we've crossed 100 for Kennedy Ohene Ejapong. Counting is still going on. This is the last count
for Kennedy Ohene Ejapon. Earlier on, what we had here at the MPP headquarters, Kobna Ejapon had 7 votes. Dr. Yawadutin had 3 votes. Brian Echampon had 3 votes. And Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia had 308 votes. Currently, we are looking at what Kennedy Ohene Ejapon will get or have. Now we are monitoring to bring to you the accuracy of the count. 160 for Kennedy Ohene Ejapon. 160 for Kennedy Ohene Ejapon. Just see if you can hear me. Counting has come to a close. 160. 308 for Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, 160 for Kennedy Ohene Ejapon, 3 for Brian Champon, 3 for Yao Educhum, Dr. Yao Educhum, and then 7 for Kobna Ejapon. Jesse, over to you in the studio if you can hear me.
Right. So we're back in here in studio. So, as was mentioned by my colleague Dominic and Sapra, who is at the NPP's headquarters, we have 308 for Dr. Bawumia, 308 for Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, who is number 3 on the ballot, 160 for Ken Ohene Ejapon, 160 for Ken Ohene Ejapon, and Engineer Kwabna Ejapon has or had 7 votes for him there. And then Brian Echampon, 3. Also, Dr. Yao Educhum, 3. So you have 308, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia from the NPP's headquarters, 160 for Ken Ohene Ejapon, 7 votes for Engineer Kwabena Ejapon, 3 for Dr. Brian Echampon, and 3 for Dr. Yao Educhum. So in total, let me just put that in total to see the total valid votes from the NPP's headquarters. 308 for Dr. Bawumia, 160 for that is Ken Ohene Ejapon, 7 for Engineer Kwabena Ejapon, and you have 3 for Dr. Brian, and also 3. So we'll be bringing you the results as they trickle in from the various voting centers, and you can join us live on Facebook at Metro TV Ghana, and also we are live on DSTV channel 277, and we'll be crossing over very soon for this particular voting that is underway. So it means 481 valid votes were at the NPP's headquarters. Yes, 481. There's counting underway at this particular polling center. We'll take that, and we'll come back and continue with the rest of the process here.
Is the total valid vote cast. There was one spot ballot. Total valid vote cast 481. So on the basis of this, Mahamadou Bawumia obtained the highest vote, followed by Ken Ohene Ejapon, Pablo Eje Ejapon follows suit, then Brian Echampon and Yawase Ichu also follow suit. So for this particular center, I declare Mohamed Baumia the candidate-elect for this center, not everywhere. So, I'm just announcing. I am announcing. Dr. Baumia secured the highest votes for this center, the headquarters. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
If you heard him loud and clear. At the MPP headquarters, which is a polling center, followed by Honorable Kennedy Ejapon, and then Kwabna Ejapon follow suit. Kennedy Ejapon, and then Kwabna Ejapon follow suit. Then we go to Brian Champon, and then Dr. Yaweduchum. Dr. Yaweduchum. So, as you stated earlier, polls have halted, counting is done. We know who got the highest at the center. So 987 delegates were supposed to vote. And out of that, totaling 7 plus 3 plus 3 plus 160 plus 308 amount to 481. Out of 3908. This is the close of today's polls at the MPP headquarters, which is a polling center. Hoping to have in other collated results in order to declare who becomes the leader of the MPP party. Over to you in the studio, Desi. Yes. Right. We heard loud and clear the Electoral Commission prospectus declared Dr. Mahamadou Baumia as the highest obtained vote. Valid total cast vote for him is 308. 308. 308 valid votes cast for Dr. Mahamadou Baumia. Following by Honorable Kennedy Ohene Ejapon, who had 160 votes. 160 votes. 160. Total valid vote cast for Kennedy Ohene Ejapon is 160. And then followed by Kwabna Ejapon, Engineer Kwabna Ejapon, who had 7 votes. 7 votes. 7 votes. And then moving on to Brian Echampon, who had 3 votes. 3 valid votes cast. 3 votes. And then the last person was Dr. Yaweduchum, who also had 3 votes, equal to what Brian Echampon had. This is the declaration here at the MPP headquarters. This is the declaration from the MPP headquarters. From the MPP headquarters. And the MPP headquarters. Will you like to say something about what happened today?
Yes,
right.
Yes,
what will you say? You have a preferred candidate.
Of course, my name is Edward, first Vice Chairman Nigeria. It's an internal election, you know. We're all family, we're all one family. But you know, even at home, so there's a favorite among the children. But in respect of what happened right now, we expect something like this. If our brothers don't get results, maybe 1 or 2 votes, you will say maybe they're not part of the party. But right now we've seen the results. But I'm happy that DMB has come out with what he got. Because our brother said showdown in Kumasi. Now DMB is giving him showdown. This showdown is starting from the HQ. So this is how it starts. My brother, thank you for coming, and we appreciate all you have done for us.
Thank you very much. Let me also engage others. Yo, talk to me. Are you also for DMB? Dr.
Of course.
You are happy?
Yes, I'm happy.
I can see the joy and the excitement on your face.
Yes.
What is happening then on? Does this say something or mean something?
What we mean is we don't want to change. DMB is still going to be our leader of this party. We don't want to change. And we are giving our support to DMB. It's an internal party. Right. Though we congratulate all.
Are you looking at all centers? Such declarations should come from all centers for DMB.
Of course, because at the moment those are coming out. It's in favor of DMB.
Right.
So we are at the end to declare him the winner.
Share your excitement too.
Yeah, our intel is that DMB is leading. And in this context, we need somebody who knows what is going on around the world. It's not only you have to be a businessman, no? You need to have the technical know-how.
Right.
And also, you have to know how to talk to people, how to talk.
Right.
So, it is obvious. DMB, no change.
Right.
And still DMB.
Right.
Even beyond 2028, it's DMB.
Right.
Period.
Right. Even until 2028.
So you had my colleague Dominic Ansapra from the NPP's headquarters, which is a voting center for today's exercise. And wrapping up there, Dr. Mahmoud Bamia 308, Ken Ohine Japan 160, Engineer Kwabene J Japan with 7 votes, Dr. Brian Echampon 3, and Dr. Yao Say Educhum 3 there. So total valid votes 481. There was 1 spot ballot, and there was supposed to be 987 expected votes cast there, but of course, not everybody came out. Some have gone to their actual constituencies to go vote. We have some of the results trickling in, and I'll be sharing that with you as Emmanuel Kusefri joins me here in studio, so we continue with the conversation. At Tiwa West, we have Dr. Yause Ruchum 1, Kwabene Japan 0, Ken Ohine Japan 34, Brian Echampon 69, and Dr. Mahmoud Bamia 274. This is coming from Etiwa West Fomena, as we have coming in Kennedy Japan with 127 votes, Brian Echampon 44, Dr. Mahmoud Bamia with 202 votes there. Old Tafo, Kennedy Japan 139, Brian Echampon 84, Dr. Bamia 439, Dr. Educhum 4, and Kwabna AJ Japan 0. So that's from Old Tafo. Abra Asebu Kwaman Kese, Ken Ejapon 301, Brian Echampon 238. Okay, we're going to have the complete set in a bit about that particular area. Woodlandsea constituency in the northern region, Ken Ejapon 43, Brian Echampon 110, Dr. Mahmoud Bamia 353, Dr. Educhum 4, and Kwabna AJ Japan 1. Rejected 7. Pru West, Kenny Japan 38, Dr. Baumia 299, Brian Echampon 82, Dr. Educhum 1, and you have just 2 going for that is Engineer Kwabna AJ Japan, 2 sport votes there. So those are the results coming in from the various areas. So we're connecting with my colleague Equia Abebio from Dome Kwabenya. She is then. Equia, what can you report for us now?
Voting is currently underway here at the Atomic Field in the Dome Kwabenya constituency, where 1,815 delegates are expected to cast their ballots, and as at now, about 1,046 delegates have voted, indicating a very strong turnout. Security is very tight, with a heavy police presence deployed to ensure law and order. So in general, they're very calm and peaceful. Now, former Speaker of Parliament, who is also a former Member of Parliament for the Dome-Kwabena constituency, Aaron Michael Quay, together with some delegates, have been speaking. Let's take a listen.
Look at the paper, you can see that even though it's all one constituency, it has been divided into a number of polling booths. We must learn and go forward. It means that 5,000 people, 10,000, they can vote in a certain proximity once it's a flat place like this. And it's wonderful. We must not vote into the night and start killing ourselves anymore. It shows we are not civilized. But that shouldn't happen. We are civilized people. We must learn to do it right.
Prof, would you tell us who you voted for? Or who you are rooting for?
That is a very criminal question.
All right, so that was Professor Aaron Mike Okwe there. So I mentioned Chrissy Free joins me in studio as we get to our reporters on the ground for the updates on the votes that have been counted across the various voting centers. So, Chrissy Free, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. We've been monitoring since morning. Voting is done. Counting is ongoing.
Yeah.
What's been your assessment so far?
I think that I would give it to the NPP. And I say I would give it to the NPP in the sense that some of us have been vehement critiques of the new patriotic party,
right,
and the way they have organized themselves right in the run-up to the 2024 elections, and the way their structure and their organization has been even after the 2024 elections.
Okay.
So we saw, I think, 2 by-elections so far where people felt that on the hindsight and with the information from the Ghanaian people, they were going to organize and reorganize themselves much up for those elections. And we saw, was it the Ablikuma North, the first by-election which happened around the Aoshi, Odoko area, and
right,
it became very chaotic and so on and so forth, where even the parliamentary candidate had defied the structure of the new patriotic party at the highest level, that's the National Executive Committee, to go ahead to say that even though the party says they are not participating or contesting, she would go ahead and still contest, and eventually contested and lost. The NDC took advantage of it. We've seen these recently. We've seen the one which had the ruling by the High Courts, not just yesterday or 2 days ago. The ruling has been overturned. That's for the Pandai Member of Parliament. And all of these things have happened. It is right to say that any reasonable political party would have gone through some form of reorganization and restructuring, and seeing how this presidential elections alone have kind of, in a perceived manner, distorted the flow of the NPP, right from the Thanksgiving, which was supposed to be led by the vice president or the former vice president, who is also a candidate and who was going to contest. And so there was a divisiveness, there was a rancor, there was the chaos, so to speak. We saw what happened in Chairman Abronye's constituency or region, and the vituperations, the fights, everybody has had heightened anxiety towards this day. Even up until yesterday, the kind of thought processes, the kind of perceptions, and I'm sure we'll come to the angle and the point of whether it is about myth or it is about prophecy,
right,
or it's about data and so on and so forth. All of these have played into the heightened anxiety for members of the camps of each of these very leading candidates. You can talk about Dr. Brian Champong, you can talk about Kennedy Ejapon or Hine Ejapon, you can talk about the former Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, and all of the things that have come with it. Their own mannerisms, their own speeches their own things that they've been talking about, and then the people that are following them, the people who, some of those who feel embittered, who feel that they didn't get any appointment, and so let's defect into this camp and show them power, and show them that we are the grassroots. Those who think that, well, the entire government needs to take responsibility for our difficulties that we're faced with. We're faced with e-levy problems, we're faced with going to the IMF, we're faced with DDEP, and all of these were things that the Ghanaian voted on against the NPP. One candidate says, well, as an entire party, we would agree to accept, and so we apologize, especially to our base, who felt left out. Let's come together with even the campaign promise of everybody or every constituency getting at least 10 appointments. So all of these and the prophecies that came really added to the perception of, and you saw even from the posters, from the prophets, from political analysts, everybody thinking that today may not necessarily, and you cannot fault any of them because it is premised on antecedents, political antecedents. If you look at the elections from 1999, when, of blessed memory, His Excellency Professor John Evans Atta Mills came up as Rawlings' choice against the system candidate. They felt that Rawlings was coming to impose a candidate on them. You saw the rancor. After that, you saw the division in the NDC and so on and so forth. It came up to 2004 and then 2008. Eventually, Professor Mills won. When he won, from nowhere, His Excellency, the current president, John Dramani Mahama, came. Being a vice president, he obviously wasn't the system candidate as well. And so, again, divisions, people who felt. But for him having become president upon the demise of the former president, he was able to collate or bring around the table mindsets, bring around the table everybody. But you still could see some form of dissidence, people who felt that, I mean, if it wasn't because you are the president or you've been the president, won't go on. So all of these have culminated into what people have perceived to be a riot or a chaotic elections today. But I will take the opportunity, based on the question you asked me, to highly commend the Ghana Police Service. As I'm commending the political party, the NPP, that's the national executives, the regional executives, the constituency executives, the polling station executives, and so on and so forth, the electoral coordinators. It is very important as well to commend the IGP. This is his first major elections. And people, I'm sure, were expecting what would come out of it and how he was going to react. But I saw some of the scenes at certain electoral areas, and I think I was happy because the very first comment I made was IGP has prepared for a national election.
He mentioned that
he prepared for a
when they were
national
signing
election.
the peace pact, that very profound statements from him that they are ready. So no, they're not going to give any chance to anybody who wants to orchestrate any form of violence at any of the voting centers. So indeed, for him and his men, we also know that they've made some arrests, people trying to take pictures of their ballots and all of that. They've arrested some of them. Those who are not supposed to be in the inner perimeters who are trying to get in there. In Ablekuma, is it North? One of them has been arrested also. So we've seen that they prepared for this. They were ready for the job today, and kudos to them. We've not had so much going on in terms of the violence, and even when a few of them have come up, some scuffles, they've been able to resolve those issues. So it's just right that we commend him and his men and women on the ground.
Yeah, he's done so well. Kudos to you, IGP. For this, I mean, all of us have to commend you, and I mean, we have to say a very big thank you to you. At least for the perceptions, the anticipations, the anxieties, and the things that people had thought of. The IGP has shown that the Ghana security system is actually top notch. And so it's been good. It's been good so far.
It's been good so far.
What's been exciting as it is sitting down at the back and monitoring what you've been doing so far. And I think that the Metro team has done extensively well as well, right from 8 a.m. in the morning, and how you've captured every aspect of the elections. I think that it's quite exciting to watch Metro TV. And like we keep saying, that everybody should watch Metro TV, Original TV, Metro Digital, and Original FM. all the time just be with us. And
so just be with us. Yeah.
The figures that are coming in.
The
I mean,
figures
you have
coming in.
them.
Yeah,
You have them.
I'm going to go through some of them as we have from our correspondents sharing that with us. So at Jomoro constituency, Jomoro Kenoini Japon, 237. Okay, so I'm going to do that. We have Richard Kumado. He's on phone joining us now. Mr. Kumado, thank you very much for your time. What's been your assessment so far?
So, generally, there were not too many issues. The issues that came up were things could have been avoided. But by and large, the results have started coming, and we haven't heard of any major crashes. So let's hope that between these hours to 5 p.m., the whole process would have been over, a winner would have been declared, and the police will take care of the place. The places I have visited are this central region, eastern region, Ashanti region, then Greater Accra. The level of awareness of the police is huge. And I saw the numbers just like the IGP has promised. And I say kudos to the police, and we wish everybody well.
Right, so it's just a good pat on the back of the police for a good job you say has been done so far.
Definitely yes, definitely yes. Definitely. I saw the level of alertness. I saw how prepared they were. In some of the constituencies, they were even more than the election officers, and you could see everything went where there were no hiccups. They call up the place where the supposed troubles would have come from, where people are cheering, supporting their parties, were a bit of a distance from the inner core. And I think it's a good job the police have done. So far, we say so good. Kudos to the police. And we pray that the winners will say Ayeko, the losers will say good luck next time.
A good statement for the IGP?
Yes, definitely yes. Definitely yes. This is an IGP when it comes to security operational strategy is key in that. When it comes to security leadership, Christian Tetejohono is key. And some of the things I saw and some of the ideas they brought up before this particular election, I think they have succeeded giving it a national identity. And as a result, the level of preparedness and professionalism of the police, we say Ayeko to them is commendable, is laudable, and so far so good.
Okay, thank you very much, Richard.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time here on Election Central on Metro TV, and he's a security and fraud analyst, right? So, so you had there in terms of security. He says it's been good. It's been good so far.
The reason why we need to commend the IGP, the NPP, and everybody else is that if you look at the political dynamics of the Fourth Republic since the 1992 Constitution, there are two thriving parties that have a very major part to play in the politics of the country so far has been the National Democratic Congress, which is the current ruling government, and that of the New Patriotic Party, which is the former government. They are the main two governments, and so everything that happens within those political parties and with their actions has an impact on everybody else in the country.
Kwesi, let me just cut in, sorry, and joining us now is Kofi Otoba KOB, as counting is ongoing at Okaikwe North. KOB, take us away, what exactly is happening?
Has ended and the counting has ended. Results has been declared by the electoral officers, and at the end of the day we were expecting about 865 delegates to cast their vote here at the Okaikwe North constituency. But then at the end everything over at the end of the counting, about 810 people were able to cast their vote, and from the result 3 papers were rejected, and then so result is as follows as in order on the ballot paper. Kennedy Akompre Japan had 299. Keneja Compre Japan had 299. Dr. Brian Champon had 62. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, former vice president, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia had 436. Dr. Yao Osei Educhum had 10. Mr. Kwabreje Japan, Engineer Kwabreje Japan had 0. So I repeat the figures again. Honorable Ken Akompreku Ejapon had 299. 299. Honorable Kennedy Akompreku Ejapon had 299. Dr. Brian Champon had 62. Dr. Alhaj Mahmoud Bamia had 436. And then Dr. Yose Edichum had 10. Engineer Kwabreje Japan had 0. So everything has ended. Everyone, there were a lot of people here. Everything was in order, and security was tight, and everything is in order. And then everything has come to an end where the electoral officer has declared an official result, which declared Honorable Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, yes, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, I'm a bit intense. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia as the winner in this constituency, or Kankwe North constituency. He had 436, and then his close contender, which is Honorable Kenneth Japan, had 299. So at the end of the day, from the Okankwe North constituency, Dr. Alhaj Mahmoud Baumia had 436, and he has been declared the winner in this constituency. So that's it, and that's all for Okankwe North constituency.
Colleague KOB bringing that to us. KOB bringing us the results from Okankwe North says that 299 for Kennedy Japan, 62 for Brian Champon, 436 for Dr. Mahamudu Baumia. But just a quick correction here from the NPP headquarters, as we're sharing with you. So the figure for Ken Ejapon, I beg your pardon, I mentioned 106. It's rather 160. 160.
I think Dominic actually quoted 160.
160.
But I mean, we're putting it down.
Yes.
But the figure is 160.
So the figure is 160. 160 there. So KOB sharing with us what happened at Okankwe North. Interesting one coming in there. A lot of them coming through. Let me just go through some of the constituencies and the figures we're having as we also still connect with our correspondents at the various voting centers. At Kede constituency, Kede, Kennedy Japan 169, Brian Champon 178, Baumia 462, Dr. Yaduchum 2, Kwabene Japan 2, and there was one rejected ballots there. So 464 for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. And Akwitia constituency, Kennedy Japan 157, Brian Champon 103, Dr. Baumia 329, and Kwabene Japan 0. Efutu constituency, Kennedy Japan 644, Brian Champon 32, Dr. Baumia 79, Yao Educhum Doctor 0, and Kwabene Ejapon 2. So that's quite a huge gap there from Efutu constituency. And there are some early jubilations going on among some fans of Dr. Baumia, as my colleague Ikuya Baby has been shared with us. We'll get her on in a bit. Al-Hassan D. Baba, correspondent from the northern region, also reports that from Tamale North, Ken 69, Brian Champon 49, Dr. Baumia 412, Dr. Yose Duchum 4, and Kwabene J. Ejapon 9, and 3 rejected ballots. So Dr. Baumia 412, Ken Ejapon 69, Brian Champon 49, Yose Duchum 4, and Kwabene J. Japan 9. And from Kumbungu, Kennedy Japan 58, Dr. Baumia 332, Brian Champon 148, Dr. Educhum 16, and Engineer Kwabna Ej Japan 3. So total number of delegates 595, and 560 cast their votes there at Kumbungu. So that's coming in from our regional correspondent, that is Al-Hassan Dibaba from the northern region. And we have Spendilav on phone. She is our correspondent at Ayawa, so that is west. Right, so Spendilav, if you can hear me, tell us what is happening at Ayawa Suisse or west.
Currently, counting has ended, and this is what has happened here right now. Expected total votes was 1,503. 1,503. They had Center A and Center B. So let's go with Center A. Center A total votes expected was 531. But after the voting, only 479 voted. 479 voted. Rejected 1. Then with the candidates, Kennedy Akompre Ejapon got 139. 139. Brian Echampon 40. Dr. Brian Echampon 40. Dr. Mamru Bawomia 294. Dr. Abichum 5. Kwabena Ejapon 0. With the Center B, total expected vote cast was 552. Voted valid was 479. 479. Rejected 1. Kennedy Akompre got 188 at the Center B. 188. Dr. Brian Echampon got 35. Dr. Mamudu Bawomia got 251. Dr. Ebichum got 4. Kwabena Ejapon got 0. Combining the two centers, total valid vote was 844. 844. Rejected 2. Kennedy Akompre Ejapon got 329. Dr. Brian Champon got 75. Dr. Mamudu Bawomia got 545. 545. Dr. Ebichum got 9. Dr. Kwabena Ejapon got 0. So this is what happened so far at Ayawa's West Wagon constituency during the NPP presidential primaries. Right now, jubilation is ongoing from the Dr. Mamudu Bawomia camp, and security was tight. Security was really, really tight over here.
Right.
So far, yeah, this is what happened.
Spendilav, thank you very much for all the updates there. We'll definitely come back to you for more just when anything pops up. So Spendilav is our correspondent at Ayawaso West Wogon, and she shares that Kennedy Japan had 339 from those two centers, 329, 545 for Dr. Bawumia, 545 for Dr. Bawumia, 75 that is for Brian Echampon, 75 for Brian Echampon, Dr. Educhum 9. Dr. Educhum 9 and Kwabena Ejapon 0. So there you have the 545 Dr. Bawumia, 329 for Kennedy Japan, 75 for Brian Echampon, 0 for Engineer Kwabena Ejapon, and 9 for Dr. Educhum. A lot of zeros coming in for Engineer Kwabena Ejapon.
But no, Ken has also gotten 0 somewhere.
Really?
I think Tiwa West of, but we need to verify. But I've seen one of them that, or somewhere in the north, Bawumia got 379.
Right.
And then everybody else, so the entire voter population turned out for Dr. Bawumia. But it's early days yet. However, there is a trend I'm looking at currently. So there are polling stations or constituencies where, even though the last primaries were held at one spot, you still could identify constituency by constituency or region by region who voted for who. And there are certain places that Kennedy Japan performed that in this election, the votes have actually gone down. Adansi Asokwa in 2023, Kennedy Japan garnered 189. This time around 2026, it's gone down from 189 to 114. That's about 75 votes of difference. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia got 286 and has rather gone up in 2026 by 306. You know who is doing this analysis? The one doing this analysis is Yaira Kuku and Rashid Computer. And that's where my concern is. For them to begin this analysis at this stage, it's early days yet. But of course, for us as political analysts and people who follow politics and report on politics all the time, it gives us a signal of how the NDC has been prepared right from the 2020 elections, prepared for 2024, and is preparing for the 2028 elections because they have their own demons to deal with.
Yes.
In the run-up to the 2028 elections, people are thinking of what will become of His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama, who will succeed him, what faction will the person come from, and so on and so forth. But this gives you a sense of the fact that the structure of the party itself is very serious and ready.
Yes.
And so some people are jubilating, I hear, and I'm told that some people are jubilating in constituencies, but let it be in the moment.
Yes.
That in the moment you have won, jubilate.
Yes.
But you have another bigger hurdle to meet.
There's a bigger one.
Yeah.
In fact, we spoke to Rashid Computer earlier, just before he said he was going to the collation room, and he told us how they are monitoring this particular exercise.
I wish that
the NPP.
I wish that Bright, Ifua, Sandra, everybody else can put Rashid Computer again on, and you can speak to him again. Let's see how, because when they said they were going to track it, in fact, in the early days, I thought that they were just going to sit back and see how the election pans out. But of course, they acknowledge NPP as a major political party, like themselves, and so they would want to know what is happening with their data and be able to analyze it. But to go to the extent of monitoring it on their own, with their own coalition, and with their own trend, and with their own analysis, shows how a serious political party the NDC has become.
Yes, they say they want to make sure that the figures are not different.
Well, I don't think of that much, even though you know Rashid Computer.
Yes.
Rashid is our man. You know that all the time when he speaks, he will say something to spite the NPP, of course. You know Rashid, but on a more serious note, Rashid and, Omanibu of blessed memory, and his team, Yara Kuku, Sam George, and Co, are putting together a very formidable force from what they actually are putting together and from what they are doing now to tell the entire country that when it comes to elections, we are serious than ever.
Ready.
We are ready than ever. We are prepared than ever. And so if you come not prepared, then you just jubilate and you just rely on what we have traditionally considered to be the factors of voting. You can think of the economy, you can think of religion, you can think of ethnicity, you can think of affability, you can think of all the things that we summarize as indicators for people to vote. They are telling us they are serious, sitting down, analyzing, and prepared for all of these
things. Because we have Rashid Computer back on.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy that you've gotten Rashid Computer.
He's joined us back on Zoom.
I'm happy you have him on.
Thank you very much. On phone now, right. Thank you very much for joining us once again. Voting has ended. The counting process has been ongoing. Some of the results are already in. What are you seeing from your end also?
Well, we are collating the results. We are taking the pink sheets from the centers. We've seen the pattern of the voting, and a very interesting results coming out. Currently, yes, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is leading, followed keenly by Kennedy Japan and Brian. So we're monitoring and seeing how the pattern, but we can see some very funny results from the regions. If you look at some polling stations, Bawumia getting 100%. Looks quite interesting. You get like Yagba Kubori. It means all the the four candidates, people, their rep or agents, did not also vote for them. That's quite interesting. Well, but that is what is on their pink sheet. So we are monitoring that closely.
Do you have any figures that you'd want to share with us?
We don't want to tease our figures right now. We are still early this year. They are dealing with 277. And then so we are on. But what we have currently indicates Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is leading. leading, and then followed by Ken, Canada, Japan, and Brian, in that order. So we are monitoring. We are closely looking at it.
Right. Kwesi is also here. He's got some questions for you.
Rashid, this is a question. I hope you're doing well. Let me go ahead and
brother,
ask you.
How are you?
I am very good. I hope you're doing very well as well.
I'm good.
You see, you have consistently indicated how serious you are and have been about elections. Forgive me, I think I underestimated, but for what you are doing now, let me first of all commend you and your team, Yaira and all of the team that you work with, to show this level of seriousness. But there's the results which are coming up. You mentioned Yabaga Kubori, you mentioned Kadi, for example, some of the places that were expecting Ken or Brian to have done better or to have gotten a lot more. Baumia is coming up. You have said he's leading. Is he going to win from the figures you are getting?
Well, the figures currently, as we see, appear for him to cruise to a win. That is what we are seeing.
By
this year.
By about what percentage are you predicting?
I will not stick out my neck for now because we're still looking at the pattern. What we're expecting in the morning appeared to have changed a bit this afternoon when the results started coming, because we are seeing a strong performance from Ken and Brian in some areas.
Yes,
especially Kennedy is showing strong showing in the Ashanti enclave and his hometown Central. Very strong. If he should continue the momentum, it's likely to push Baumia down a bit.
So it means
so that is what we're looking at.
It means that you are expecting Ken to have performed worse off than he is now. For example, in the Ashanti region, for example, in the 3 Bono regions.
Well, what we are looking at that, if the delegates that voted for 2023, they are the same delegates voting, and that's why we are saying that Baumia will win. Because they voted for him massively the other time, although he was expecting a bigger picture, he didn't get. Now, the same group are coming back. So we're expecting that, well, if they are going to go by fame, by how they did in 2023, then he should have been cruising very well, and at least within the region of either 58, 59, something like that, or 57, within that enclave. That was what we're expecting. But we're seeing a strong showing from Canada, Japan. Is showing strongly in the Ashanti enclave, some of the areas, and Central. And you know that Ashanti has a very large voter pool.
Yes.
In terms of the delegates, they have a very large in Greater Accra. And so some of the areas. And interestingly enough, if you even look at the Greater, the headquarters voting, that one will tell you that it appears there is some interest in trying to test the other candidates. Because if you look at the headquarters voting, although Dr. Baumia won there, but Ken showed very strong this thing there. So that tells you that it's early days yet to stick out a figure for Baumia.
Yes.
But we are still monitoring it.
But in this time around, from the head office figures that you are giving, are you suggesting that there was something like a system and a system candidate? Because I don't think there was. Everybody is in opposition. People are sticking their neck out for themselves.
Well, that is what we are saying as early this year. We are very sure that we're not expecting surprise in terms of who wins. And clearly we are seeing that. Because we are seeing that the established candidate is, of course, is leading now. And so it comes to buttress the point that should this trend continue, then that means that they still want to bring Dr. Mahmoud Baumia.
If they do, will you be scared? But let me ask you finally before we get back to this.
We are not. We are ready for whoever they are bringing because we are solid on the ground. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is performing. We are implementing our manifesto to the letter, and the Ghanaian people are satisfied. So whoever they bring, we are good to go.
Okay.
Dr. Rashid, the stakes will be different. The stakes will be different because it is most likely you have a different person on the ballot paper. The NPP is preaching consistency.
When we get there, we'll cross.
So you are not scared of Baumia coming?
At all. I say whoever they bring, we are ready.
Right.
We are ready. You see, this thing we are doing is just to assist you people, so that you people will get to know that your opponent is monitoring and observing to show that you have a credible election.
Okay. Rashid Tako Computer, thank you very much. We'll definitely get back to you in a few hours to ascertain what you've been able to gather in terms of the results. Thank you very much for your time. He is the Deputy Director in charge of elections and IT for the NDC and the CEO for GIFEC. Now, more of the results coming in. This one is from Binduri. Quite an interesting one. Binduri. On the pink sheet, I see Ken Ohine Japan 168. 168. And you see the results crawling on your screen. You see them going on there on the screen. So in Binduri, Kene Japan 168, Brian Champon 130, Brian Champon 130, Mahmoudou Bawumia 120, Ya Oseduchum 14, Kwabna AJ Japan 3, 168 for Kennedy Japan, Brian Champon 130, 120 for Mahmoudou Bawumia, 14 for Ya Oseduchum, and 3 for Kwabna AJ Japan. Total valid votes 435, 3 rejected ballots, and so that is it from Binduri. Interesting one there as Kennedy Japan wins that particular one. We'll be moving on to some other areas. This is provisional results from the Nungwa Preseko polling centers. Okay, I'll get to that in a bit. Esutifi North, Kennedy Japan 160, Brian Champon 85, Mahmoudou Bawumia 298, Osei Duchum 9, Kwabena Japan 0. So those are results from Esutifi North. 160 for Ken, Brian Champon 85, Mahmoudou Bawumia 298, and Osei Duchum 9, Kennedy Japan. That is Kwabena Japan, I beg your pardon, 0. Ewutu Senior East, Kennedy Japan 454, 454. Brian Champon 119, 119. Dr. Bawumia 794, 794. Educhum Yao Osei 8, and Kwabena Japan 0. 454 for Kennedy Japan, 119 for Brian Champon, Mahmoudou Bawumia 794, Ya Oseduchum 8, Kwabena Japan 0. That's from Esutufi. That's from I beg your pardon, Ewutu Senior East. Ewutu Senior East. We go to Lower West Akim or Achim. You have Kennedy Japan 172, Brian Champon 202, Mahmoudou Bawumia 335, Osei Duchum 1, Kwabena AJ Japan 1. Lower West Akim, you have 172 for Kennedy Japan, 202 for Brian Champon, 335 4, that is Mahmoudou Bawumia, 1 for Osei Duchum, and 1 for Kwabena AJ Japan. In Suta Kwamang Beposo. Kennedy 102. Kennedy Japan 102. Brian Champon 89. Bawumia, Mahmoudou Bawumia 378. 378. And Osei Duchum 2. Kwabena AJ Japan 1. 102 for Kennedy Japan. 89 for Brian Champon. 378 for Dr. Bawumia. And then you have 2 for Osei Duchum, and you have 1 for Kwabena AJ Japan. So those are the results trickling in. Interesting results there, especially for the Binduri constituency, as I read to you earlier. Also, let me move to Infantsman constituency. Infantsman. Ken Japan 375, Ken Japan 375, Mahmoudou Bawumia 507, 507, Brian Champon 216, Kwabena J Japan 2, and Yao Osei Duchum 3, Ken Japan 375, Bawumia 507, Brian Champon 216, and we have 2 for Kwabena J Japan and 3 for Yao Osei Duchum. So those are the results coming in. Very soon we'll be crossing over to our correspondents across the country for them to share with us how the processes have been. Of course, they've been sending that. So Ekuya Bebio is at Dome. Let's cross over to Ekuya. What's happening now? Okay, she joins us via phone. Ekuya, what's happening now? Hello, Ekuya.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you now, Kiabibio. Talk to us. What's happening at Dome?
Yeah, so provisional results have been declared from the combined polling station A and B at Atomic Field in the Dome Pabinia constituency. Now, out of a total of 1,697 votes cast, 1,695 were recorded as valid, with 2 rejected ballots. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia secured 900 votes, followed by Kennedy Japan with 530 votes, and Brian Echampon secured 240 votes, followed by Osei Educhum, who polled 22 votes, while Kwabena Japan received 3 votes. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia won the contest with a margin of 386 votes. Now, most of his supporters are here jubilating following the announcement of the provisional results, which indicates a clear victory for him in the Dome Pabinia constituency. And meanwhile, supporters of Kennedy Japan are calm and they are orderly, despite the provisional results that have been announced here at Atomic Field. And also, Electoral Commission officials have left the center at the moment, although some police officers and delegates are here on the ground. But I have one of the supporters for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia here with me. Let's quickly get his reaction. Hi, you're live on Metro News. Tell us your name.
My name is Henry Granting, popularly known as Abogete Boy.
I can tell you are very excited. Were you expecting this?
Yes. Why? Because I knew MPP delegates is very intelligent, very vibrant, and we know that we are not going to settle for less. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has been tried and tested, and we have sold Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to the Ghanaians. So therefore, we are not going to make any mistake than to choose Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. That is why we voted massively for him.
You started jubilating even before the counting began. Why? Why did you start jubilating?
Why? Because I knew the massive job we have done for the Kwabena constituency. Initially, 3 years ago, we voted for Kennedy Japan. Whilst we knew that the man is not the right choice, now we have changed our mind and we work tirelessly for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to secure the victory. That is why I am so happy from the moment.
So let's see if you can hear us. So that is one of the supporters for Dr. Bawumia expressing his excitement over the provisional results that have been declared at the moment.
Right, Ekia Abibio, thank you very much for the updates there from Dome Kwabena constituency. And as she mentioned to us, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia garnered 900 votes from Dome Kwabena, followed by Kennedy Japan with 530 votes. 530 votes. Brian Echampon had 240 votes, and Ya Osei Educhum had 22 votes and 3 votes for Kwabena Japan. So those are the results from Dome Kwabena, as Mekia Abibio has brought to us from the constituency. 900 for Bawumia, 530 for Kennedy Japan, 240 for Brian Echampon, 22 for Yao Seruchum, and 3 for Kwabena Japan. So those are the results there, as we're sharing with you from Dome Kwabena. And very soon we'll be getting onto social media to let you know what is happening on the socials, what the people are saying. Of course, the hashtag is Election Central. We're going back to Eko Sechisaki. He's at Lejo Kuku. Eko, what's happening there now? Hello, Eko. Hello, Eko. If you can hear me, tell us, what can you report for us from Lejo Kuku? Hello, Eko. Eko.
Yeah, this one. Can you hear me?
Right, I can hear you. I'm asking, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so I can currently report that counting has come to an end here at the Nungwapi Circle Academy, where he serves which served as the polling station for the Krowo constituency. Counting has ended, and these are the provisional results that I was able to get. Kennedy Japan obtained 384 votes, and Brian Champo obtained 286 votes. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia obtained 444 votes. Edichum also obtained 8 votes, and Kavneje Japan obtained 8 votes. But there was a bit of contention here after putting the two polling centers together, that is polling center A and polling center D. Members from the Kennedy Japan camp raised issue of overvoting, so it created a bit of confusion, which agents from all divides have to come together and engage the issue over that. So the final resolution was that there was one overvote. They claimed there was one overvoting, and that overvoting was from one polling. That overvoting was from polling center A. Unfortunately, there was also a shortage of one vote from the polling center B. So it means that someone from polling center A, instead of him to drop his ballot into polling center B, he dropped it into polling center A. So at the moment, the contention has been resolved. At the moment, the issue of overvoting has been resolved. I have with me, so just as I mentioned the provisional results to you, they stand as such. At the moment, I don't know if you can hear the EC officer, the returning officer for this police station, is announcing
we can hear.
Yeah, but I'm a bit far away from the place, so let's listen if you can hear.
For sector A, for sector 1. Now sector 2. Sector 2. Candidate, that Oyini Ejibon, 220. Brian Achampo, 138. Mahmoud Baumia, 213. Osai Educhu, 011. Kogna Eje Ejepon, 606. Total valid votes, 578. Total rejected votes, 0. Total valid votes in the box, 578. Thank you very much.
So Desmond,
we don't declare results here. We announce. So it will be declared at national after collation. Thank you very much.
So Desmond, you just heard the returning officer for this polling station announcing the vote or the election results for this polling station. According to him, just as the provisional results that I gave you a short while ago are intact, let me quickly run you through by them. Kennedy Japan scored 384 votes. Brian Champon pulled 286. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia pulled 444 votes. Edichum pulled 8 votes. Kobna Eje Japan also pulled 8 votes. The total valid vote casted was 578. No rejected ballot. I have with me, I'll be speaking to some of the delegates to get a reaction of what they make of the election result. But I have with me the former member of parliament for this particular constituency, Krowo constituency. Madam, you are live on Metro Television.
Thank you.
What do you make of the election results?
I'm so happy everything went peaceful. It's been very peaceful. NPP has shown that we have resolved to reunite the party, come together, and fight NDC in the 2028 election.
Is it a result that you expected?
Yes. Everybody knows that I support Dr. Mamadou Baumia. I wanted him to win convincingly with a very high margin. And in the last election in 2023, Honorable Kennedy Japan won in this constituency, the Krowo constituency. So this time we made sure that it wouldn't repeat itself. We wanted Dr. Mamadou Bawumia to win. And by the grace of God, we have won. Dr. Mamadou Bawumia won with 444 votes. The difference between Kennedy and Dr. Mamadou Bawumia is about almost 70 votes. So I'm so happy that my candidate won. I'm so happy that we are repeating Dr. Mamadou Bawumia in the coming election 2028 because we have to send a clear signal to the NDC that the NPP is ready to reunite the party, to reorganize, and win 2028 election. And we cannot do otherwise.
So going into the 2028 general election, it's going to be a crucial election. What do you expect from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in terms of unifying the entire party so that you can galvanize your base and win the 2028 election?
I know you can attest to the demeanor of Dr. Mahmoud. Dr. Mahmoud throughout has not penetrated anybody. He has not maligned anybody. His focus has been on his campaign, what he wants to do, what he can do for the party and for Ghana as a whole. So Mahamadou Bawumia's demeanor is part of unity, bringing together everybody. He has said time without number that he will reorganize the party and reunite the party. Because he wanted to reunite the party, he resolved that he's not going to respond to anybody. He's not going to respond to anybody. He's going to focus on his campaign. And that was exactly what he did. So Bawumia's demeanor can easily forge unity in the party. And I know he's resolved to do that.
Okay, before you take leave of us, as a former member of parliament, are we going to see you contest in the upcoming elections?
Let's hold that for now. Thank you.
So Desmond, okay to them. So here at the Crowell polling station is all things of jubilation. People from the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia camp are very happy, very excited that their candidate has won the election here at this polling station. We just heard the former member of parliament for this particular constituency, Honorable Elizabeth Afolekwe, highlighting the qualities of the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and the reason why he is of the strong conviction that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is the right person to lead the party going into the crucial 2028 general election. So this is what I can tell you. Every issue is resolved. I can tell you that the voting process was very smooth, and you can hear in the background songs where members of people from the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia are dancing to the song. This is what I can tell you for now. That is what I can report for now.
Right. Eko, thank you very much for bringing us the updates there, and of course the song playing at the back. Okay. Anyway. So some people jubilated already as the results are trickling in from the various centers. So Eko brought us that of Lejokuku in the Crowell constituency. And well, at this point, we'll be waiting on some of our reporters. We'll try and connect with them. But we're going to get onto social media to see what is happening on social media. I know a lot of the commentary has been about today's exercise. And so my colleague Natasha Jamara is standing by to bring us the happenings on social media. So we get right into it. Natasha, welcome. How are you doing? I'm okay. I know it's been a very long day for all of us as we're following this exercise by the NPP. But tell us, what's happening on Facebook?
So there's a lot happening actually. The various candidates are trending. We have Bawumia trending, Kennedy Japan trending because they are the two main contenders. Now on our Facebook at Metro TV Ghana, so you do well to follow our Facebook at Metro TV Ghana, all our socials at Metro TV Ghana. So you can follow up and follow us, get the updates from the provisional results that our team and reporters on the ground are providing. Now on Facebook, one post is getting a lot of traction. So scenes from Kennedy Japan's office at Shiashi, and they have already started jubilating. So it's not just that team, but we have, okay, so his office at Shiashi, and people are, his members
people are
already
jubilating there. Yeah, I saw that post
yes.
on Facebook.
And people are saying it's too early for that, actually.
Well,
but you know,
he can definitely jump on in there, and you know, you've got to be positive. You've got to be, yeah. So that's Ken when he got to his office, and we're going to share with you some of the comments that people wrote at that our Facebook post on that particular one.
That was the time he had gone to his office and was leaving. This was still during the voting.
Yes.
So same way when DMB was going to the headquarters to vote, you had people chasing him with camera and so on and so forth. So I'm sure.
Yes.
Is that the video you have now?
Yes. So now we're seeing the comments from people. We have over 300 comments. And Ohineba King George says, "Relax, so chief. Now I'm afraid of the results coming." Bismarck said, "Hallucinations no good cry. So if they lose finally, what would they do?" And Bismarck Foley says they must be living in Cuckoo's land, obviously not Ghana. And Isaac has a long write-up, actually. He says, in this moment, it seems they are merely expressing their pent-up frustrations and emotions, letting out all the stress that has been building up inside them. They long for the opportunity to celebrate, allowing themselves a moment of joy and jubilation before retreating to their rooms, where they can fully embrace their emotions and perhaps shed a few tears in private, all while finding humor in the irony of the situation. Kwame Ejokum Chere says, "Ha ha ha ha, they will come and cry later for rigging." How are you sure about that, Kwame? And Nana Kwame Ochi says, "I'm remembering Kweku Angido, comfortable lead shenanigans." Okay, we see what you're referencing. Thornhill Godfred says, "Are they mocking him or what?" Abrokwa Sefa Obed Jr. says, "Some prophecies are unfolding. One side will celebrate, but it's going to turn out differently last minute." Well, we'll see about that. Make sure to follow us on our social media platforms to see provisional results, and you can conclude for yourselves.
Right. But and Natasha, I mean, for the I'm waiting for fair delegates and comfortable lead.
Yes.
Those are the two.
Definitely two hashtags that will be trending.
Yes.
Exactly.
And of course, someone mentioned the prophecies are unfolding. And,
but we have to sound the word of God.
Yes.
I mean, for religion and spirituality, they will do their thing. But let's allow them. I mean, it's all part. It's becoming part of the political game.
It's part of the democracy.
We don't have to necessarily berate anybody. I've seen videos of people dancing to or mimicking some styles of dance of some prophets who have prophesied about these elections and so on and so forth. But would urge people to restrain themselves.
Yes, I know a lot of people have a lot of things to say about the prophecy. So, Natasha, that's Facebook, right? What is happening on X?
So on X, there are quite a number. I mean, Dr. Baumia and Kennedy Japan are trending on X. Now, there's a video of Sarah Joasafo, and she says, "Inshallah, we are winning." Number 3. Well, she has declared her support for Dr. Baumia. And someone says, "Baumia is an unspittable rock and an undimmable light." This is the former parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma North, Nana Ekiawusu Free. And Mr. Irish says, "Me Baumia Jenedie, but she'll vote wisely. She's voting for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. My advice is, dear delegates, take the money. If they give you money, don't reject it. Take it and go and vote for the right candidate." Now, he posed this with a picture of an envelope. And Kennedy Japan's picture with his mom's picture, which obviously he covered. Yes, so it looks like that's what they are doing. Now, there's a whole controversy of
there's been a lot of talks about that.
Is it vote buying? We'll get into that, but then it has been trending. And yes, someone says, if you try to replace Baumia, you will die and leave your wife and children behind. Well,
who can really get questions?
Exactly.
Let me not cut in. See what someone has sent me. He says, I'm looking at it whether I should mention the person's name.
No, the way you're thinking about it, then let's leave the name out.
Well, let me leave it out. He says, Chairman, on Monday, necessarily, you have to interview Prophet El Bernard and call Prophet Walasi. Interview all the prophets. We'll bring our Fufu party to your studio and celebrate with all of them. I'm tempted to mention the person's name, but Natasha, you can go on.
Well, Dr. Snikanyame also posted someone. He's called Eric Abi. He's a delegate. He says, I've gotten money from teams of Dr. Baumia, Kennedy Japan, and Dr. Brian Champon, but I know who I'm voting for. Guys, so you have to fear delegates, apparently. Yeah, so we have a lot of people actually showing pictures. I've seen somebody taking a picture of their ballot paper, and they voted for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia.
And
so this
that
is from
definitely
Abdul Rauf Ibrahim.
That's definitely wrong. And the police
and they boldly posted
arrested
it.
someone.
Okay, he says number 3 is flying everywhere. If you vote for any candidate aside from Dr. Baumia, then there's no difference between you and Kennedy Ejapon. Wow. Anyway, so, well, we have that, but it's definitely wrong to take pictures of your ballot paper and posting them online, especially. You shouldn't even be sharing with your friends. We can go back to the Facebook comments. And Erikini Kwate says, for all you know, they have all voted for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. And this is in reference to Kennedy Japan's team and camp jubilating at his office in Shiashi. He says, I remember when Kweku Enyido, who said we're in a comfortable lead, and I jubilate from the party office to my house, only to hear they have cheated us. And Opokwata Augustine said, but isn't it premature? They should relax more. Well, this video was posted an hour ago, so I do think it's a bit premature, but Ken team is in a comfortable lead. We all know the reference to comfortable lead, so it looks like social media netizens have united as a whole. Someone said, few moments await them. What results are they getting? Are you a few moments will be out? NDC strategy adopted. Okay. Someone says everyone is celebrating. And someone put a sticker here. A few moments later.
Oh, yes. We're going to see that. A few moments later.
A few moments later. Someone posted another one. Jack Ken Afa.
At this moment, I wish I was on at least any of Ken's platforms.
But to see,
to
gauge the mood on the
mood of.
Anyway.
But anyway, Natasha, please go.
Right.
Okay, someone says, let me lace my boots. Akad 9 Pet Company Limited. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but it has a picture of Dr. Mahmoud Baumia here. And someone said, they are still following El Bernard. They don't know what time it is. Okay. Prophet Talvin Soa said it. It will turn to tears by 12 p.m. Someone said, comfortable leads. Well, there's a lot of comfortable lead comments in here.
A lot of that, because for what it seems, the results coming in have, as I've seen in the video, some of the candidates jubilating. But I haven't seen anything about Engineer Kwabena Japan on the socials.
Well...
There's one I saw somewhere.
Really? From his office?
Not about Kwabena Japan, but about Kennedy Japan again.
Okay.
I think in Shayesu, where one of his top aides, who is a former Deputy Minister of Finance, comes from Steka, our very own Steka.
Yes, yes.
And Baobian still won there. The way Steka has been in the media space and speaking and all of that,
yes.
I was expecting that, you see, there were the issues of the defections and so on and so forth.
Yes,
when you come back to the studio, maybe we'll get into it. And so, key people who are following him, I have been monitoring their constituencies to see how exactly, because if you go to Adenta now, Kozi has been able to amass over 700 votes out of the about 900 or 1,000
for DMB.
For DMB. So I was doing that measurement, and Steka didn't do it.
Okay, so Natasha is going to wrap up for us on the socials, and then we come back in here and have our conversation. We have a guest join us here on the set as we control with our coverage of the NPP's presidential primary. So, Natasha, any final thing from the socials?
Yes, we'll wrap it up on social media. We'll definitely be back. Make sure to follow us on our social media. Metro TV Ghana on all social media platforms. Comment, like, let us know what you're thinking about the primaries. Now, NDC is also trending. This is an NPP parliamentary elections, and why is NDC trending? They've decided to follow as their competent opposition that they are. Now, the NDC is panicking and panting because we, the NPP, decided to vote early. After today, all the NPP problems will go down, and we will give problems to NDC to inherit till 2028. This is from Chairman Wuntimi to the NDC. We'll bring you different comments and all the news from social media in a few moments to come. Right now, Desmond, over to you.
Right, Natasha, thank you very much for bringing us the updates from the socials. Of course, we've spoken to Rashid Tanko Computer and says they're monitoring. In fact, they have the results coming in from their collation center, and we'll see how that goes, because he said that they want to see what the NPP will do with this, because they don't trust the NPP on that. Anyway, Natasha, thank you very much for bringing us the social media commentaries on this. Of course, hashtag Election Central, and of course on Metro TV Ghana, Facebook, on X, on all the platforms. You can join us there. And of course, we have themed this, the battle is the Lord's. And we'll see who becomes the next flag bearer for the NPP.
And I like that the tag that you guys have used, because that's the what the NPP uses all the time. We don't know whether they are going to keep using it though.
So the battle amongst the five, we'll see.
The battle amongst the five.
Yes.
The battle is the Lord's. Should have been by Ken, but it looks like it's going for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And of course, you see, like I said earlier on, that when we come back to the studio, we'll get the opportunity to have some of these discussions. And along the line, of course, I'll leave you to be with a lawyer who is in for his candidates. And the issue about the prophecies and the myth and the data and so on and so forth, and the battle is the Lord's, there were some people I engaged who were of the view that, and I'm trying to choose my words carefully because we are live on air, and so it's possible it can go out anyway anyhow, who were of the view that God will show his power through Dr. Bawumia. And I am a Christian. Dr. Bawumia is a Muslim. And the discussions have gone on that the way some people have positioned themselves, postured themselves, and made it, or battered Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and all of that, poo-pooed him and so on and so forth, as against his humility, as against his welcome to every other person, as against his affability with everybody else, as against his quietness. God is going to show his power that he chooses who he wants and not what anybody says. So he can actually show you what it says, that this is going to happen. But upon subsequent actions, activities, behavior, mannerisms, and so on and so forth, he will end up telling you, hey, you are not God, I am.
That's
and I don't know whether that's playing up, but I mean, we are journalists.
Yes,
so
of course, I understand that. And tomorrow is Sunday.
We'll be watching out and looking out for.
And for all the men of God who made predictions and gave out prophecies. So I'm sure we'll get some sound bites from their services tomorrow.
And I've seen Prophet Emmanuel Wolasi posting on his status. He came here in the studio.
Yes.
And then he told me in person, you were here, he told us, both of us, that I'm trying to quote him verbatim. Ken Ejapon will not get more than 30% in the Ashanti region. He said that. We did a quote card for him.
Yes, and
I
remember that.
He is in Ashanti region, and he is doing everything. So every other prophet who is elsewhere, you do, but don't come to the Ashanti region. He said that to me here in the studio. Again, he said that Kwabena Japan will not get more than 2% in the entire election. You remember that too?
I remember that too.
And then... These are prophecies? No, these are prophecies. He was sitting here in this seat. In this seat, and he was telling me that he... In fact, I quoted senior prophet El Bernard to him.
Because he... As the lawyers already, so let me just introduce him, then we can just continue the conversation. So join us as lawyer Ishaq Ibrahim. He is a lecturer at the university, UPSA, and also a member of the DMB team. That's the Bawumia team, and
you
he's
can
joined
see the
us.
smiles on his face.
So, Doc, you put on your yes.
Yes.
Right. So you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I must commend you. You are doing a very wonderful work.
Right.
And I must also commend members of the MPP and Ghanaians in general. The day had been completely peaceful. I think the way the election went, we must express our gratitude to God. I mean, the utterances that was given by various people, and our opponents in particular, the NDCs claimed they were going to monitor it because they know.
But they are monitoring.
Well, they had also envisioned there was going to be violence and so many other things. And we have told them that when it comes to democracy, in Ghana, we are the true Democrats. Even sometimes they accept their revolutionary past. We are true Democrats, and we have expressed it.
Okay.
And we have to also thank all well-meaning Ghanaians who had prayed that we should have a peaceful day.
Right. So Doc,
yes.
Those are your introductory remarks,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So just on the conversation we're having about Prophet Emmanuel Olasi, let's listen to what he said when he came on the show.
When the angel appeared to me, he showed me some few things. He carried my spirit. And we landed at a place, and I saw people like moving, a crowd. And I saw Honorable Kennedy Japan leading a crowd. And the crowd was so huge. And I saw Dr. Mahmoud Baumia leading a crowd. And the crowd was not huge, but I saw some leadership of the NPP following him. So the angel, I said, wow, this is the NPP primary. So does it mean that Honorable Kennedy Japan is going to win? And the angel told me that no, wait till the end. So the wind carried me again, and I appeared at a place where they were voting. So that will be the 31st of January. So when they were voting, I saw people wearing Kennedy Japan shirt.
Yes.
They entered into the booth. When they came out, they were wearing Dr. Baumia's shirt. The angel told me that this is how the election is going to be. There will be a lot of noise out there that Honorable Kennedy Japan is going to win. But after the election, he will be shocked. Because after the election, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is going to win.
Meanwhile, a recent survey. All right, so that was Prophet Emmanuel Olasi, as he spoke on Good Afternoon Ghana a few weeks ago, ahead of today's exercise. So, Doc,
yeah,
you just gave the introductory remarks that it's been peaceful, it's been smooth. For the party, what does the smoothness of this election mean for the NPP?
Well, we're not happy the way some of the aspirants conducted their campaign. And we had always hoped that it should not culminate into any kind of disturbance on the voting day. And as you listen to our Secretary General, I'm just from GTV, I passed to the Bawumia office before coming to this studio.
Right.
I mean, the Secretary General, the way he spoke, it tells you that after today, reconciliation becomes easier for us. At least we can, whatever differences we have will be left to waste alone. There's no form of violence at all. So reconciliation is very, very, very easy. So the day had been a good day. And especially the Bawume campaign, as I said, I'm from the office. The spirit is very high. We are very confident of winning today. And I'm sure that at the end of the day, for us in the Bawume team, winning is not just the Bawume team, it's for the whole MPP team. Because aside the prophecies that other people have prophesied, I believe in the scientific data. And I also believe that for some reason, people do not regard scientific data as God's given data. I disagree with them. I am a Muslim. I do believe God uses leaders. But as God speaks to us directly in a form of angel, I'm not sure about that. But if you study, I had the opportunity of studying Thomas Aquinas' philosophy, of whom he's even a Catholic. Aquinas believed that apart from the divine law that God gives to us in the form of holy book, there is something called eternal law. God revealed the eternal law to us from time to time through studies. So if we study harder, so it's not like God is going to come and give you the eternal law direct. He has given you some tools to use, and you can predict. And as I say, the voice of the people is the voice of God. So if a lot of people are saying this person, that person, that person, and people like Musa Dankwa can have that particular
Data.
tools, talk to people. What matters most to you? If you say it's job, this person will probably mention something else. Is it able to collate them and ask you, so in this particular voting, who would you be voting for you mentioned? I believe this is the eternal knowledge Thomas Aquinas was talking about. So in other words, this kind of knowledge is also revealed by God. But we have to work towards it. So I believe more in the scientific data. Even though sometimes the scientific data can go disastrously wrong. Because we know in the past, elsewhere in Europe, certain predictions didn't work out. So I am not saying 100%. But so far, what is trickling down is giving me enough room to be confident.
You're being
yes,
it is across board. It's across board. The figures that are coming, I was telling Desmond that, I mean, we have been following election coverage for a very long time.
Yes.
So if it's a national elections, and I'm looking at the trend, I won't look at Ashanti region for NPP.
Yes.
I won't look at voter region for the NDC.
The NDC.
I'll look at Bono and Ahafo and Bono East.
Bono East.
I'll come to the central, I'll go to the western, and I'll go to the western north.
That's right.
Yes, to do an assessment.
Yes.
To check how the trend is going.
The trend is going.
Again, the intra-party.
Yes.
I won't look for the 5 northern regions for DOC.
Okay.
How it's going.
Yes.
I won't look for Asin Central, for example.
That's right.
For even the central region.
Yes.
But if within the central region, where Honorable Kennedy is coming from,
a stronghold.
We have Cape Coast North, Cape Coast South.
Yes.
Bawumia is winning there,
winning
and winning massively, not just by any mean figures, not even very close.
That's right.
If you have Formina in the Ashanti region, if you have Bantama where Ken boost off when you go to the Ashanti region, he's very strong there.
Yes.
That Bawumia is still winning by over 200 votes.
Massively.
Then it means that across board,
Bawumia
is winning. So it's easy to be able to predict based on the provisional results that BNB will.
Yes. And we can rightly predict because before this election, we know Bawumia was the most market candidate across the whole country. He was a household name. He has been tried and tested. The last election, people claim most of the appointees and co were following him because they were whipped in line. And you ask the question, who has whipped them in line in this particular time? It is simply a recognition that he's the best person among the 5.
And that's where a lot of people do ask questions, especially about the tried and tested.
Yes.
He was tried, but didn't work out.
Yes. Yes, so it would be very unfair to Bawumia if we arrive at that conclusion that he has been tried but he failed. Look at the slogan when we're going for that particular election. Our main slogan was breaking the 8. In fact, we had it t-shirts. Why did we say breaking the 8? Because since 1992, the standard that we set for him, nobody had broken it. Ghanaians, for some reason, other tacitly, had agreed that we'll give each political party 8 years.
Right.
But we were saying that, no, we need to break this particular cycle because we believe we had a better candidate. So if you have set a standard for somebody, nobody has ever broken it. And the conditions at that time were bad. I think, how can I put this? I can admit conditions weren't right in 2024. There was economic problems. We had to go to IMF for a bailout. COVID-19 did not help either. It has exacerbated the situation. So if conditions are bad and you set a high bar for a candidate to cross and you fail to cross and you think it is his failure, what happened in 2024 was a collective failure.
But Doc, he was in there. Whether you you're looking at it as collective, himself and President Akufo-Addo, you still count him in.
And I do mention that, but it was a high bar. Something nobody has ever done before. If somebody have done it. And again, another point that favor Bawumia is the rules in favor of consistency. President Mahama had been rejected twice. 2016, 2020. We believe he was incompetent. But because of consistency, Ghanaians accepted him. So for me, Bawumia represents the best for us. We don't have to spend a lot of time marketing him. It's already known. The NDC, we don't even know who is coming yet. Whoever will come will not be known as compared to Dr. Bawumia.
But would it be about him being known or whoever that they
No,
would
that's
like
one
to
of the factors. It's not just
known.
the only factor.
Yes. Because I mean, if things were right, I mean, if all the things were okay,
yes,
and you knew that it was the NPP and the NPP had done everything okay,
yes,
and it wasn't supposed to be someone who was very, very marketable.
Yes.
So the name of the NPP could have just pushed that person there to win.
No, but you remember when I said it's not just one factor. It's not
Right.
just marketing alone. There are a lot of factors that work into it.
Mm.
So one of them, as I said, would be the marketability. One reason why the NDC insisted they needed to present President Mahama was simply because President Mahama was already a household name.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing is true about Dr. Bawumia.
Okay.
But there are other factors. Look, as we say, he has been tried and tested. We know his full baggage. The rest of the five, we don't know their baggage yet. What is in their closet, we don't know. We might open it up, and then it is worse. But we already have this particular person. Most of the things you will accuse Bawumia is guilty by association, not something personally attributed
It's
to
guilty
him.
by association.
Yeah, I mean, most of the things you say, I mean, as a lawyer, you can narrow it down to guilty by association.
Mm.
For example, they said, oh, he was the leader of the economic management team. But you hear from Atache that at some point he was managing the economy. When the members of parliament were marching for the removal of Ken, were they asking for the impeachment of the vice president? No.
But he also
because
made
they
some,
rightly know where the blame belongs.
But as Dr. Bawumia, he also made some utterances that didn't go down well.
Yes, so there is something in that. So when you are governing, if you study constitutional law, we have a principle called collective responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
If you are in cabinet and decisions are made, whether you agree or disagree, you cannot come out in public and say, this is my position. Sometimes you may have to present the cabinet for whatever is agreed in cabinet. It becomes a collective decision. So if he's saying something on behalf of the team, I'm not saying he's outside the blame. As I said, it's a collective failure, and not just Bawumia failure.
But he's not
the main person you can blame.
To take the
but you
blame.
can see the other candidate were marketing themselves as outsider. How can you be an outsider when you were the minister of agri? You cannot be an outsider. How can you say you are an outsider when you were board chairman of Ghana Gas, as well as what do they call it, a chairman of the defense committee in parliament? You cannot be an outsider. But as I said, it's not good for us to go back to this particular debate. The debate is over.
But so amongst the five candidates,
Yes.
Dr. Bawumia, aside his marketability, as you're
Yes.
saying that he's
Yes.
already there,
Yes.
What else does he beat the other four with?
If you look at his demeanor, he's just calm and collected.
Presidential material?
Yes, that is a very good presidential material. If you have a president who can panic, aside being panic, who react depending on whatever information is given to him, it's not good.
Doc, so those are
Yes.
visuals. We should have our viewers visuals from the NPP's headquarters, where there's jubilation and some dancing going on already. I don't know if they are supporters of.
They must be.
Dr. Bawumia.
They must necessarily
I don't know
be.
what song they must be singing or dancing to. Let's hear what they are dancing to.
If he doesn't take care, Brian will beat him. From the figures that are coming. Yes. If he doesn't take care, Brian will beat him.
Okay, so those are live visuals from the NPP's headquarters where some supporters of Dr. Abami are already in the mood of jubilation. See them dancing there. Doc, you're making a quick point about you met Doc just on your way here. Okay. You went to the campaign. Okay. 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 Right. So I'm told Prophet Walazi is on the line, and so we're going to speak to him, and then Kusifi will also come in. Prophet Emmanuel Walazi, welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Yes, you're following the election?
Yeah, I'm just. I was praying and I just came out, and I've heard that Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is leading, as I said.
Right. I was going to ask that the prayer this afternoon, were there any new revelations?
There are revelations, but I think for now, I can't talk about it now. Hopefully, by Monday going, I'll be talking about the revelations I've had ahead.
Okay. So you say that as the results are coming in and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is leading, that's just what your prophecy was about.
Yeah.
Right.
I said Dr. Bawumia is going to win the flag bearership against all odds.
Kwesi is here. He spoke to you when he came on Good Afternoon Ghana the other time. Kwesi, Prophet is sorry. You have something to say to him?
Doc, are you able to hear me? Prof.
Okay, he's on. I think.
Prof, are you able to hear me?
Okay, so we've lost him. We've lost him
that's
on
fine.
there.
That's
So
fine.
he says that he wants to pray, and still, Dr. Bawumia is leading. That's what he has said earlier. So, Dr. Ishak, the NDC is monitoring, and it seems when it comes to electoral processes, they have their acts together in terms of the monitoring, in terms of all of those things. Please hold on. Prophet Walazi is back on. Prophet Walazi, we lost you. Kwesi wants to ask you something.
Prof, I was asking if you can hear me too.
I can hear you, please.
Loud and clear. All right. Thank you very much. I just want to know how you are feeling now.
It's normal because this is not my first time I've been prophesying about election. I mean, I believe this is my season by the grace of God. Last year, during the 2024 election, I was the only prophet who was able to give constituencies, apart from me prophesying that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will win. So, this is not a surprise to me because I know what God showed me.
You said Kenya Japan will not get more than 30% in the Ashanti region. Even though the figures are not conclusive, it is looking that way. Will it be the same still?
It's going to be the same still. It's going to be the same. Nothing is going to change.
What about the other prophecies that came from different men of God?
It's all right, but I believe that the interpretation was not right. So I believe
it's all right.
It's all right, yeah.
It's all right. No, Prof, hold on. Some made declarations that nothing will change. Some went ahead to congratulate the candidate that he's going ahead to become the president in 2029. You are telling me this all right?
When it comes to things like this, I don't know how to go about it because when God is revealing those stuff to them, I was not there. So the only thing I can say that it's all right. But all of you can be the judge right now.
Yes.
You can be the judge from their prophecies. Because the Bible even said that if a man prophesies and it does not come to pass, do not fear of the man, because he did not speak in the name of the Lord. This is scripture.
Oh, so those whose prophecies are not manifesting, if by 6, 7 p.m. or 5 p.m., if the EC does its collation and declares...
According to scripture, that means that they prophesy presumptuously.
without the inspiration of God?
I can't say that, but
No, if they do presumptuously, they didn't do. If they did it presumptuously, they didn't do it out of the inspiration of God.
I don't want to go there, please. The only thing I can say is that they saw it, but maybe they were not able to interpret it well, or maybe they prophesied presumptuously, or maybe they were even influenced by something.
Oh, they could be under. So let me hold on here. But Monday 12:30, we have you.
I will be there.
Thank you very much.
I'm very grateful.
We are grateful to you as well.
Right. So, Prophet, thank you very much for your time here. We'll see you on Monday. Prophet Emmanuel Walansi is the head pastor at Congress Chapel International in Kumasi. And speaking to us there, he prophesied that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will be elected the flag bearer for the NPP in the 4th 2028 general elections. And we're live on Facebook, Metro TV Ghana, also on 94.1 FM on radio. And Dr. Ishak Ibrahim is still here, and he is on the Bawumia campaign team, and already they're keeping it cool and calm, awaiting the final collation and everything.
I want to ask you, lawyer.
Yes. So good. Let me correct something. Yes. I don't want Gitek to come after me. I'm not a doctor. I'm a lawyer.
I bet you're a lawyer.
Yes. I'm called to the English bar in the Ghana bar. That's enough for me for the
You're okay with that.
Lawyer. I bet you say lawyer.
Otherwise, Gitek will write to me tomorrow.
Yeah. So what did you do in the camp?
Yes.
I not you personally, the entire Bawumia camp.
Yes.
I mentioned figures from Inshayeso.
Okay.
I'm just seeing figures from Ejuso.
Okay.
Even though Ken did very well, it was very close marking there.
Yes.
464.
Yes.
Versus you 477.
Yes.
But I know that the member of parliament,
yes,
who replaced John Kuma,
yes,
is a front runner in the campaign team.
Yes.
Of Kennedy Japan. And so
yes,
whipping the constituents from
yes,
the constituency executives to the area coordinators to the police
yes,
station executives
yes,
was as easy for him. And if you listen to the man and his charisma and when he's speaking,
yes,
the way he convinces people,
yes,
I was expecting him to deliver the seats, the constituency. What exactly did you do?
What you said is sometimes true, but not always all the time. I believe that a member of parliament or some influential people within the constituency can have some influence. But we have to also remember that the individual members have their own agency. They have autonomy. They know what is right and what is wrong.
No, but they have voted for you to become their member of parliament.
No, sometimes
they want you to go to parliament to speak for them. So when you come and speak to them, it is...
So when they have agency, they know what is good. They know you can be good as a member of parliament. But it does not necessarily mean the one you are telling them will be a good president, will be a good president.
It means they don't trust you.
Yes. It means, for me, that means democracy is getting strong in the constituency.
Your political grips from the constituency is loose.
Not necessarily so. It means that individual can make their own independent research. They have listened to both candidates. They have heard the utterances of Kennedy Ajapong. They have heard Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. They should be able to also make the analysis and depart where it is important to say that, look, Honorable, we want you to be a member of parliament. But for this person, you say he should be our president. We disagree with you. They might not necessarily say so in his way because of the nature of Ghanaians. Let me tell you something interesting. For me, when I returned from Britain, I used to be quite direct and clear. People later tell me, here they don't do that.
Yeah.
When you do that, you have so many enemies for life. Just say you have listened. But when you go to the box, do whatever you want to do. But if you tell them upfront, this is why the polls said we were going to win. I was very happy about that. But the nature of Ghanaians, I was still having some apprehension. Because sometimes people do not speak their mind.
Yes.
Especially when you look at Moses Dankwa data, the undisclosed people.
Yes.
Especially.
Who were not showing where
he believed that the undisclosed people were coming from Bawumia. There had been a drop in the same percentage in Bawumia. So yes, those particular things. So the Ghanaian culture. So maybe these people wouldn't tell him direct in the face that, Honorable, we don't agree with you.
Lawyer, ahead of the election, what was the research, the data from your team, the Bawumia team? What were you looking at?
I think we're very confident that we're going to win. Because if you look at like what he's saying, So you can see the member of parliament had influence. For example, if you understand the Gbani and you had listened to the Tamale media, especially Sagani TV,
Okay.
you will hear a lot of delegates saying that I am going to vote for Bawumia, not necessarily because of Bawumia. I'm voting because of Mohammed Amin Anta, Hassan Tampuli, or Habib.
Okay.
Because I might never get the chance to get to speak to Bawumia. Because as president, he will become very busy.
Right.
But any problem I want to resolve, I can easily contact what they call it, Mohammed Amin Anta or any other person. And you could see those sort of people, like what you were saying, whether those people have influence. You can see so many of those people were surrounded by Wumia. Almost all the well-meaning, and I don't want to say important MPP members, but you can see all the former appointees.
Yeah.
Majority of them were with Bawumia. I mean, you could easily prophesize that this is the trend where it is going. So as I said, most of the time, these people, when they talk, they understand because of access. But sometimes they depart. So majority, we could say that majority were going towards it.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. So on the screen also you see some of the provisional results that we have coming in. You see down on the screen. That's Cape Coast South.
Yes.
Yes. And so we'll be providing all the results as they come through and as we await the final collation from the Electoral Commission and then the announcement on who would carry the day or who will actually represent the party on the ballot papers in 2028, right? So
I've seen some of the figures, and
right.
I don't want to be preemptive.
Mm.
I don't want to be preemptive, but it's very possible that Bawumia may be able to cross 60%. Techiman South.
60%?
Yes.
Wow.
You think so? He can cross the 60% mark?
It is possible. Yeah. It is possible. I don't
possible.
know, but
Okay.
it is possible.
So
I mean, that's him. That's what he says.
And it's possible Brian Champo might be second, as you said earlier.
Yeah, it is possible.
The results I'm seeing
in
so far.
Techiman South
There are some
constituency.
places that Brian Champo really
In Techiman South constituency,
is outperforming.
Bawumia gets over 1,000 votes, 1,047.
Wow.
And then you have Kenneth Japon getting, even Brian Champong coming second with 154. So look at the difference. From 1,047 to the next person, 154. That's so huge.
Yes, yes.
That's so compare. I mean, looking at we knew that Bawumia could take the lead, but looking at the stakes,
the gap, yes.
and the things that happened in the run up to the elections and the strength the other candidates had shown that we were going to come up so strongly. I mean, some of these figures are difficult to appreciate. That's how we say fear delegates. So some of the candidates were too confident. And I was going to come to lawyer on if
right. So I was just going to read out some of the results as we have. So this is Juabeng, where you have candidate Japan with 84, Brian Champion 59, Mahmoud Bawumia 284, Yao Seduchun 34, and Kwabena Japan with 0. So Bawumia winning that at the Juabeng constituency. We do in Poho Wasa Fiase, where candidate Japan Ghana 55, Brian Champion 98, Mahmoud Bawumia 240, Yao Seduchun 0, Kwabena Japan 0. Impressive one from Brian Champion there, 98. As against 55 from Ken Japan. This is in Koko. Ken Japan 129, Brian Champion 312, Mahamudu Bawumia 368, Yao Seduchun 0, Kwabena Japan 0. That's from Nkoko. We do Ofuasia Yurebi, Ken Japan 121, Brian Champion 108, Mahamudu
and these are
Bawumia
Eastern region
35. Yao Seduchun 0 and Kwabena Japan 0. This is the constituency of Kojo
Ponkroma. So you see, you see the analysis I was making that
the influence
in the Eastern region,
right?
Everybody knows the influence of Dr. Brian Champion. Even though, what do we call it? Honorable former Minister of Information.
Yes, Kojo
Ponkroma is in the DMB camp.
Yes,
it was still anticipated that having lived with the people, supported some of the people, I mean, with all the things they say about Dr. Brian Champion in the region, having the chairman in his camp, they were going to deliver.
Yeah.
But look at how DMB performs in somebody's home region.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, they have agency. They do the analysis themselves.
Yes.
And depart where necessary.
So 0 for Yao Sedechum, 0 for
Yes.
Kwabena AJ Japan. Let's move on. Okaikwe North, Kennedy Japan 299, Brian Champon 62, Mahmoud Bamia 436, Yao Oseduchum 10, Kwabena AJ Japan 0. I was telling you that I passed by Kwabena AJ Japan's office before I was coming to the office.
This morning.
Nothing really happened.
Was there quite different?
Yes, just the Ring Road. Old Tafo, Kennedy Japan 139, Brian Champon 84, Mahamudu Bamia 439, Yao Seduchum 4, Kwabena AJ Japan again 0. So that's from Old Tafo.
Wow.
Yes. Pusiga, Kennedy Japan 84, Brian Champon 84. Mahmoud Bamia 332, Yao Serichum 10, Kwabena Japan 0.
I was particularly interested in this.
In the Pusiga. This is Savelugu.
Pusiga, Boku Central.
Okay, so let's go back to Pusiga. This is Pusiga. Yeah, Boku Central to Dr. DMB.
Because of the kind of strategy Canadian and Co deploys, it was quite deplorable. Because we now want reconciliation. The Boku crisis.
Yes, I see where you are coming from.
It was quite really bad.
And it was
implicating the former vice president. When
it was evident in the 2023 primaries.
Yes.
For them to have played.
So I think they have more or less rejected that message.
Wow.
Do you understand that? But you can see Pusiga are predominantly Kusasis. They have more or less rejected that message. Yes, which is quite interesting.
Right. So that's Pusiga on your screen. We're doing Savelugu. Now,
okay.
Yes, let's move to Savelugu and see the results from there as we await the collation, the final collation there. So those are the provisional results that we're sharing with you that our correspondents on the ground also have shared with us from all these voting centers across
so that's
the
one. Stonewall from Tema East says, I should tell you to make sure you mention this. They have also delivered for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So he's a delegate in. Maybe I should hand it over to you so that... So Stonewall, please, I've told Desmond. Desmond will do you the honors that you did 77.72%. So I'll give it to him so he can I'll forward it to him now. So Stonewall, he will mention it for you.
Okay, so that is Pusiga. I'll do that.
Yes, please.
I'll do that together. So this is Setre Afram Plains in the eastern region. Kennedy Japan 41, Brian Champon 51. We have Mahamudu Bamia 224, Yao Seduchum 0, and Kwabena Japan 0 at Setre Afram
Brian
Plains.
is performing.
Yes. Getting quite impressive figures there. We have Tano North, that we will be mentioning out in a bit. So, Tano North, we have Brandy Champon 65, and yes, Kwabena Japan had one there.
One vote.
One there. So those are some of the results that we'll be sharing with you as and when they come in. Right. So you're still watching us here live on your Election Central. On Metro TV, also on our sister channels, Original TV, Original 91.9 FM on our digital platforms, Metro TV Ghana, on Facebook. We are also live on there on Radio 94.1. Our lawyer Ishak Ibrahim is here with us. We're talking about Dr. Bamia. You're seeing the figures and coming in, no surprises, right?
Quite yes. I mean, we had a vision that he was going to do very well. The prophecies tried to undermine it, and there was some cooked research as well. I mean, I watched the gentleman. He's an academic, a chartered accountant for that matter.
Right.
When they asked him, I mean, who funded your research? I mean, that answer just resolved all doubts that I have. Because when I heard Musa Dankwa's
poll.
In fact, so I must commend that journalist. I think it was Evans, I must commend him. I mean, that question.
Evans
you could see him going round circles. Finally, I admit that he has some kind of association with Canada and Japan.
Okay.
Yes, but we knew we were going to have a good day, and people will have a good day. For me, at the end of the day, it is not just, the winning is not just for those of us in the Bawumia camp. It's for MPP. And hopefully it's for Mother Ghana.
Yeah,
come
the other bigger question also has got to do with how the party will put itself together. In fact, anytime there's an internal election, a lot of these things do happen. But after that, it's about how everybody comes back together and try and see all the fragments, in the party. How are we going to do that? How is the NPP party going to do that?
Yes. So I am very glad that our flag bearer in particular live by example. He could see that's why so much debt was thrown at him. As I said, he's a calm and collected gentleman. I don't know whether you had the opportunity to get closer to him. Everything you say to him, you won't see any serious reaction. He takes it in, he analyzes it. So he's someone who wouldn't divide us at all. For him, after today, it doesn't matter which camp you are. You are an MPP. We are the same family. It's just that we're having different vision. Some people thought that Kennedy should have been the person leading it, or Brian Achampong, or Adichum, or Kobena. But once we carry the day, it's for everybody. And for him, the Bawumia I know will welcome every member of the party. It doesn't matter which camp you are. And I think that would be the good starting point. And those of us supporting him should also adopt that particular message. The flag bearer wants everybody. We come together as one. So it doesn't matter wherever you are. The real political enemy is the NDC. And not necessarily enemy in the natural sense of enemy. They are the people that we should rightfully reserve our fire for. That was why when we were throwing dead as internal, in an internal context, it wasn't healthy. But for me, those things are not really helpful for me. It's like, I'm not sure whether you are familiar with the word defamation. If you go to court to say that somebody has defamed you, sometimes the court look at the heat of the moment. If you say it out of anger, the court assumes he didn't mean it. So you cannot actually succeed in defamation when somebody is very angry and say very hurtful words. For me, political words are like that. When somebody is passionate and wants to win and say certain things, don't take them seriously. He can call you all sorts of names. And that is why, for me, I believe after today, the reconciliation that we would have, this was why the Peace Park was very important. We are going to reconcile. We have enough time to reconcile. Where generally we have hurt others, we'll go in there and shake hands. We'll have a drink together. So,
sorry, I was going to ask about the top-bottom approach versus the bottom-top approach. What the NPP is doing now is the best for the party?
I think there's no problem with it. You see, those people who voted, they have a mandate. If they have a mandate, we change the strategy. And it is the NDC who is much more worried about this. If it is a wrong strategy, at the end of the day, it's a gift for you. Why worried about it? And you remember Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, it is possible. So they want us to do things in a conventional way. Sometimes when conditions are not right, you can go the unconventional way. For me, so look at the bottom-up approach. What used to happen? It used to even divide us more. People were using those presidential aspirants to campaign. They would tag this person is Bawumia camp or Kennedy Agyapong camp. Now you can no longer do that because the flag bearership is out. Now, if you are looking for your original executive position, you better fight it on your own. You can no longer divide us that way. Those particular days when people are angry, they take it on the presidential aspirants. This was one of the reasons why we have a low turnout. Because many of our supporters were not even happy. Either they have tried to become parliamentary candidates to contest for parliamentary and were denied. Maybe the party system had denied some of them unfairly. Or whatever happened, they take blame on the party. And sometimes they become disinterested. So for me, the top-down approach is not fatal at all. It's just an innovation. And people, by our nature, we don't want change. So when change, whether positive change or negative change, some people don't want change at all. And I am glad that all the candidates finally agreed to the top-down approach.
Okay.
So if you have agreed to it and you're a good Democrat, accept the outcome and own it.
Right.
Yes.
Lawyer.
Yes.
Counsel. Lawyer Ishaq Ibrahim. Well, maybe I want you to go and do doc.
I've actually done it 1.5 years. I'm hoping to return. So yeah, maybe
right, then
2 years.
I can now legitimately call you a doc. Well, crossing over to the head office of Ken Ejapong, and my colleague Nana Kwesikwetia is there. Kwesi?
I had no idea about it.
Nana Kwesikwetia. Hello, Kwesikwetia, can you hear me? Right.
Yes, can you hear me?
Right, I can hear you. Tell us what is happening there.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. All right, so the results that just came in concerning the NPP presidential primaries, I'm here at the office of Honorable Kennedy Ohene Achipon, and but people are not too happy over here. A lot are grieved and they don't think that it is the right thing that is being done. They are sure that maybe one or two things have gone wrong. So I'm going to be speaking to Mama Victoria. She is not happy. So Mama Victoria, please, if you could come around. Earlier on, you were speaking to some of the media men and you said something that probably I may not have really dig deeper to even know. You were talking about the UP party and you made references about the fact that Dr. Baumia's father was actually the one that brought the UP down, and it is history. The UP party. He betrayed the UP party. All right, he betrayed the UP party, and it is more like history repeating itself.
Yes, history is, repeating itself. To me, that's how I see it. And I don't know why the MPP people don't see it. Why Bawumia should have gone with Nanado, period, and left the party for us. Because, excuse me to say, Bawumia is a pure NDC. They brought him from NDC. His mother is an NDC. His family, brothers, whatever, they're all NDC. Brother-in-law is an NDC. They brought him from NDC, brought him to be the second gentleman of the land. Okay? And he still wants to destroy the party. Because to me, he has no message. They're still going, I told them last year, or the last 2 years, that they were going to opposition. They didn't believe me. But I'm telling you, this time, they're going to drop more than the 38%. They're going to drop because Ghanaians are waiting for him. They would never vote for him.
How about the results that just came in?
Well, I didn't even look at the results. I mean, I just got here, and I could tell that.
But I know that you're hearing things.
Of course,
I know that you're not happy.
I'm not very happy because I know what Ken Ejapong could have done for the youth. So now I am telling the delegates that it's a curse to them if these boys, these young children here, the youth, they're going to lose Ken Ejapong because their hope was in that man. And these delegates have actually, I don't even know the word to use. I am so disappointed in the delegates because of 200, 300, 500. You've destroyed the youth's future. Are you really thinking to vote for Bawumia? Bawumia was telling us nothing. He would take the Christians to Israel to pray. While somebody said, I am going to bring ethanol factory. I'm going to bring coconut milk factory. I'm going to bring... I am so disappointed. I am so disappointed because this man... I was telling somebody this morning, I said, you know what? If we bring Ken Ejapong, I bet you that this man can make the dollar to a city. Because I know his plans. This man sits there and he just thinks about the youth. And you delegates are thinking about 200-300 cities. What is wrong with you delegates? What is wrong with you? Me, I think we should just cut the delegate system. and let everybody from this MPP and this go and vote. Everybody should go and vote because a lot of people were waiting for Kennedy Japan. But these delegates, 270 something, just went and chose the wrong one, which I know, and I know for sure, nowhere in this world that a majority will let a minority lead them.
All right, I mean, if you're saying this now, let's talk about the unity of the MPP. Do you think after this result, something can come up for all the party members and the aspirants to come together so that they can push the party forward?
Well, we can do that. Kennedy Japan is ready to do that. But let me tell you something. We are not going to get the power. This is the power. We're not going to get it.
Why do you think you're not going to get the power?
I'm telling you, this is 75.
It will take you long?
Oh, we are waiting for about 26 years, 28 years, 20 years. That's what I'm saying. They want Biomea to go 4 years, so 4 times, because they took Dubuahin 4 years, 1 time, Kufuor 2 times, Kufuado 3 times. So Biomea is going to go 4 times. So 4 times 4 is 16, and even that 16, he's not going to get it.
What about Dr. Baumia that you think doesn't help the MPP at all?
What has he done? He said he brought the drones. He never brought the drones. Thomas Mensa brought the drones. Anything Baumia said he brought, he just came to enhance it. When you enhance something, doesn't mean you brought it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So if you enhance something, doesn't mean you brought it. It's somebody's idea. It's not your idea. With Kennedy Japan, everything Kennedy Japan is doing is his idea. Baumia is just going on people's ideas. I brought this, I brought that. You did not bring anything. You just came to enhance them.
Okay.
Okay? So let me tell you something. Ghanaians are waiting for Baumia, and I'm telling you today's date, 31st January 2026. I'm telling you, Baumia will never, ever be president in Ghana. And that's what we were looking for. Somebody that will bring you power. You say you don't want it, so you go home and sit back there opposition for 16 years to 20 years. And that would be, maybe he will go 6 times and be the president of Ghana. And that's not going to happen.
Thank you very much, Mama Victoria, who happens to be Archbishop Duncan Williams' sister. Well, she's spoken about how she feels about the results that just came in concerning the MPP presidential primaries. Desmond, are you there?
Yes. Kwesi, I am here, but have you cited Kennedy Japan there? And what's the mood like, as you speak to people around the place?
All right, so this is Kwesi reporting for Original TV and Metro TV. And right now we're still here at the Honorable Kennedy Ajipon's office, and we'll be giving you updates as and when.
Kwesi, hold on. Okay, so wanted to find out if Kennedy Japan is at the office currently and how they are, putting the figures together from their end. But Kwesi is not on now. We'll get back to him on that. So we had my colleague Nana Kwesi Kwetia from the Kennedy Japan office, and I heard from the Madam Victoria Williams also speaking. That we're back here in studio. It's 12 minutes shy of 5 p.m. and we're still waiting to see when the final collation will be done, and then the announcement will be done. We're trying to connect with our colleague Vanessa Edotom Boateng. She's been moving around town, so she could share with us where she is presently and what she can report for us. But lawyer Ishak Ibrahim is still here. He's a member of the Dr. Mahmoud Baumia campaign team, and he's excited already with the numbers that are coming in and all that. So if Dr. Baumia wins, what will be the biggest work that he's got to do to put everybody together ahead of 2028?
Okay. I mean, from what you've heard from this lady, our first attempt should be to reconcile everyone. I mean, I do not fault her. It's quite natural for you to feel very hurt, especially if you believe an individual best represent your interests and that they are right for Ghana. I remember when we lost the 2024 election, I believe in Dr. Bawumia so much. So I was mildly depressed for about 3-4 days. So it's quite natural. So all those people who hear more of some of these things.
Okay.
And I believe those of us from the Bawumia camp must be very magnanimous. For me, it's MPP that has won the election, not just the Dr. Bawumia camp. So we have to attempt to reconcile everybody. We must be very, very accommodating.
Okay.
And we have to reach out to the other side. And I know currently we are divided into camps. We have to quickly dismantle those
All
camps
of those camps.
and come together to rebuild. In fact, the MPP, we must be very frank with each other. Currently, we need to really rebuild the party. The division is so much. Some of the utterances that were said, I know our opponents. I mean, if you hear Dr. Rashid Tanko, to hear that they have even got a coalition center, I'm sure they are not only having a coalition center, they are somewhere recording everything we have said to each other during this presidential election. I mean, this election, and I'm sure comes 2028, they are going to play it back to us.
Right.
And the way we do is to rebuild. If they see some of our supposed opponents are now leading some of these aspects, they will not be. So I think the first thing Bawumia would do, bring all those
factions together.
We'll start rebuilding from there.
Okay.
And then our real fight should be towards the NDCs.
Okay. Now, so Tema East, let me do this before we connect to Vanessa Edotom Boating. She is at Okaikwe Central. Tema East, Kennedy Japan polled 222 votes, Brian Echampon 27, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 883, Dr. Yaduchum 1, Kwabene Japan 1. So 222 for Kennedy Japan representing 19.54%, Brian Echampon 27.2.3%, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 77.72%. That's 883 votes. And the member of parliament for the area is Isaac Ashai Odamting. So he's also helped raise the vote high for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in that constituency. Vanessa Edotom Boating is at Okaikwe Central, and let's connect to her now and find out what is happening at Okaikwe Central. Vanessa Edotom Boating, okay, so we've lost all her there. We'll definitely come back to her. But let's see if we can go over some of the provisional results that we have that have come through. And of course, if you get onto our social media platforms, you see the provisional results as we put in there on our social media platforms, especially on Facebook at Metro TV Ghana. Once again, many thanks for joining us. We've been doing this since morning, and Mora Wudu and Michael Kofi Odro began this early in the morning, and then I came through together with Emmanuel Kwesi and the rest of the team. We are here to the very end until we know who has been pronounced as the flag bearer for the party. We go to Okaikwe Central and take the declaration of the results there.
The election as Ablekuma Central constituency has come to an end. We had two centers. That center A and B. After counting, I'm coming to give you the results for A and B. But please, this is not the final. We are giving you the results for this center, and we'll send the rest to National for the final compilation. So this is for only Ablekuma Central A and B. So at the end of the pool, at center 1, that's center A, the ballot issued to The center is 810. The number of voters who are or who were on the voters register is 785. The number of voters who turned out to vote is 707. We did not have any rejected or spoiled ballots. I'm taking it again. We have no spoiled, but we have 2 rejected. No spoiled, but we had 2 rejected for Center A. So at the end of the collation and counting, this is the results of the various contestants. Ken Ohini Ajapon had 234. Brian Achampon had 68. Maumadu Maumia had 392. Yao Osei Educhum had 9. Kwabena Eje Ajapon had 2. Therefore, the total valid vote for Center A is 705 and rejected, as I said, is 2. So the total is 707. This is for Center A. We are coming to Center B. Center B, the number of ballots given to the center is 800. The number of voters on the polling station register is 787. The number of voters who turn out to vote is 667. We did not have any spoiled, and we did not have any rejected ballots. This is the result of the individual contestants. Ken Ohini Ajapon had 148. Brian Achampon had 80. Mahamadou Baomia had 435. Yao Osei Educhum had 4. And Kwabena Eje Ajapon had 0. Therefore, the valid vote for Center B is 667. Rejected 0. So the total is 667. Thank you.
We have no way to save Ghana. The elephant, they were the same. Ways away to save Ghana. Oh, ways away to save Ghana. To save Ghana. Ways away to save Ghana. To save Ghana, the elephant, they were the same. Ways away to save Ghana.
Well, has your expectation for today for this particular center come true?
Just as I told you from the beginning, I know for a fact that by the end of the votes, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia will win this constituency, because the delegates in this constituency believe that there's a need for us to retain him, because, as I said, every household in this country, Dr. Bawumia's name is there. We can't afford to go and start all over again. All what we need is to continue. I believe strongly that we are going to unite and work hard to ensure that come on the 7th of December 2028, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia will be elected the President of the Republic of Ghana. call on all other party faithfuls who were not supporting Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Let us all come on board. The most important is the elephant symbol. The colors, the red, the white, and blue, and then the elephant is the middle. That is our ultimate agenda. We are not looking at any other person. We are looking at Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. And I thank God that by the grace of God, the hard work of the campaign team of Ablekuma Central constituency, the constituency chairman, the secretary, the former parliamentary candidate, myself, the former member of parliament, constituency executives, electoral area coordinators, and for them, I have every right to thank them for the good work that they have done. We are not in competition with anybody. Yes. We are in competition with the NDC. Right. They are our targets, not any other person. Yes. So we thank the military, we thank the police, yes, we thank the media. Yes. But we'll be expecting the media that from today, amen, say the too small. Say the too small. Thank you very much.
What's your initial reaction to this?
Well, I think it's all about unity, right? In a constituency where you have a united front, there is always bound to be success. And I would want to take this opportunity to thank the constituency chairman, who has done a yeoman's job, our coordinators, our former member of parliament, and of course all polling station executives, right? I think the campaign team of Ablekuma Central were very exceptional. While others were insulting us and doing all sort of campaigns, they were very focused. And I'm very excited. Everything shows that with this unity of purpose and with this force, we are going into 2028 as a united front and then win power for the NPP, because what the NDC is doing right now is something or nothing to write home about. So it's all about unity. Now that we have a clear leader of our party, it is important to call on all other aspirants who contested with him. At the end of the day, there is a leader of our party, and then it is important that we call other contestants who contested him to come together as a united front and go into 2028 and win power for the NPP and for Mother Ghana. Thank you.
So let's speak to the constituency chairman. Oh yes, would you say this is what you are hoping for? Would you say this is what you've been hoping for?
Oh yes. The issue is when we started this journey, people are saying all sorts of things. But I told my people, here is Ablekuma Central, and we have track record, and we'll make sure we'll go through. By the grace of God, we're able to make it again, because 2023 we did the same thing for Alhaji Bawumia, and today we are repeating the history, and we have gone far more than that one this time around. So, all what I'm saying is I thank all my executives, the coordinators, the former MP, and the former PC for support. They support we, the executive in this constituency, for we to achieve this particular success. So, from today going, we want to send a signal to NDC that this time around, they won't get it easy again, like previously. They should prepare. Yeah. We are coming with full force, and we'll make sure we take this particular seat back. Thank you, and may God bless all of us.
Thank you. God bless. Yeah, so that's Ablekuma Central, where Dr. Bawumia won in this particular constituency. And so, yes, of course, they are excited. The euphoria is high. And, I mean, Dr. Bawumia in this particular area, before the beginning of the voting, I spoke to some few delegates and they were optimistic that Dr. Bawumia should be able to win this very constituency due to the work they have put in mobilizing delegates in his support. And yes, of course, at the end of the day, yes, it's Dr. Bawumia that has come out victorious in the election. So I spoke to some of the, okay, then let's join this conversation and then hear what they are saying. Get closer to me and then.
Moving into a main general election. Near Ablekuma Central constituency so far, no, you share and the elections a course, so I want polling station executive.
Right, so Vanessa Dotom Boateng there speaking to some of the delegates after the return officer counted and also mentioned the figures from the Okaikwe Central, where Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has emerged as the winner for that particular constituency. And so we'll be keeping tabs on that and then bring you more subsequently. But we're in studio, and the lawyer is here. And watching and hearing the delegates and how confident they were before the election and what they're expecting. I mean, of course, calling for unity, that's the most important thing.
Yes. So contrary to the previous speaker, I think it was Miss Victoria, who spoke quite bitterly.
Right.
We can see, okay, obviously, these gentlemen are Bawumia supporters. The tone is quite reconciliatory, and we urge almost every member of the Bawumia team. MPP have won. And if we continue this way, I believe that our reconciliation is going to be much easier. But I will also urge members of the Canada-Japan campaign in particular. You know from the very beginning that your candidate was either going to win or lose. And if you're a good Democrat, you accept both winning and losing as part of being a good Democrat. So I would urge them that after today, you have not lost. It is the MPP who have won, and you are still a member of the MPP. The actual person we should be thinking, I mean, the actual group of people we should be thinking about is the NDC. Governing Ghana is quite important, and wants to make sure that they govern Ghana right. People think those of us in MPP, we are rooting for the NDC to fail. Because of that, we'll get political power. No! The success of the MPP, of the NDC government, and the electoral success of the MPP, they are not mutually exclusive. NDC might still do very well in government. By the end of the day, Ghanaians might think that what they have done is not good enough, and so give the opportunity for the MPP to win. So for me, I'm not rooting for the NDC to fail at all, because the welfare of Ghanaians and the interests of Ghanaians is very, very important. So for me, MPP now, we should, as the gentleman advised, we should now all rally behind the elephant symbol. We are a family, regardless of what happened. Nobody should take matters into their own hands. And as I said, but we are supporters, please, let's celebrate responsibly. Let's extend a hand of friendship to all the other 4 candidates and their supporters. We are not enemies at all. And at the end of the day, I mean, let's exemplify, I mean, let's live by our candidate example. And I'm sure that by the close of today, he will reach out to all the other candidates on a telephone conversation.
Right.
And from what I've heard from John White's interview, I think they are all going to be meeting at the party headquarters when the results is finally done. And I think the reconciliation will start from there. My hope and prayer is they should be able to do a handshake so that the supporters will know. Sometimes when we even chat with the NDCs on TV,
like a real heartfelt handshake, or which one?
Yes,
just
a real handshake.
Just for okay. If you say handshake, it could be just for the optics.
I believe our candidate is ready for it.
Okay.
I mean, look at the way he conceded general election results. By reaching out to President Mahama, concede defeat. And then tell Ghanaians, we have lost. That's a good statesman. I am sure, with Adichum, I'm 100% sure he doesn't mind. Kabana Japan, I don't think. Bainana Champong. And I'm sure Canada Japan would also do the same thing.
Okay.
We are not going to be divided like the way Alan left us. I think we are going to be together. Okay. And everybody will work towards victory 2028.
Okay, right. So we're going to get onto the phone lines in a bit as we connect with more of our correspondents, and also Natasha Jamra is standing by with the social media. But I want to go through some of the results as have come through the provisional results. So you see that on the screen in a bit as we put them together. So as you see, Adan on the screen, Kennedy Japan 96, Brian Champon 216, Mahmoud Bawumia 187, Yao Seduchum 5, and Kwabena Ejapon 2. So Brian Champon winning that at Adan 216.
Okay.
That's in the eastern region. And this is Asawase in the Shanti region. Okay. Kennedy Japan 150, Brian Champon 160, Mahmoud Bawumia 662. Yao Seduchum 1, Kwabena Ejapon 5. So that's from Asawase. Interesting one. There's 662 for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Etuwa West In the Eastern region, Kennedy Japan 34, Brian Champon 69, Mahmoud Bawumia 274, Yaose Educhum 1, and Kwabena Japan 0. This is Banda. All right, so 46 for Kennedy Japan, 66 for Brian Champon, 167 for Mahmoud Bawumia, 0 for Yaose Educhum, 0 for Kwabena Japan. Bekwai, 172 for Kennedy Japan, 105 for Brian Champon, 634 for Mahmoud Bawumia, 4 for Yaose Educhum, and 2 for that is Kwabena Japan, and Bolga East, Kennedy Japan 14, Brian Champon 69, Mahmoud Bawumia 186, Yaose Educhum 0, and Kwabena Japan 1. 14, wow. Cape Coast South in the central region. We have Kennedy Japan 147, Brian Champon 66, Mahmoud Bawumia 367, Yaose Educhum 0, Kwabena Japan 2. So that's from the central region, Cape Coast South. Fomena in the Ashanti region, we have 127 for Kennedy Japan, 44 for Brian Champon, 202 for Mahmoud Bawumia, Yaose Educhum 0, and Kwabena Japan with 0.
Wow.
Gomoa Central. Wow. Gomoa Central, 349 for Kennedy Japan. Brian Champon, 125. Mahmoud Bawumia, 126. Yaose Educhum 1. Kwabena Japan 0. So from the central region, Gomoa Central, Kennedy Japan won that one, 349. Okay. Lawyer.
Yes.
349 for Kennedy, Gomoa Central.
Yes, it's quite interesting. I was also looking at the Bekwai results,
right,
where Bawumia actually won, and which is quite also close to Kennedy Japan's constituency.
Right.
We know from Musa Danko's study that he was going to do very well in Central region, but it doesn't reflect. So this is a good example of what Musa Danko was saying.
Right.
But it doesn't seem to reflect across the whole of Central region.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Is he still winning Central region from the results we have so far?
Well, we'd have to do that collation and see how that
yes,
goes.
But the individual constituency results I've seen so far, it doesn't paint that particular picture.
Right.
Especially with the Bekwai results.
Yes.
Where Bawumia is winning that particular
and if you also look at the wins of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia,
yes,
they're quite, the gap is quite huge.
The gap is quite huge.
Yeah.
Yes,
You look at the 634.
Yes.
And Kennedy Japan comes second with
yes,
172.
Yes. Very interesting.
That's almost about 400 votes there.
Yes.
Right.
And the trend so far is it seems Brian Champon might become second. The trend so far. Okay, yeah, everybody. It's quite interesting.
Okay, right. We're gonna get onto social media. And Natasha Jamara is standing by to tell us what is happening on Facebook, on our page, Metro TV Ghana, and also the trends on X. Natasha.
Hello.
Yes, what are people still saying? I mean, as the results are coming in and all of that on our pages, what are they saying?
Well, people are realizing things and they are letting us know. So I'll go straight to X first, and then we'll go to our Facebook page and then look at some of the comments that people are saying and our posts. And so straight to X, D says, you're wondering where Mr. Brian Champon is getting his votes. Bro, there are people who are neither Kennedy Japan nor Bawumia. And there's a video circulating online that's trending of Prophet Nigel Gazy praying against Kennedy Japan, tearing pieces of paper into a bottle while saying the elections will go against him, and warning of consequences for opposing him as a man of God. And the internet never forgets. And so we have that video trending. Now, DPK Sapon says, Prophet L. Bernard might be the reason why Kennedy Japan didn't join camps with Brian Champon despite Musa Danko's advice for them to do so. It's clear that if they had joined camps, it would have been a tougher contest for the brilliant Bawumia. Now, Adam Kojo says, Musa Dankwa, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. So people are giving him his flowers. He deserves it. And Nanava says, Bawizi Duam simple. Someone says, cash out day, Dr. Baumia, 500 cedis plus takeaway. This is in reference to the transport that these they're giving out, the camps are giving out to the delegates. Now, Honorable Kennedy Japan, 500 cedis plus 5 kg bag of rice. And Honorable Brian, 700 cedis. Dr. Osei Duchum, nothing. And Engineer Kwabene Japan, nothing. So each delegate is walking away with 1,700 Ghana cedis after voting. Cash out day. Now, Kwejo Sheldon says this election was so needless, bro. Let's just endorse DMB and move forward. But, well. And so, Kwabena OA says, unfortunately, this is him replying to a Kweku Asante who said a retired pastor with the Presbyterian Church has written a shocking letter to a media house who's saying that the MPP presidential primary is between Jesus and Allah. So Kwabena replies and says, unfortunately, this mentality is pervasive among sections of our society, and it's a terrible and wrong way to think of religious affiliation, and he's not sure if he should explain this. Now, Nanaba again says, Ye, Prophet El Bernard. And yes, we have this. And then Kwejo says, the God be crazy, Charlie. And we have videos of Dr. Baumia's supporters already celebrating at the headquarters, and people are congratulating him already. And so, yes, let's move on straight to Facebook.
I mean, X will always be X with the comments on the,
and the agenda.
Now. Right.
Anyway, so on Facebook, so we have here Yagaba Kubari MP fulfills promise for delivering 100% votes for Baumia. And as we can see, Kennedy, 0 votes, Brian Echampon, 0. Baumia had 379. All the other contestants had 0 votes. So you can see that he did his homework in his constituency. And also the video of Victoria Duncan Williams is trending on Facebook. Let's see. She is on the Kennedy Ejapon camp. So, yes.
So let's get the comments on there as Natasha is taking us through that on the comments on that particular video. I've seen a release by the that is the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the party, Bernard Nchubuisiako, Chairman to me. I had to really find out it was from his account, and it's from his account on Facebook. And he says, I wish to congratulate His Excellency, Dr. So he's already congratulating Dr. Baumia.
Well, a lot of people are actually.
Already on that. I'll read that statement in a bit, but Natasha, on Facebook, on that particular video, what are they saying?
On that particular video, we see Bogarich saying, be there joking. The same thing was said about Nanado, that he was never going to be president, but what happened later? Again, be there joking. Now, because we can't play the video right now, she's basically saying that Bawumia will not be president, not in the next 16 years, not ever. So Ishmael Bash says in the coming days, the butterfly will be more attracted than the elephant. I think he means more attractive than the elephant. Kamal Dean said, did your husband have any message for his followers? I don't know who he's referring to. Black Taurus Ghana says, what didn't we, the NPP, say about President Mohammed's second term? Ha 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 ha. Now, Pakwesi said, God's spokesperson has spoken. I mean, she is the, sibling of an archbishop. Agbe Sam FT said, Mama, go to the sea. Okay, we can't read that. Nyame Impebone said, true, Baumia didn't invent the Ghana card idea. I had my first Ghana card in 2009 at Nungwa. Oh, really? Malik Amaga said, it's better you come to the reality than this uproar. And someone says, is she NPP member? I'm just asking. Yes, she is a member of Kennedy Ejapon's campaign team. And Kwabena Entry Ababia says, it's God who chooses and we decide by voting, not your anger. Abdul Basit Isaka said, you don't even, okay. Abdul Hak Idrisu said, she can say what she wants, but when we do, we get tagged. Someone said, but Baumia has been president before he was vice president. And Deputy God has spoken. Well done. This is from Ebenezer AM. Justice Hackman said, I just need a king. Huh.
Need a key to do what?
Exactly.
Wale, I'm gonna check on that with our correspondent from Wale Wale. Right, so lawyer wants to find out the results from Wale Wale. Natasha, so you're gonna wrap up for us and then we continue.
Okay, so let me just read two more. And someone said, she said Dr. Baumia didn't bring the Ghana card. It was KU Kufuor. Dr. Baumia said he brought digital, and he didn't bring digital, but she refused to tell us who brought digital. This is from Benjamin. And then the last one, Tay M. Philip said, allow time to decide, answer now. Same was said about His Excellency Nanado and His Excellency Mahama. This is what we have for Facebook, and the ones I read on X. I will be back again, but for now, this one, take over.
Right, thank you very much, Natasha Jamra, for bringing us all the happenings on social media. Social media will always be interesting as it is, and I saw Lawyer Ishak smiling at some of the comments from the video, and interesting one there. But I want to read the statement from Tamawun to me before I continue with the conversation. I have it here. Let me just do that real quick, and then we can continue. So he says that, I wish to congratulate His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia on his victory in the NPP's flag bearer election. This has been a difficult period for our party, especially after the outcome of the 2024 general elections. But this process has shown that the NPP remains that is strong. So that on your screen is from the Bawumia office, and you see Samir Wuku there. Kojo Opon Kruma is also in there. You see Reverend Ntim Fojo also in your shot. That's Anthony Cabo. Yes, and then you see Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia himself and his wife. So let's listen to what they're singing.
At this point, it hasn't worked. Don't repeat it.
Wait patiently for the final declaration by the Electoral Commission. Final declaration by the Electoral Commission. That will happen at the party headquarters. But until then, we will still be making follow-ups to ensure that these 41 outstanding slips are counted, and then we can also put out our own final figures and wait for the final confirmation of the certified results from the Electoral Commission. So at this point, I'd like to thank you all. And if our campaign, His Excellency, would like to say a few words.
Inshallah.
1,003 days to go.
Well, let me thank all of you. We've gone through a journey. It's been a fierce battle that we've waged across the country, across all the regions in the country. And we couldn't have gotten here without the support of the team around me. You're only as good as your team in these matters. And I can say, without any fear of contradiction, that I have been blessed with an excellent team that have worked for me. I'd like to thank the National Campaign Coordinator, Osei Mensa Bonsu, as well as the campaign manager, Fredo Pare-Ansah, and the campaign team in general. Everybody has contributed so much, and I cannot really thank everybody individually at the moment, but I will have time to thank everybody individually. The MPs, I must say, who have stood by my side, have been phenomenal in this contest. They've really supported and they've delivered what they have promised, what they promised to do. I want to thank all the members of Parliament who've supported me. I want to thank also the party executives who've helped organize this election, the EC, security, media, and all of that. But, you know, we are standing on the shoulders, very broad shoulders, of former flag bearers of this party. I'm talking about Professor Idubuahin. I'm talking about J. Kufuor. I'm talking about Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. They have built the party and taken the party this far. And it's really humbling that, you know, we have been elected as a flag bearer of the party to continue the work that they have started. I don't also want to forget the former MPs and so on who helped. I want to thank all of you. God bless you, and we'll have time to talk.
Thank you very much.
I really do.
Right, so in your short, you see there, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, as he just delivered a speech ahead of the announcement, and he thanked everybody who supported him, and of course, acknowledging the team that he's had, who has helped him through the campaign period, till this very moment, and to all the delegates. And of course, you saw in the short his wife there, Samira Bawumia, who is always close. You saw Oseche Mensah Bonsu, a former majority leader there, Anthony Kabo. You saw Kujopon Nkrumah, and a lot of them who have always professed their support for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Lawyer Ishak, Dr. Bawumia.
Yes, I mean, if you listen to the message he has delivered, he's quite a humble gentleman. He has, even though he has not yet had the opportunity to give a broader speech, but I'm sure he's going to reach out to his opponent. But you can see he has already acknowledged the role previous flag bearers have played that helped build the party, tracing back to Professor Idubuahin, J. Kufuor, the recent past president Akufo-Addo, and the fact that we are giving him this opportunity. And the role that the team members play, in particular, the national coordinator, Chairman Bonsu, the chairman, and the parliamentary, the various parliamentarians that has helped, and the whole team. So, for me, this is a humble man. If we entrust Ghana into his hands, Ghana will be in a safe pair of hands come 2028. So, I also urge those who have lost today, you haven't lost. MPP have won. Collectively, we have won. You wish your candidate had won, but as I said, God appoints leaders. And let's take it as the work of God and do not be angry with whatever decide, whatever hurtful things somebody have said to you. Look at the nature of our flag bearer, and you know that you are really having a listening flag bearer. And whichever camp you belong to, reach out, and we'll be reaching out to you as well. And I am very sure that even though he acknowledged we have a very strong team that has won the flag bearership, but I am sure the team will reorganize again, because we need to include everybody. And some of our members who were part of this team, we also need to accept that the flag bearership team will be different from a presidential candidate team.
Yes.
Because we have to include everybody. Yes. And those of us who are closer to here, I'm saying so because as somebody coming from Wale Wale, I don't really need to be in his presence. He doesn't even need to know I am working. Sometimes I go somewhere, he hasn't sent me. Sometimes he will ask me, oh, I saw you over there. Well done. And this is I will urge people, this is how we should work. Don't wait till he even give you directive to do. If there's a need for you to reach out to somebody here, because look, we are dealing with, I think Ghana is now 33 million people here.
Yes.
Yes. So I could see some people had gone to other camp because they thought that his camp was already choked. You see that? So people go to other camp for different reasons.
There are so many people there already.
So for me, let's look at the candidate. Let's look at the bigger picture. Okay. Everybody, either he's supporter or he's not supporter. And those people who often push people away by saying you belong to this side, I think you're not a good Democrat. Right. A good Democrat should accommodate everybody. For me, even the NDC will accommodate them. Come along, come around.
And it brings me to my next question about the 2028 election. No matter who the NDC is going to bring, of course, you've talked about Dr. Bawumia being a household name already. Yes. He's marketable. Yes. But what would have to change about the party and about him into the 2028 election that will be able to make him win, no matter whoever the NDC presents?
Yes. So as I said earlier on, look, the success of the NDC government does not exclude MPP from winning. I don't agree with that.
Okay. Look, that even if they do very well,
we can still win. I don't.
Okay.
We just have to give Ghanaians a better vision. Look, after 2016 election, nobody thought President Mahama would ever have become president of Ghana. Look, remember we inherited IMF from them.
Right.
And Ghanaians rejected him twice. And yet, he came. Thanks to President Mahama. The word Dumso is now in the Oxford Dictionary. We were persistently in darkness. So it doesn't mean they are success. And for me, yes, people are, some Ghanaians are very happy at the moment because of the exchange rate, prices of goods and other things. Even though
you are not happy?
No, I'm not saying, I said some Ghanaians. No, let me put it properly.
Okay.
I have recognized there has been early success.
Right.
But this success, we were able to predict it. I remember somewhere 2024, October, the then Minister of Finance, Dr. Mohamed Amin Anta, predicted that 2025 were going to be a good year because the worst is over. The economy was recovering quite well because of the painful treatment that we had undergone. So 2025 was going to be a very good year. So we are not surprised that the economy is doing very well. And by their nature, they take they take credit for the success without even crediting the role that we have played in 2024. Most of the funding they are getting from IMF, it is a bailout decision that we made that is helping the economy. Prices of commodities such as gold is doing quite well in the world market today.
Lawyer, sorry to cut in. Lawyer Adjoa Safo.
Yes.
Yeah, she's speaking now. Let's listen to her.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. What? UK Secretary. Let me. Okay. Right. So you see my colleague Vanessa there, and you saw Adjoa Safo in your shot there, and yeah. So that's the atmosphere. At where Vanessa is now. But let me share with you from the Eastern Regional Office of the Electoral Commission, the certified results from EC, from the Eastern region. Upon 3,867, and I'm reading the EC's certified results from the Eastern region. And this has been signed by the Regional Director, John Baffo. Kennedy Japan, 3,867. 3,867. Brian A. Champon, 5,918. Brian A. Champon, 5,918. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 10,487. 10,487. Dr. Yao Ose Educhum, 76. Dr. Yawose Duchum 76, Engineer Kwabna AJ Japan 22. 22. So total valid votes 20,370, total rejected ballots 37, and total votes cast 20,407. So that is from the Eastern Regional Office of the Electoral Commission, where Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia won with 10,487, followed by Brian Echampon 5,918, Ken Ohine Japan 3,867, and you have Dr. Yawose Duchum 76, and Kwabna AJ Japan 22. So this is from the Eastern region. So the results are trickling in from the various regional centers of the EC, and definitely we'll be bringing that to you. So, lawyer, yes, from the Eastern region.
Yes. So the guy we saw earlier,
okay,
a former MPP secretary, UK secretary, and I think he was chief executive of National Health Service.
Okay.
Yes. The Eastern region results is quite interesting because from the investment that Brian Achampon said he had made, especially helping the parliamentary candidate, I think he mentioned about 80,000
yes,
every month.
Some of them said it.
Though some of them denied it as
yes,
well. So one would have thought that he would have performed very well.
He had almost half of that of Dr. Bawumia.
But Bawumia performed quite well. I mean, one would have thought. But people like Dr. Befi, even Mustafa Yusuf. Do you know, interesting thing is that Mustafa Yusuf also grew up in Kofrediwa. So he had an impact. In fact, his father is still living in Kofrediwa. So we know because of people like Mustafa Yusuf, Dr. Befi, Sami Oko, and other things, we're going to do quite well as well. So it doesn't surprise me about the results because this is his home, what they call it, his home region. If you compare that with that of Northeast region, that was why I was asking to see whether the results for Northeast region had come. Because you remember, the Yaba Kubari constituency, where Mustafa Yusuf is now the MP, used to be part of the Walawale constituency. And I think 2008, it was divided. You can see that he's scoring 100%. I think it was about 375 results. And I think Bawumia, I won't be surprised if you get more than 60% of the votes.
Lawyer, Vanessa Dotumbuat, my colleague, is speaking to Dennis Miracles Abuaji, so let's take that.
This is not a win for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia alone. It's a win for the entire New Patriotic Party across the country. And immediately, starting from tomorrow morning, all of us are going to cooperate, collaborate, and back our leader to take us into the 2028 journey. That is what it's all about. You know, his entire campaign was themed our journey together, and nobody is being left behind.
Well, would you say that he's a formidable candidate that will win you power come 2028?
At this point, I'm not the one saying anymore. There are hundreds of thousands of party people who believe same. I think just yesterday I was speaking to most of you, and it was what I was saying. It's no longer about what I am saying anymore. I don't matter anymore. The hundreds of thousands of party people have spoken. They cut across 40,000 polling stations where the elections are held in this country. And what they are saying is that they need Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as a leader so they can mobilize behind him going into 2028. And that's what so the party people have basically validated.
Finally, reconciliation process. How is it going to be like?
After elections, don't need reconciliation. Immediately, the declaration is done. We are all one party, collaborating and cooperating. I'm sure, go and cast your mind. You'd realize that MPP, we don't need reconciliation. We're already together. There is a mantra in the party that says that after competition is collaboration. And I can tell you, by tomorrow morning, we are going to collaborate and work together.
Do you anticipate the journey to 2028?
I don't anticipate it to be a very difficult journey because of the message and the vision Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia carries. I keep saying that you don't need the government in office to fail before we get a new leader. When we get to 2028, it's not about how much failure the government of the day has made. It's about the leaders who are vying for presidency, who is articulating the vision, that can consolidate the gains of the party, of the government, of the country, and move the country to the next level. And having heard Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's vision and plans for this country, I can tell you that it's not going to be a difficult task. That by the time we get to 2028, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's vision will be ripe for the country.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, that was Dennis Miracles Abwaji. He's a communications director for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and most of the party executives are making their way to the party headquarters ahead of the declaration. Well said. How has this journey been like?
It's been stressful, but it's paid off. Very stressful, but it's paid. And I'm so happy for Dr. Bawumia. He worked so hard for it. This is snatching victory from the jaws of a tiger. And I'm happy that even though we are tired, we are exhausted, they gave us a good run for our money.
Have you heard about the prophecies?
I don't want to talk about the prophecies. But all that I want to say is that I really want to admonish our supporters and volunteers to be measured in their statements and comments and not to be provocative, even in their jubilation. It's a victory for the NPP and it's victory for our party's internal democracy. Let no one attack any man of God that you even disagree with. We don't need that.
What kind of message or what message are you going to give to the party?
Dr. Bawumia will be speaking in the next few hours properly when the results are officially declared, and we'll touch on all those things as well. Thank you. And thank you to the media as well. You've been the vanguard of everything that we've done, and we sincerely appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yes, so as I said earlier, party executives are making their way to headquarters, and the atmosphere is one of excitement, anticipating that Electoral Commission would declare Dr. Bawumia winner. Yeah, right. So as and when we have any more developments right here at Dr. Bawumia's office, we will bring more updates. Vanessa, Metro News.
So Vanessa Dotumbuatin there, she spoke to Samuel Oku, the MP for Ikuapem North, and he was, just grateful to everybody for voting for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and of course to the media. We had to take ours there. So, lawyer, from the office of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, you see the movement, the excitement going on as we await the final declaration of all of that. And we are hearing something around 56. That's what some of your team members are telling us. Yes, as you see this, and you heard what Miracle said.
Yes.
He said the party does not need reconciliation.
I mildly disagree with him. Under normal circumstances, where a family, there was no need to talk about reconciliation. If we are all, it's not. I believe it's not everybody who is a Democrat.
Right.
As a Democrat, you shouldn't need any reconciliation. But I know there were a lot of hurtful things that was said. But I am glad that most of the things that was said were not really coming from the Bawumia camp. It was coming from the other camp. So, but nevertheless, some people, you could hear from what Miss Victoria Duncan.
Lawyer, let's speak to Joe Ponkroma. He's speaking to the media.
Okay.
Polling centers to come in, and our team is there keeping an eye on it. But we are not in any doubt that the party is in various parts as a result of this very heated campaign and different views. The challenge on the shoulders of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is to work towards unity, and you will see him make efforts to tackle that in an admirable way.
Before you leave, one thing has surprised a lot of people. That's the figures that Dr. Brian Champon got. Did that surprise you?
No, not at all. Brian Champon is a strong candidate, very well resourced. And if you know the nature of our politics, you shouldn't be surprised in any way. We never went into this contest taking it as a walk in the park. We were very expectant of winning because we kept polling literally every other week. But we did not underestimate anybody. And so we are not surprised by anybody's performance, even including our own. I keep saying that there is rather a lot of work ahead of us. And that's what we want to, Sombali, begin to look at.
Okay, now internally, it is almost done and dusted for you. What should Ghanaians be looking out for going into the 2028 general election? Because your message has been very simple, that you want power.
Well, we are going through a reform process. We've amended our constitution. We've now elected a flag bearer. We have to do a lot of work to make our party a lot more attractive, particularly to young people, particularly to those who were offended and disappointed about our last term in office. Those are not easy things to do. And so you're going to find that a lot of attention is focused on that reorganization exercise, hopefully to bring us to that point where by the time we get off the tracks for the 2028 elections, we are in pole position to be competitive.
Right, thank you so much.
All the best, all the best.
Yeah.
He said to the media, and I got one thing from what he said, that we have to make the party attractive especially to young people. It was one of the things that in 2024, the NDC beats the NPP to the attractiveness to the young people.
Yes, yes.
How are you going to do that?
Yes, I think you can see the biggest concern about young people is unemployment. And I must admit that there was a lot of unemployment. Some of it we had inherited it. There was a huge backlog, especially nurses recruitment, teachers in 2016 when we inherited it. So we did our best, but I think our best was not good enough for them. And most of our youth also stayed away because they were really expecting that they would get employment opportunities. And I remember discussing about university campuses. The NDCs have taken serious strategies in recruiting university students. In fact, in my university where I teach, the UPSA, around 2025, when the freshers came in, I could see the NDC machinery was actively recruiting them.
More than TESCON?
I think so, yes, yes. In fact, I raised a concern with our flag bearer that we need to look at that particular aspect. In fact, I went to their, they had this pavilion, they were recruiting them, and apparently they had resources from the NDC. But as I said, we generally need to make it attractive to young people so that the get out to vote campaign is not very difficult for us. And where we can address this is their concern when it comes to employment. And the fact that the NDCs have now introduced what they call the free first year.
Yeah.
It's also a challenge to us. Even though from what I'm talking to the student, it's not really free first year. They still pay some element. Apparently, where they have covered is only the tuition fee portion.
Okay.
So more or less, more or less 40 to 50% is still paid by these youth people. But how can we, what kind of better vision can we provide for these university students that your future is better with us? So I think Kojo Nkrumah is right. But in terms of Miracle saying there's no need
for reconciliation, because we are already together.
Yes, I think he said it in a context that if you're a good Democrat under normal circumstances, nobody should come and urge you to join, because at the end of the day, as I said, MPP has won. But I believe democracy is not yet well functioning in Ghana. We still need to talk to some people, even though most of the helpful things were not said by the Bawumia camp. It was said by other camp. But we still need to reach out. And I think it will start with our flag bearer, who will reach out to all the four of colleagues he has contested with.
Right.
If people in the grassroots see that the people who have actually contested, there is no issue between them, it will set as an example for them. And then some of the regional team members, whatever.
Right.
I've listened to some certain things in Tamale, especially Sagani TV. They spoke in Dagbani, so I'm not sure whether you had the benefit of understanding the language, where some people claim that, oh, so-and-so have told me I'm not in Bawumia camp. Therefore, when we win, we'll show some of these people those things. I don't think we should be very careful about those things. Regardless of whichever camp you are, MPP has won.
Okay.
Let's all get on board.
Right. Lawyer, thank you very much for joining us
Okay,
today. We're very
thank
grateful that you joined us.
Yes.
Lawyer
Thank you.
Ishaq Ibrahim is a lecturer at the University of Professional Studies, Accra, and a member of the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia campaign team. He's
Thank
joined
you
us
very much.
for the past few hours, so we're grateful that he joined us. And to you also, thank you for staying with us. We are not gone yet. We're just taking a quick turn. We'll be back to continue as the declaration will be done by the EC. So please don't go nowhere. Stay with us here on Metro TV. My name is Desmond Okwekudas. We'll be back shortly.
Hey, my son!
This week on the PL Show, join us for an inspiring conversation with Mary Asante Asamoah, Executive Director of Barbex Africa Projects Limited.